A mysterious baby was left one night in the forest of beasts, but misfortune turns into a blessing in disguise when it was adopted by 5 masters that each specialize in their magical techniques. Agreeing to raise the boy, they also imparted to him their various techniques, making the child, who they named Woonsul, one of a kind. Although having godlike strength, the 5 masters are in danger of having their inner balance from being broken. And so, Woonsul sets out to the outside world to become a god, wanting to take revenge on his master's behalf. So begins his journey as an alchemist. A story begins during a night in the forest of beasts in the Yeongnam Nation. The moon is out and the air is filled with a light fog. Spooky indeed. This scary and yet quiet night was broken by the sound of running and of something crying. The sudden movement caused the birds to scatter and the leaves to rustle. A man heaves heavy breaths as he runs into the forest, seemingly without direction. He is injured, with small cuts along his body. He gives the impression of a tough and hardened man. However, he seems quite concerned, but not for himself. It is revealed that he is carrying a baby as he is escaping from something. The man desperately wished for the baby to stop crying, as he's worried it would attract more trouble than they are already in. He referred to the child as "my lord," indicating that the baby was of noble birth. He silently begged his young master to stay quiet if they are to survive. Seeing that he had to do something to make his young master stop crying, the man rushed to a spot to hide behind a tree. He looked back with worry from where they came from, but his expression changed into that of happiness when he turned his attention to the child. Apparently, the baby hadn't rested or eaten for a few days, perhaps from their escape. The man commends his young master for enduring their hardship and says that nothing less is expected from the son of their head of the house. He looks down to find the baby smiling at him, delighted at the fact that the baby seems to recognize him. The man managed to form a smile. Unfortunately, the happy moment wouldn't last. Seemingly faced with no choice, the man asks for an apology from his young lord for what he was about to do as he rips out a piece of his cloth. Tired and with no other way, he stuffs the ball of cloth on the baby's mouth in order to prevent it from making a loud sound. The man then bade his young master to survive at all costs, before tying the bundle with the baby on a tree. He then runs away, determined to lure whatever was chasing them to his direction. The man takes one last look at the baby tied to a tree before disappearing into the night. The bravery of this man cannot be understated. He is already a legend in my book. Night turns into morning, as the next day, we see an old man with a long beard, glasses, and a cane strolling through the forest. He's accompanied by his parrot, who seems to have learned a new sound, imitating the cry of the baby from the night before. The old man, of course, has no idea where his parrot learned how to make that sound, as he was curious whether or not it was because of a trick from a magic beast, or otherwise known as a warcraft. His trail of thoughts were broken, however, as he noticed that his bird had landed on a branch with a bundle of clothes on it. The elderly man took it down and was genuinely surprised that a crying baby was inside. He wonders about the things that might have happened that a child would be brought to the forest. But thinking about the baby's safety, the old man decides to bring the child to the ghost village first. A very ominous name to call your village, but no judgment. As the man was walking along the path, all of a sudden the surroundings were slowly getting thick with fog. The elderly man noticed something was off and a mysterious hand reached out from the smoke. The situation does a good job of making you think that they're in trouble, but actually they aren't. From the smoke, another man materialized, but this one is noticeably younger than the first one, with dark brown hair instead of white. The newcomer greets the elderly man and says that he was glad to see the latter safe from his trips. But the elderly man gives no reply to his companion's concern, though he exclaims that there really was a baby boy crying in the forest from the night before. The men noted that even if the baby is as young as it was, it definitely had a story as to why he ended up there. Clouds swirled into some sort of tunnel, where at the end of it a silhouette of the village could be seen. The men cut their conversation short as the elder of the two asked the other to prepare the other masters for their unusual guests. Back in the village, their companions seemed unsure of how to react to the baby itself. Either they had a curious expression or a timid one on their faces. One of the masters asked where the baby came from and how come the old master had returned from his travels with a child. The elder master seemed to take offense against this, annoyed that the others were implying that this child was his. After the confusion was cleared up, the master who asked sheepishly retracted his statement and decided to bring up the thought of them raising the baby together. Again, the oldest of the masters reiterated that raising the child would be their responsibility. Since he is old, he couldn't bear the weight of doing it by himself. Suddenly, one master, not huddling towards the baby, spoke up, asking whether or not the decision has been made if they're raising or teaching the child. This blonde-haired master seems to be the youngest out of all of them, and he seems to be missing both his arms. Either way, he said, he has nothing to do with the baby and so isn't entitled to take care of it. One master from the group didn't take this behavior quite well, and so he called out this blonde-haired master for his cold-heartedness despite being handicapped himself. This caused the old master to call out the stressed master by his name, Jangan. He reminded his group that their naden is broken, which is a technique used by alchemists to essentially become immortal in a sense where they don't age. However, what most surprised Jangan was the fact that the old master mentioned his name. It turns out that the masters had made a pact long ago, agreeing that they wouldn't reveal their identities to each other. Must have been an awkward situation, where you don't even know the name of your housemate. With his identity now revealed, Jangan started to claim that he was a person of fame, saying that he was a master of the Yandan medicinal technique. The old master then called out his bluff by introducing himself. It turns out that he, Liu, was the previous holder of the title the Judge of Life and Death. Apparently, Senior Ak was quite a well-known figure, both for his old position and his medicinal skills. His companions immediately knew who he was just by his reputation. Senior Ak apologized for hiding his identity, and asked the group that although they hid theirs too, they must already have an idea on who their companions are. The eldest master's reputation was so great that the others started to introduce themselves as well. The group started with Hyung Soan, Senior Ok's companion from the forest, who was also renowned as the master of techniques. Jangan, all of his name had already been revealed, introduced himself formally, saying that he was the thief known as Shumion Yodo. The last master to follow suit was Pang Gogu, and unlike the others, didn't say any titles or techniques that he's famous for. Not letting his companion's timid behavior get in the way of his well-deserved recognition, Jangan noted for everyone that Pang must be the skilled blacksmith known as the Golden Hands. However, not everyone took part in their get-to-know-each-other session. The rest of the masters all looked at the young blonde man, who hasn't said a word since he declared he had nothing to do with the child. The young master still stayed silent, and seeing as how he was reluctant to share his identity, the other masters decided not to pry about it more. They did change the subject, though. Senior Uk asked the group if they already guessed his reasons as to why he suddenly revealed his identity. Master Hyung correctly assumed that it was because the elder master wanted them to take the child as their disciple. Since their naden is broken, they are prone to dying, and so their hopes for passing down their techniques lie only in teaching the child everything they know. What's more, they just couldn't leave the child to fend for itself, saying that the child had every right to survive in the forest too. Even though their fates were already sealed, the child's isn't. A concerned Jangan asked the elder master if the child was physically capable of learning every technique they had to pass down, to which Senior Uk replied that he was positive that it was. With all that out of the way, Senior Uk asked the masters again of his intention to raise the baby together. He asked for any objections, and the group didn't have any. Now confident that everyone will bear the responsibility, the elder master decided to reveal what seems to be a ring of magical origin that came with the boy. The other masters gathered around the ring and speculated that it would perhaps change when applied with spiritual energy. They also figured out that the material used for the ring was from a meteorite, again implying that it was a high-grade item. Upon closer inspection, Master Hyun was able to read an inscription on the inside of the ring, written as the Altar of the Holy Fire, the start of pure soil. Without much difficulty, he was also able to decipher the verse, saying that it meant that if the altar of holy fire would fall, then a pure world would come. This led him to believe that there must be a conflict of old and new powers out there. Be that as it may, the other masters along with Hyun agreed that even if the child was part of some conflict, whether for good or for evil, the child is innocent from all that. With the child's position as part of their makeshift family already established, Senior Uk said it was finally time to give the baby a name. Jangan answered that since Senior Uk was the oldest out of all of them, he should get the honor of choosing. The elder master then reminisced of a time when he had a son who was sick. Despite being a master of medicine, his son still died from his sickness because Senior Uk was absent from his son's bedside. In honor of his dead son, and the meteorite ring that came with the child, the elder master named the baby Woon Soul, much to the approval of the rest of the masters. Senior Uk then declared that the child would have 4 masters to instruct him, and that he himself would impart his various medicinal techniques and also his craftsmanship of the River of Thirst skill. Apparently this skill was quite rare and of great power based on Jangan's reaction alone. It is learned from the Orb of the Blood Fortress, and there was no greater spiritual technique than this. Speaking of Jangan, when surprised, he kind of looks like the giant ape that from Dragon Ball turns into during the full moon. Next, Master Hyung declared that he would teach the child about magical beasts, as well as the void of space, shadow concealment, and imaginary formation spells. Master Pang, on the other hand, simply said that he'll teach him to make mystical tools. A man of few words. A flustered Jangan admits that he has no prestigious techniques to teach the child and can only pass down flash steps, dirt escape techniques, and self-shrinking techniques, which are admittedly all skills for a thief. However, Senior Og was quick to disregard Jangan's doubts, saying that the Master Thief's skills are as important as any of them. Again, the Master huddled around Soul, who was now sleeping soundly without any idea that he just gained 4 Masters. Jangan noticed the blonde-haired Master was still not enthusiastic about the whole idea, and so decided to bring the sleeping baby in order for his companion to see. The Master Thief seemed to have succeeded in convincing the young Master, as the latter had cuddled the child close to his face without a word. Perhaps the young Master found another person that is the same as him, handicapped in a sense. The young man isn't as cold-hearted after all. The passage of time continued on, and 10 years have now passed since the Master's and Soul's fateful encounter. Right now, however, the peaceful village was disrupted by a ruckus coming from one of the houses. Senior Ok was visibly angry at the 10-year-old Soul due to his lack of memorization skills, causing the Master to walk out the room. Soul let out a sigh, but unexpectedly, Jangan came into the room at just the right time. Seeing his 4th Master caused a huge smile to appear on the child's face. The previous lesson with Senior Ok didn't leave a good impression on Soul, who was now sulking on the porch outside the room. Who wouldn't be after getting scolded like that? Thankfully, Jangan was there to keep him company. The 4th Master correctly assumed Soul got scolded because he couldn't memorize herb names, to which the boy replied yes to. Soul had started thinking that maybe it was because of him being stupid, but Jangan was quick to dismiss those self-inflicting thoughts. Jangan assured the child that he does follow his lessons very well, and Senior Ok's rushing behavior was mainly due to the fact that he's getting old and he worries he might not be able to teach Soul much more. He reminded Soul that he shouldn't resent the 1st Master, and of course, that he shouldn't blame himself. Contrary to what the Master thought, Soul was instead concerned for Senior Ok so much that he asked Jangan if the 1st Master truly doesn't have long to live. Jangan reveals that Senior Ok had lived for 800 years before his maiden was broken. It is only a matter of time before his time arrives, and he's only getting old until then. The 4th Master didn't end on that depressing thought, as he reminded Soul to work harder in his lessons, so as to also put Senior Ok's worries to rest. Soul agreed, and Jangan noted his kindness. He asked the boy about the one thing his masters kept teaching him as he reached for something. Thankfully, this was something the boy had memorized, so Soul recited the lessons, that he should always be kind, believe in himself, and to always not trust others that quickly. As a reward, Jangan gave him 3 nectarines, much to the delight of Soul. He asked the 4th Master if he got them outside the village since nectarines are found in the forest. Jangan casually replied that he did, and they even took a goat. Well, that's a Master Thief for you. All that excitement prompted the child to ask the 4th Master if he can go outside. However, Jangan immediately said no even before Soul could finish his sentence. He instead reminded Soul of the 1st Master's condition. If he wants to go out into the forest, he must first open the gates of heaven. In order to reach immortality and balance for their Niden, an alchemist must first open the heavenly gates from within. Jangan assured the boy that he'll do so in time, since he already mastered the craftsmanship of the River of Thirst. Seeing that the boy is now back on his feet, the Master Thief decides to leave, but not before promising Soul that he'll bring more nectarines if he would study hard. Jangan seems like the cool uncle you have that you only see during holidays. Day turns to night, and now Soul is inside his own room trying to study. With only one candle lighting his room, he finds it hard to stay awake. Blinking his eyes due to drowsiness, Soul was suddenly jarred by a loud bleating sound coming from the outside. The boy peered out the window and saw that the blonde-haired master was feeding the goat. And since the master didn't have any hands, he used his feet to pick up straws of grass and feed the animal. So, apparently Jangan wasn't lying about taking the goat. The kind-hearted boy offered to help. However, the young man said that being handicapped doesn't prevent him from doing so and that he's fine with feeding the goat. He took the boy up on his offer of help though, and asked Soul that if he really wanted to help, he could pet the goat. Soul was more than happy to do so. He was amazed by the goat, and noted that there must be other amazing things outside the village. This led Soul to wonder whether or not the forest or even the outside world was really dangerous. The young master answered the boy's question, stating that something as fragile as him, a child, wouldn't last a minute out there. That is why all the masters are trying to teach him so that he'll survive once he leaves. This wasn't exactly a cheerful thought, and Soul ended up sulking in a corner with the goat. Seeing that his words had hurt the boy, the young master wanted to make it up to him. He urged the boy to come sit with him. It seems he's unknowingly becoming a teacher as well. The master correctly assumed that Soul was talented, but he isn't that good at memorization. In order to help him with his studies, the master decided to teach the boy a phrase. These sentences were to be rigorously repeated by Soul every chance he got, so that he'll engrave it in his memory. He then proceeded to speak in a very unfamiliar language. However, Soul did understand, and even if he didn't, his new master said that he'll repeat it as necessary until the boy had learned it by heart. The pair shared a moment by the fire, and afterwards the young master asked Soul that they should keep this a secret between them. And now, again, time continues on. This time, 5 years have passed since we last saw Soul. Now 15 years old, he is able to list down from memory the ingredients for a herbal pill. This manhwa likes its time skips, no. By this time, however, the first master is bedridden, yet still continues to check on the boy's progress in medicinal techniques. When Soul was able to memorize medicinal ingredients by heart, Senior Ah happily announced that he had nothing left to teach him. Unfortunately, this seems to be the last time the first master would be able to give a lesson, as after he gave his thanks, he himself admitted that there isn't much time left for him. The others seemed to know this too, as the remaining masters along with Soul had gathered by his bedside. Stating that all of his companions are present, Senior Ah asked for their attention, saying that he has one last thing to say. Though previously thought to be impossible, the dying master said that there is a way to leave the forest. The masters took this with much surprise, as even Master Hyung had never heard of such a method. Talk about dropping the ball one last time, right, Senior Oak? The first master explained that he came across an injured man during the days when he was still a third-generation alchemist at the Blood Fortress in the Yeonnam Nation. The man confided in him that his wounds were a result of him escaping the Forest of Beasts. The escape, according to the wounded man, had something to do with someone named Lee Dongjin and his spirit stone. This unknown person resides deep inside a cave, and apparently the Flood Dragon was there too. Although, the injured man claimed he already killed the beast. Still, the location of said cave would still be hard to find, something Master Hyun noted. Nevertheless, Soul now had a way out, and since he isn't fated to die in the forests like the masters, his chances of survival would be greater if he managed to escape. The first master then called the boy towards him, instructing him that at all costs, he must escape, and he hoped that Soul would be able to repay his master's efforts kindly. However, Senior Ah wasn't done with surprises, as after Soul swore that he'd fulfill his duties even if it meant death, the master revealed that the craftsmanship of the River of Thirst skill that he had learned was not perfect. This angered Jangan, questioning the intentions of the first master as to why he'd teach Soul an incomplete and dangerous spell. The first master explained that although the skill is powerful and more difficult it would become to control if used consistently. If it would come a time that Soul wouldn't be able to control it, then it would result in the loss of everything he trained for, and not to mention unbearable pain. Senior Ah confessed that when the master of the Blood Fortress came to him for treatment from the side effects of the skill, he stole it, urged by nothing more than his greed. This betrayal led the once famed healer to be banished to the Forest of Beasts. The Elder Master has been living with regret ever since, especially because his banishment meant he left his wife and daughters alone. Nonetheless, he asked Soul to visit the Blood Fortress and learn the proper way of the skill, and to visit his wife and daughters to tell them of his fate. The loyal student, showing his strong resolve, agreed to his master's dying requests, and then, alone with his thoughts of gratitude for his student and regret because he wouldn't see him grow up, Senior Ah closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. His companions laid his body in a bed of flowers over the pyre, and moments later, Senior Oak's body was set ablaze. Soul, along with the other masters, watched as the pyre burned, and the ashes of their beloved first master scattered in the wind. Time still continued on even after the first master's death, and for Soul, life remained pretty much the same. The boy still received his lessons from the other masters diligently. The second master taught him military tactics, and the third master, although lacking in materials, taught him how to control a fire through magical means. Regardless, both masters were adamant to teach the boy about magical beasts, their dangers, and their usefulness for mystical tool forging. Also during this time, Jangan instructed Soul on flash and hover steps, as well as concealment techniques useful for sneaking about. For 3 years, that became Soul's daily routine. And now, at 18 years old, the boy is becoming close to being a man. One afternoon saw Soul and Jangan hanging out, with the student picking out white hairs from his master's head. Jangan has become really close with the boy, being with him despite not being for lecture. Soul passively mentions that he's grateful for all his masters. However, Jangan could see that something was bothering his student. He urged him to not beat around the bush and to say what he really wants to say. And although Soul denied having anything occupied his mind, with Jangan's encouragement, he managed to get it out of his chest. It turns out that Soul was finding it hard to open the heavenly gates. Although now he can feel it within himself, it won't open, no matter how much spiritual energy he exerts. However, Jangan told him that he is still on the right track, and in fact, being able to feel the gates of heaven at his young age is achievement enough. The fourth master also assured his student that since he learned the craftsmanship of the River of Thirst skill early on, breaking through the gates is only a matter of time. You know, for a technique of such importance, no one has really stated what it actually does as of now. Despite this, Soul seems so preoccupied by the fact that it's taking him too long to do so. This concerned him so much that he asked Jangan how long it would take. Unfortunately, Jangan doesn't take too kindly when it comes to impatience, so even before Soul could finish his sentence, the master gave him a bump on the head. I bet Soul isn't preoccupied now. Jangan proceeded to scold his student for his complaining. He reminded him that his situation is luckier than most, as other alchemists, even if they lived for 100 years, couldn't feel, much less open the gates. Still continuing on his angry tone, Jangan asked Soul if he'd already mastered hiding his body from magical beasts, and then reminded him that the forest contains lots of herbs to help him on his training. A confused Soul answered yes, and it turns out Jangan had already given him permission to go out and gather supplies himself. Now that he made sure Soul has a means to be safe, Jangan can confidently send him out. The fourth master smiled as he reminded the boy to not fight any beasts, and to be back before sunset. When it comes to emotionally raising the boy, Jangan seems to be the best out of all the masters. What a kind-hearted person. Meanwhile, the rest of the afternoon saw Soul exploring the forest outside of the ghost village. He immediately spotted some herbs for use, such as the Jirion and Wiggle herbs, and also a flower called the yellow dudgeon. With his foraging being a success, Soul nearly didn't notice the sun was getting dangerously low over the horizon. Deciding to make good on his promise to be home by sunset, the boy headed back. He started off running, and suddenly, he was zipping through the forest, with his feet barely touching the ground. Right now, we can see one of Jangan's techniques in action. The reason behind Soul's quick movements was the hover step skill, which allowed him to cover vast distances with his speed, but with little energy. Soul, with the thrill of being able to let loose, thanked the masters for letting him go out, but with that in mind, he thought he couldn't go back without bringing something back. He skidded to his stop, and perhaps remembering how Jangan brought a goat from before, he decided to catch one himself or something similar to that. And so, quick on his feet, Soul's agile movement allowed him to move from the forest floor towards the top of the trees. From there, he stopped at one of the branches, using it as a vantage point to observe the forest. Soul was able to sense the presence of an animal nearby, and as soon as he turned his head, a goat appeared on a clearing from his right side. With the same quickness he had climbing the tree, Soul had quietly dropped down and was prepared to rush at the goat. His concentration was broken, however, when suddenly he sensed another beast nearby. The only difference now is that this one felt more malicious than the last one. Deciding to play it safe and come back for the goat later on, Soul hid behind a tree and made up his mind to go home. During this time, the sun had already set, so he's already late as it is. So much for keeping promises. However, no sooner did the thought cross his mind that a large, three-headed wolf appeared just centimeters from his hiding spot. Soul was able to identify the beast immediately as a low-level magical beast called the Three-Crying Wolf. He recognized that trying to fight it is unwise, and his best bet would be to escape. What surprised him the most, however, was how calm he was during the situation. Without skipping a beat, the wolf went in for a strike, but the unfazed Soul swiftly moved out the way, using his flash steps, which allowed him to move quickly in short distances for more energy. Soul had no problem dodging the wolf. Jangan's teachings really do come in handy. However, dodging wouldn't end the fight, and so the boy thought of using the one offensive spell in his arsenal right now taught by the first master. In the next moments, Soul had gathered rocks from the forest floor, and all the while he nonchalantly dodged whatever strike the wolf threw at him. Talk about a boss moment for Soul. Now with enough ammo, Soul began his chant in a foreign language, and before the wolf could launch another attack, the stones were wrapped in an aura and flew from Soul's hands towards the wolf. His energy blasts were so quick and powerful that it pierced through each of the wolf's heads clean through. But still, even with the fight over, Sowell was still in trouble, particularly a scolding waiting for him back home. As expected, the masters weren't all too happy with how Sowell spent his afternoon. Not only did he return after sunset, he had also brought the corpse of the magical beast that he had fought. Jangan in particular was hysterical in the fact that the boy had managed to break every promise he made with him. Sowell could only utter his apologies as Jangan continued to scold him. The second master, though, although the stern expression on his face, calmly asked the boy a series of questions regarding his experiences going out. Satisfied with Sowell's honest answers, the second master's expression softened, and he asked Master Pang to forge mystical tools from the carcass. Deciding that it would be better to let Sowell explore, he made a deal with the boy. If he's able to cast his shadow concealment spell properly along with the magic flags that Master Pang would make, then he'll be allowed to go into the forest again. With the time for Sowell's trial for his shadow concealment spell so far off, he returned to his usual lessons. This time, he's training under the third master, Pang. Sowell is diligently cultivating a magical fire from his mouth as a forge. It's kind of like an episode of Forge in Fire right now. The ball of fire is conjured in order to form a blade. His master reminds him to properly control his chi, so that a dagger could be formed. Since Sowell is an exceptional student, the dagger formed from his magical fire in no time. Pang instructed him to use this dagger to take down low-level magical beasts for experience. To finish forging the blade, Master Pang dictated that he use the Wind of Determination to cool it down. And in no time, the dagger was ready for use. The Wind of Determination is a forging technique that allows a user to blow cold winds from one's mouth enough to cool down hot metal. Curious as to what grade his dagger is, Sowell asks if this could be considered a Dharma tool, as apparently mystical tools are classified according to the magic it contains. Unfortunately, according to the third master, such a tool is nowhere near the level of even the lowest Dharma tool. If Sowell were to make one in his current skill, it would take him about 3 years. Still, Sowell was successful in making a weapon. And with that, Master Pang dismissed his student. The master was still getting ready to make the flags for the trial, so he urged Sowell to rest. The boy, however, continued on to practice herbal medicines in his spare time. A few days later, Sowell had successfully made his first medicinal pill. Even without the first master, he still continued his study on medicinal techniques. After 5 tries, Sowell had made the pill of 9 beliefs. Seeking to remove his body of toxins, the boy took it and started to meditate. His meditation was abruptly ended though, as Jangan came in his room moments later to tease him about making food. Sowell passively dismissed his playful master. However, it turns out Jangan had a reason for visiting, other than annoying his student, at least. Apparently, he was successful in convincing his other masters to let Sowell go outside with his current skills. Though actually, Jangan just lied to the other masters so that Sowell could take the trial. And now, Sowell's trial has come. His test was using the magical flags Pang had made, and he is to cast the shadow concealment spell good enough to hide his presence. Unsurprisingly, Sowell managed the spell with ease. Yun Hyung could not help but commend their student for his excellence. With his new spell and the magical daggers he made earlier, Sowell is ready to explore the forest of the beasts. And for 3 months, the boy did just that. He had become so accustomed to the forest that the beasts from around the village had learned to hide when they felt his presence. However, Sowell's interests weren't on the beasts this time. For this trip, Master Pang instructed him to gather spirit stones so that he could forge mystical tools. Sowell knows that these stones are found in places with high spiritual energy, so he dashed towards the mountain area of the forest. With his hover step, he reached the base of the mountain in no time. The desolate landscape didn't do much to deter him, as he was confident that he'll find herbs along the mountain. And sure enough, Sowell's hunch was right. Even right along the mountainside where he started climbing, he saw a few important herbs for pill making, such as a flower of heartbreak. But what most caught his attention was just up ahead on his path. He saw a flower glowing with a faint purple light. Sowell couldn't believe his luck, as he just so happened to find a rare herb called the Flower of Light. Unfortunately, excitement turned to caution as Sowell remembered that where there are magical herbs, magical beasts are sure to be present. Without skipping a beat, a low-class magical eagle-like beast showed up, angry at the presence of the intruder that it had spotted. Sowell was able to identify the giant bird, calling it a sutra beast. The next thought that crossed his mind was to go on the offensive, as immediately he grabbed stones from the mountainside and shot them towards the beast using energy blasts. The effort was all for nothing though, as even the spell that took down the 3-headed wolf could not bring down the bird. What's more peculiar is that Sowell noticed that despite being hit, and despite him being at a disadvantage, the bird still didn't attack. It occurred to him that the bird might be more concerned for the rare herb than attacking. And so the boy devised a clever plan. He reached up to uproot the flower of light, much to the bird's annoyance, and tied it to a rock. Soul then shot the flower downwards with his energy bursts, and the angry sutra beast followed suit. With no more distractions, Soul swiftly maneuvered himself onto the top of the cliff. Now the suitable platform to cast his spell, the boy laid down the flags in a circle and casted his shadow concealment spell. And it was just in time too. No sooner than his body turned completely invisible, the sutra beast appeared out of nowhere, hovering in the air and searching for the human who threw its precious herb. Soul slowly backed away, but when an old problem is solved, a new one arises. Out from a distant cave, he noticed another beast approaching. The Jade Ravine boar, which is a boar with green skin and covered in flames, had felt the presence of another beast. The boar looks like one of the pigs from Angry Birds was doused in flames. This one was an intermediate monster, and no sooner when it spotted the sutra beast did it decide it wanted to fight. This one looks straight out of Digimon Monsters. The two monsters look eyes and both prepare to fight, all the while Soul seems to be caught between the battle of the beasts. Who's ready for some WWE SmackDown with the Magical Beasts version? Both beasts charged their attacks. The boar had a ball of fire ready, and the giant bird accumulated lightning energy for a strike. Their attacks were released at the same time, and the energy released from the clash resulted in a blinding light. It's like a Kamehameha versus a Gallic gun. Soul couldn't do anything but cover his eyes. He was amazed that despite the battle being between a low-level and an intermediate magical beast, the power they exerted was still greater than his. When the dust had settled, the fight still hadn't let up. The Sutra Beast, using the dust as a smokescreen, decided to go on the offensive. It coated itself in an aura and dashed earthward towards its enemy. The boar had seen what the bird had planned, and so increased the fires on its back, growling as it did so. Unfortunately, it was Soul who had noticed. All the while, Soul was still stuck in his ritual circle of flags. By the time he looked up, the Sutra Beast was close to hitting the boar, leaving no time to dodge. This time the impact was much greater than the last one, as a ball of pure energy wrapped around the beasts upon impact. This caused a huge crater to appear where the collision took place, and had made the entire mountain shake. The poor Soul by this time was flung into the air at the moment of impact. Better be more attentive next time, man. Thankfully, Soul had a flower of light that allowed him to survive the impact of being thrown high into the air. When the battlefield fell silent, Soul decided it was safe to explore the crater in order to see what had become of the creatures. He crept up slowly and slid down the side of the hole, only to find both of the beasts lying dead. If the battle between low-level beasts is enough to put a crater on the ground, imagine those of a higher level. Thankfully for Soul, it means he can take the spoils of war for himself. Knowing that intermediate beasts possess Naden themselves, the boy decided to search for the boar's carcass first. Inside its dead body, he found his coveted spirit stone. This one, though a small stone, produced a large fire that wrapped around it, perhaps due to the nature of the ravine boar. He also took the time to pluck feathers from the Sutra Beast's body, thinking to himself that he'll be able to craft a Dharma tool with that. The more surprising haul that Soul was able to acquire, however, was the flower of light from earlier. Apparently the bird had saved it from its fall and was clutching it in its talons ever since. So essentially, Soul was camping in that fight. Now that he got what he came for and more, the boy headed back to the ghost village with his pack full. Back at the village, Soul's exploits on hunting an intermediate beast did not go unnoticed. With all his materials gathered, he and Master Pang immediately started to craft a Dharma tool called the Pouch of Abundance. This tool allowed the user to store vast amounts of material, no matter the shape and the size, into it despite its small appearance. With that and his recent successes in exploring the forest, Soul's life had again become a routine. In the morning, he'd go out to the forest to gather supplies, and in the evenings he'd make Dharma tools and Dan pills to help him in opening the heavenly gates. And after 3 months, he was finally ready to try to open those gates to achieve heavenly rebirth. And voila, another time skip. In order for Soul to do so, he must first take the Dan pill that he has been cultivating, and then meditate in order to spiritually open the gates. The masters had stated that making such a pill required precision, and that one mistake during the process would lead to poisoning. However, they also professed their belief in Soul's ability, and even if something were to go wrong, the masters would be there by his side. With that encouragement, Soul confidently went about the ritual. He swallowed the pill and closed his eyes to meditate. Immediately after taking it, he felt the two sides of his body simultaneously feeling a hot and cold energy from within. Master Hyang picked up on this and warned him to endure the pain. If Sowol were to even open his mouth, half the energy accumulated from his body would be gone. And so, the student persevered. Soon enough, it seemed that he reached a balance from within, and the energy is no longer separate inside him, but one. Now as his spiritual self, he is covered in a colorful, but dark aura. Immediately in front of him was his goal, the heavenly gates. With his overwhelming spiritual energy, Sowol walked towards the gate, and with his two hands, pushed the door open, and walked towards the light inside of it. The next thing the boy saw were the faces of his masters as he regained consciousness. All he could see were their faces filled with smiles. The masters gladly informed him that he succeeded, and Jangan, more cheerful than the rest, jokingly expressed his jealousy because now Sowol can live to be 400 years old. Master Hyang congratulated their student for his achievement and commended him for taking the first step towards being a true alchemist. The masters explained that he now has completed the Dan development ritual, wherein his Niden will be formed. Next, Sowol would have to undergo heavenly birth, where his form would take on that of the sky. He would then have to achieve the stage of the law of spiritual energy, which is a stage wherein an alchemist can freely use spiritual energy to take the form of the barrier. Next one is the breath of the sun, a power that allows the user to manipulate the Yosemite fire and make use of fire abilities. The next power to be acquired is the vitality of yin and yang, which is sent to draw from 3 treasures where everything originates. If all of that is achieved, then an alchemist will be able to enter the stage called the Heaven's Throne, where essentially that person becomes a god. The masters wished for Sowol to try and reach the last stage, and the boy made it known that he'll do anything to achieve that goal. The only thing out of place was when Sowol asked how much time had passed since he fell asleep. Master Pang answered 1 month. That's one way to take a rest. After taking another month's rest, Sowol was confident enough in his new abilities. Now he's able to jump off the air and even fly. Talk about an upgrade. He climbed the peak of a mountain, watching as the sun set behind the mountaintops over the horizon. Apparently Sowol had taken a liking to climbing tall peaks of mountains. Well, if anyone could fly and easily scale mountains, they'd do that too. During this particular day, Sowol was admiring the scenery from the top. Although it's been a long time since he opened the gates, he's still getting used to the powers that came with it. He looked over to the neighboring mountains and recognized the cliff from where the boar and the Sutra beast have fought. Observing the place from a different angle, he found that there was something else on the mountainside. He literally jumped on the air to reach the other mountaintop, hoping for spirit stones or some herbs. He hovered over the object of interest, only to find an empty nest, perhaps from the dead Sutra beast. The lesson of underestimating a magical beast was still fresh on his mind, and so Sowol decided to be cautious about his approach. He drew out his newly crafted mystical tools, Entreaty's sword and Entreaty's shield, musing that if there is trouble, this would be the perfect test for his weapons. Sowol set himself down softly in the middle of the nest. He observed that the floor was littered with sutra feathers, but there was no sign of anything alive. That is, until he heard something rustle the dried straws of the nest behind him. Acting on instinct, Sowol deployed his Entreaty shield. The boy braced for impact as the shield expanded into an almost spherical wall seemingly out from nothing. However, an attack never came. Sowol then peered from outside the shield, hoping to see the source of the sound. And there it was. From a little bit ahead of him, a tiny little pig was lying on the floor. Aw, how cute. This wasn't any ordinary pig, however, as it had red markings on its body. Sowol assumed that it was the child of the Jade Ravine boar from earlier. Nonetheless, the boy approached the harmless baby boar and even fed it by hand. He theorized that the boar must have attacked the Sutra beast because it must have taken its child. Anyhow, Sowol decided to take the baby boar back to the village, sensing that such a beast, when tamed, would be very useful. The masters had a welcoming reaction when they saw what creature Sowol had brought this time. Who wouldn't if it's as cute as that? Sowol confessed that he had found it all alone in the Sutra's nest, and so he expressed his desire to raise the beast himself. Master Hyang approved, saying that beasts can be tamed, especially more so when they've already lost their parents. Jagan was quick to pick up what the second master was saying and continued to boast on the latter's behalf. It turns out the second master was famed throughout the land for being an expert beast tamer. If Sowol would like to tame this boar, Jagan suggested he listen to Master Hyang attentively. The praises caused Master Hyang to blush. Well, apparently the master was as humble as they come. Nevertheless, Master Pang said that it would take at least 5 years for the boar to produce fires enough for forging. And so Sowell was again left to wait for the fruits of his labors. Well, there isn't really much to complain about since Sowell can live up to 400 years. Anyway, the story picks up again after 5 years since Sowell got the baby boar. The boy was disheartened because there isn't much progress in his training. And same as last time, Jangin appeared out of nowhere to console his student. He jokingly accused Sowell of being greedy, but again gave him tips to further his progress. Jangin thought that Sowell needed to have a new place to practice. He asked if the student had learned about the Pill Eternal Youth Dan from the first master. Sowell replied yes, but he had already learned Jangin's shape alteration technique, so it seemed kind of redundant. Although both are appearance-changing techniques, Jangin explained, the Eternal Youth Dan is far harder to detect than the other. So Sowell began to gather supplies in order to make the pill. The herbs needed can only be found near a waterfall, therefore Sowell went to one to forage for herbs. He thinks about how the ingredients for this pill are rare enough to find, and about how he's constantly practicing and training day by day. Deciding it wouldn't hurt to relax every now and then, Sowell rolled up his pants and dipped his feet in the small lake formed at the base of the waterfall. He took his sweet time, but as soon as he turned to leave, he sensed the presence of something approaching. Sowell immediately deployed his shadow concealment spell from behind cover and waited to observe what seemed to be humans coming. His hunch was right, and soon enough 2 figures were visible. But what he didn't expect, they were women. Sowell had to find the inner voice of his 4th master to resist the temptation as the women undressed to go swimming. Focus, my fellow soldier. Focus on the goal, and what he remembered along with that was the fact that he shouldn't trust anyone, especially what seems to be women alchemists. To confirm his suspicions, he took a look at their clothes, and sure enough, each had their own pouch of abundance, indicating they were alchemists who at least opened the heavenly gates. He thought about taking their pouches, but before he could get over his own moral rules, a man out of nowhere beat him to it. The mystery man grabbed the pouches, but as soon as he did so, black smoke was emitted from the packs and straight to his face. The man was coughing out the powder as the 2 ladies approached. Sowell by this time was just happy he didn't act rashly and remembered his lesson not to trust a person's character that quickly. Talk about dodging a bullet. The 2 ladies mocked the man, who they called Joe Jagang, and berated him for being such a desperate creep. What he had just inhaled was black acid powder designed to suppress his ability to use spiritual energy. Turns out, Jagang had tried to marry one of the women, who were sisters. When the lady with the lighter hair than her sister refused, he kidnapped the other, named Buyong. Now it's being toxic. Since they couldn't beat Jagang as he was on the 7th stage of heavenly birth, and they were only on the 3rd and 4th stage, they devised a plan. They knew he would try to steal their pouches, and so they sabotaged it beforehand. With the intruder incapacitated, the ladies decided to go back to their bath. Sowell himself, upon knowing the whole story, decided not to interfere as he thought the man deserved it. He turned to leave, but at the last moment he noticed Jagang pull out silver needles from inside his cloak. Sowell calls out, hoping that the women will see this deception. Because of Sowell's warning, the women were able to defend themselves from the sneak attack. Infuriated by the sudden interruption, Jagang shouted angrily, who was the one who intervened. Nonetheless, the ladies noted that Jagang was moving freely for someone who just got poisoned. Turns out, the evil alchemist had anticipated that the ladies would try to poison him, so he had already developed a spell to counteract it. Jagang brandished his Dharma tool and boasted of his gap against the women's level. Although he saw through the trap, Jagang was admittedly worried about the invisible intruder. Sowell had wisely not shown himself as of yet, choosing to wait for a proper time to do so. Without any other options, the women announced their thanks to their unlikely savior. Along with that, they also proposed a deal where they'll take down Jagang. The evil alchemist then countered their offer, saying that he'll give much of the spoils to whoever it was that interfered. Sowell considered his position carefully. He had made up his mind to help the women, and although there was a skill gap, all 3 of them who reached the 4th stage of heavenly birth would be enough to take on Jagang. Well, you could leave, Sowell. No one's been able to detect you, right? Deciding to play on Jagang's intentions, Sowell walked out of his concealment circle. The others were shocked by how close he was to the group. Apparently, even if an alchemist was an expert, they would still get detected if they were that close. Jagang questioned the newly arrived Sowell, asking him what level he was currently. The boy answered with a lie, saying that he was still trying to form a Niden, and was not even out of the Dan development. He did, however, disclose that he has many useful Dharma tools. Jagang, ever the greedy man, decided to take care of the ladies first, and then kill Soul for his magic weapons. Some people just can't be satisfied. The senior alchemist asks Soul for help, and the boy, playing dumb, agreed to the request. On the other hand, the women were not too keen to have gained another enemy. One of them, who seemed to be wary of men, moved to strike the first blow. She wielded her sword, and out came a flash of green lightning. Soul swiftly deployed his entreaty shield, protecting him and Jiaging. The boy assumed that Jiaging didn't purposely block in order to gauge his strength, and now that he's seen it, the evil alchemist launched a counter. Using his Dharma tool, Jiaging gathered dark-colored energy and used it to strike against the female alchemist that attacked. She was pushed back, but otherwise fine. Jiaging mockingly questioned the skills of his would-be assassins before letting out another surge of dark energy. This time, though, the ladies were ready for it. The one with the sword used her saber barrier skill, creating a dome of slashes that shielded them from the attack. The other female alchemist, who wielded a fan, took the opportunity to attack since Jiaging was still playing around with them. Looks like we have Kitana from Mortal Kombat here. She let out a gust of red beams that shot directly into Jiaging with unbelievable speeds. Soul didn't let the attack hit though, as to keep his cover, he had to defend Jiaging at all costs. The strike angered the evil alchemist, vowing that this time, he'd take the fight seriously. He even urges Soul to disregard blocking and strike as well. The boy had no choice but to follow, so he launched a slash from his swords, along with Jiaging's dark energy attacks. Boyan, the one with the sword, saw the attack coming and again shielded her and her sister Suolji from the attacks. Finally, all two of the women's names are revealed. However, Jiaging was anticipating the appearance of the barrier and launched another Dharma tool-based attack. Calling it the compressed jade staff, Jiaging threw multiple small crystal-like balls at the barrier. Soul guessed that it must be specialized in taking down barriers. The boy figured that now was his only time to strike, while Jiaging was eagerly waiting for the results of his attack. Soul swung his blade at him. The senior alchemist was able to dodge this, however, and with his cover blown, Soul had no choice but to go on the offensive. Before his target could recover, Soul conjured some silver needles of his own and shot them towards Jiaging. When the senior alchemist raised his arms to block, Soul cleverly used his Squelter of Anxiety technique, blowing a wall of flame towards the old alchemist. Just like the fireball jutsu from Naruto, right? Anyways, with Jiaging now incapacitated by the flames, Soul went for one last finishing attack, his energy bursts. The beams of energy hit Jiaging square on, making him collapse to the group. Soul confidently approached the downed alchemist and proclaimed his greed to be his downfall before swinging his blade down on him. Nothing short of badass. With the evil alchemist now dispatched, the two sisters formally expressed their thanks to their savior. They asked for forgiveness, especially Bayan, saying that it was wrong to berate him earlier about men being the same. Well, Soul himself had to put up a facade in order to hide his intentions from Jiaging, so he also said sorry. Nonetheless, they still called Soul a hero, and so, the two female alchemists decided to formally introduce themselves. The eldest of the two was Yak Boyan, and the one who wielded the fan from earlier was Suolji. And upon their request, Soul also introduced his full name. With Jiaging taken care of, the three decided to split the contents of his pouch of abundance. This included special Dharma tools, such as the marble Dharma tool and the jade staff used against them earlier, the mirror Dharma tool and the Zen mirror along with some herbs. Since Soul was the one looking for herbs in the first place, the sisters were more than happy to let him have it. In fact, since they lived near the waterfall and the forest itself, they were able to give Soul much of the ingredients he needed. The only thing they didn't have was the serene bamboo, which was rarer than most items. Soul didn't mind though, as he said he'll acquire it himself if that's the case. Buyong recognized that Soul was seeking rare items, and so she formally asked what the young alchemist had planned to do with those. Thinking that the sisters would not be able to recognize Eternal Youth Dan pills, Soul instead tried to painstakingly explain about this special Dan pill that keeps the appearance of the user young. However, the sister did know of the pill, though they admitted that they were not skilled enough to make a regular Dan pill, much less an advanced one. Buyong teasingly said she's jealous, and more so her sister who wants to maintain a youthful appearance. If An wasn't blushing from that, she definitely did after Soul called her pretty. Oh Soul, you big charmer, you. But back to business, Buyong then proposed another deal. It just so happened that the sisters know where to find the serene bamboo. As he headed home, Soul thought about the deal. The sisters would lead him to the area and help him take down the monster guarding it. And in return, he'll give them some Eternal Youth Dan pills. The opponent this time wasn't no simple thing, as the beast guarding the serene bamboo was a great conch spider. What's more, it's classified as an advanced level beast, more powerful than the ones he had faced before. Nonetheless, the boy had accepted the deal. And so, he sought the advice of the one master who's an expert in magical beasts, Master Hyun. Sowell said that he had found the spot for the serene bamboo, but he didn't mention anything about meeting other people outside. Curious. The second master said that it is to be expected since magical herbs tend to be guarded by magical beasts. In fact, Sowell is extremely lucky and it's only an advanced level magical beasts. Apparently, it isn't uncommon to have beasts of a higher level than that guarding the rare herbs. Whatever the case, the master would still do anything to help his students progress. The second master warned Sowell that the spider's webs will be the most annoying thing about it, so he'll make a potion that will make their weapons cut right through the threads. Sowell thanked his master and left, but he still hadn't mentioned the events that happened earlier. He actually wanted to talk about it, and so he turned to Jangan, emotional support master, to the rescue. The two huddled around a campfire, and Sowell proceeded to tell his fourth master about his encounter with other alchemists. The young man mentioned something about one of the alchemists he met who had died. Jangan then asked Sowell if he was the one who killed him. Sowell answered yes, affirming that the person was evil, leaving him no choice. As he said that, however, sadness can be seen from his eyes, sensing that the boy still had some kind of guilt. Jangan supported his actions, saying that there will come a time when he'll have no choice other than to not hesitate. The master admitted that he hasn't heard of any alchemists by the names of Sowell's new friends though. And when the boy asked for advice about them, Jangan was quick to remind him that he shouldn't trust anyone that quickly. He even teased his student of becoming too trusting because they were women. Oh Jangan, if only you knew how Sowell made unblush earlier. Nevertheless, even if Jangan believed Sowell when he said they're good people, he reminded him that people, especially alchemists, are prone to change because of greed. Good looking out for your son, Jangan. Winter season had arrived and the ground was filled with snow. During this time, Sowell and the sisters were prepared to take on the conch spider. Sowell formulated their plan of attack, and he shared his anti-web potion with the rest of his group. Their plan was to have Sowell set a magical trap on the spider's home, all the while the sisters distracted it. When asked how sure is the young alchemist that his spell would work, Sowell, without being smug, answered yes with confidence. Boyoung couldn't help but feel how advanced Sowell was in terms of intellect, skill, and techniques, especially by the fact that she can't gauge how strong Sowell actually was. It's the same feeling you get when you sit close to the genius classmate in class. And so, the group trekked on. Soon enough, they reached a place where the snow was thick enough to conceal a spider's tracks. Sowell called for their added caution, especially because just a few steps ahead, the serene bamboos were there. Peaceful settings like this were too suspicious for the group. Sowell remembered from his lessons that if things were going too smoothly, it meant that he had walked into a trap. The young alchemist immediately began to scan their surroundings, and he was just quick enough to notice the giant spider from above. The beast shot a web towards the hero, but the sisters were able to slash it apart. Boyeon called for Sowell to hurry and set the traps, making sure their plan went underway. Now the sisters' only focus was to keep the spider's attention long enough for Sowell to finish. Boyeon and Eun stood at the ready, and both sisters waited for the spider to attack. And in one swift movement, the conch spider rushed forward, baring its fangs. It struck Boyeon first with its legs, but the female alchemist was able to parry the strike properly. She then called Eun from behind, where she had been getting ready to cast a spell. With a wave of her fans, a number of conjured butterflies hovered over towards the spider, distracting it greatly. However, the butterflies were not for distraction only, as when Eun closed her fist, the butterflies started to explode. The spider got engulfed in pink explosions as hundreds of butterflies overwhelmed the magical beast. The explosion kicked up the snow and rubble around the magical beast. With no way of figuring out if their attack had worked, the sisters braced themselves for when the dust settled. However, from out the smoke, the spider sprung up ready to strike again. Even in the midst of all those explosions, it seemed it didn't have the slightest effects. Looks like it would take more than a rolled-up newspaper to kill this spider. Nonetheless, the sisters didn't expect things to go easy. Both parried the rushing attack the spider had made, and Eun took the chance to attack again. She launched her Phoenix Burst Iris spell straight through the spider's eye. The spell formed an insignia made of light before exploding from the inside. This appeared to have damaged the beast, but it seemed more angry than hurt. Oh. This time, it was the conch spider's turn to attack, and gathered a ridiculous amount of frost chi at its mouth. It shot this beam of freezing energy towards the sisters, but both had instinctively dodged to safety. If one would get hit, as the name suggests, that person would be flash frozen. Thankfully, out of nowhere Soul arrived just in time. He thanked the sisters for their efforts and declared that his trap was already set. Now, it was the young alchemist's turn to face the conch spider. Soul swiftly maneuvered towards the top of the spider's body with hover steps and drove his sword downwards to its body. If it were any other beast, then it would surely have fallen, but unfortunately, the spider's armor was thick. What's more, it could turn its head backwards to face its back. It charged another ball of frozen chi and shot it towards Soul. Soul still had his wits about him though, as he was able to escape being frozen thanks to his agility. Seeing as how his sword is useless in a head-on approach, Soul decided to test something. He shot some silver needles towards the serene bamboos, and sure enough, the spider moved to intercept it. The young man had theorized that the spider would do anything to protect the herbs, and so Soul devised a plan with his group to use that as the bait. Quick on his feet and on his mind, Soul inched closer towards the spider, with the sisters cutting off its path on either side. Unknowingly, the conch spider had stepped into the circle of flags Soul had prepared. Without a moment to lose, he activated the Void of Space technique. With this, Soul had single-handedly restricted the giant spider's movement. Now with a proper chance to attack, the sisters let out some powerful strikes, though like before, they weren't able to damage the beast. Soul decided to take matters into his own hands and attacked the beast himself. Though successful in killing it, Soul collapsed as he apparently got bit by the spider. Not to worry, this was all part of his plan to gauge his companion's true intentions. Contrary to what he expected, the sisters helped him instead, and so, the young alchemist felt sheepish for even doubting it. Feigning unconsciousness, the sisters brought him to their home, along with the serene bamboos that they wanted. Once he was laid on the bed, the sisters frantically tried to search for a cure by analyzing the dead spider's venom. Now left alone in the room, Soul decided to do a bit of exploring of his own. He noticed the books on the table and was surprised to learn they were advanced alchemy manuals. However, the books were obviously damaged from something, making them hard to read. Nevertheless, that was the least of his concerns, as he heard one of the ladies coming back. He frantically tried to go back to bed in his original position. Like how your mom catches you using your phone at night in bed and you have to pretend go to sleep. Though still trying to keep up the ruse, it didn't take long before Eon discovered that Soul was awake. Awkward. Soul couldn't just admit that he was faking his injury because he felt suspicious of the sisters that tried to help him, so he decided to play it smart. It's all Jangen's fault for making him an overthinker. He asked how Eon was able to figure out he was already awake, and it turns out she had noticed the blanket shifting ever so slightly. If Soul was truly paralyzed from the poison, he wouldn't be able to move enough to disturb the blanket. Nonetheless, the young alchemist decided to spin a little white lie, saying that he recovered quickly because he built up an immunity against poison already. Thankfully, Dawn had no reason to not believe Soul, and so his excuse was accepted. And when Buyong walked into the room to check on Soul, she bought her words as well. The sisters promised Soul that he could have the spider carcass, and they even brought the serene bamboo for him. Made you feel bad about lying now, huh, Soul? Although, now is the time that Buyong had become more straightforward in asking her questions. She seemed intent on interviewing Soul in order to make sure he'll hold up his part of the deal. Buyong first asked Soul about his age, and both she and her sister were shocked to find out that he was just turning 24. To be honest, with all those time skips, it's hard to keep track. The two were amazed that someone so young could reach the same level as they are, wherein the both of them had to train for 100 years to do so. Now the question turned towards Soul's origin. Since he mentioned that he was born in the forest, Buyong asked if there was someone who took care of him. Though he was more trusting of his companions now, he couldn't just carelessly reveal all of his master's identities. So Soul told the sisters that his master had retired long ago and was already dead. In order to ensure no more questions arose from this, Soul ended his sentence with a definite message. He will not talk about it anymore. But the sisters said their apologies of their own accord, saying that there was a reason why they're so desperate to get the damn pills. It turns out, both Yun and Buyong were descended from the Umiak faction, which were alchemists from the combined clans of the Yun and Yak clans. This group focused on herbal medicine and crafting Dan pills out of them. Unfortunately, the faction met its end when the Dark Forest Mountain clan raided their home quarters. Most of the survivors fled into the Forest of Beasts, but as of now, the sisters along with all the books, herbs, and manuscripts they saved are the only things remaining from their group. With that being said, They were glad of the new friendship they had made with Soul, and so agreed to give him access to their herbs and manuscripts. Back in the village, Soul reported his experiences to Jangan. Now given a reason to trust the girls, the fourth master bade that it's better that way since suspicion could poison the heart. At least he admits when he's wrong. With that, the masters gathered around Soul as he had now completed his trial to acquire the ingredients for the Eternal Dan pill. Master Hyung figured the boy would start crafting right away. Jangan jokingly retorted to not give him any ideas, as the boy will most likely disappear in his ruin for months. Nevertheless, Master Pang reminded the young alchemist that taking time is essential in order to create something worthwhile. Besides, Soul wouldn't be totally alone. The boy had employed the help of his jade boar, who by this time, although not fully grown, is able to produce flames strong enough for magical forges. Yup, totally forgot the pig existed. And so, Soul set about crafting the Eternal Youth Dan pills for over a year, losing contact with his masters and the sisters. What he expected to be a peaceful visit, however, was interrupted by two men, seemingly accomplices of Jagang, trying to blow up the steel doors of the sisters' house. Soul watched as an explosion rocked the earth itself. What became of the sister alchemists? Would Soul, after yet another time skip, be able to save them? Tune in for the next video to find out. As always, leave a like, subscribe, and comment down below. Till next time, everyone. The steel door of the ladies' home remained intact against the firebombs. The two accomplices believed that their bombs should have made a man-sized hole in the steel door. So, they planned to install another one. It looks like things have gone south for the ladies. Before one of the villainous priests could install another explosive, the door opened to reveal the two women. Yap Buyong insisted that the despicable Zhou Jiagang deserved to die for his evil deeds, but the intruders just won't accept her words, no matter how many times she repeats herself. It's finally clear that these guys are here for revenge, and they're not aware of Soul's involvement. These villains are heavenly birth alchemists, and his fourth master drilled into him not to help others by risking himself. But he just can't stand by, as he promised to give the girls Eternal Youth done pills. For now, he'll plan his course of action. The priests are finally done exchanging words. If the girls don't obediently give in, the villains are going to subdue the two by force. The bald priest conjured a massive flaming ink from his brush to bring the girls to their knees. Fortunately, the two can create a barrier in time to block it, but as they are preoccupied with the flames, the man has already positioned himself right past them. The bald priest is now cornering them from behind, while the other one is sieging from the front. Since they don't have Dharma tools, they can't even retreat. The bald man is skeptical how they beat the formidable Jagang. The two men are convinced that the women used some underhanded tactics. One of them suggested using his cracking whip to dominate the girls, but he's got another thing coming. Soul rushed to the scene with a sword in hand while throwing some hidden daggers. The priest was so pleased with himself that he failed to sense the incoming danger until it was too late. He was surprisingly blinded by the effects of Jagang's looted delicate jade staff. He cracked his whip in the direction of the attack, asking who was in front of him. Unfortunately, Soul is still quite a way off from his striking distance compared to the whip. The weapon wrapped around his hand, restricting its movement. He tried to cut it with his weapon to no avail. The man ridiculed him for trying to cut the whip while pulling him closer. He successfully dragged him out of the ground and into the sky, while claw blades awaited his landing. The man is confident that it's already over for Soul as he jabbed his claw blade against him. When he realized that Soul's fighting style was not distance-oriented, it was already too late. His blade didn't even fracture Soul's ribs, as our boy stockpiled energy in his mouth. He released the swelter of anxiety at point-blank range, enveloping the villain. The man thrashed around while burning all over, but Soul even followed it up with his energy burst, launching daggers. The man is burning and his daggers lodge all over him, and Soul is still posturing with his sword. He rushed with formidable speed against the defenseless villain. He skillfully cuts him in half with a single slash. This dude really gave him an overkill Mortal Kombat fatality. The bald priest couldn't help but yell for his companion. Now that Soul is here, the tables have turned against the villainous priests. His white spider sword is quite handy, and he also has a firebomb in hand. Now that they hold the numbers advantage, he's sure that they stand a chance. The bald man's anger has flared as he now knows who's responsible for killing Jagang. Today, he vowed to comfort the souls of his two brothers with the blood of their enemies. Coming from inside the cramped entrance, a scorching blaze started to escape. The explosion following was bigger than any firebombs the villains were using earlier. The bald man proposed that if the girls slashed Soul's throat, he would go easy on them. Of course, they would not fall for that, so the three brandished their respective Dharma tools in preparation. Despite their efforts, this kind of attack doesn't seem quite enough against the bald man's defense. This priest is still extremely salty that his brothers die because of tricks. He's convinced that this group wouldn't even be able to touch his hair. Brother in Christ, what hair are you talking about? If his baldy is relying on his flame barrier to neutralize them, Sowell thinks about using the firebomb. He threw it with perfect precision and remarkable speed. The bald priest immediately recognized that it was a firebomb coming for him. If he blocks with the flame barrier, he'll be toast with the explosion. He panicked for a little bit as the bomb came so close to landing on him, but he quickly dodged its predictable trajectory. Sowell responded with a confident smile as he tugged on an almost invisible silk string. Baldy was quick to sense that something was afoot. But when he turned around to see what was up, the lit-up firebomb was already upon him. Sowell successfully exploited Baldy's sole dependence on the flame barrier. Baldy couldn't help but despair at his inevitable demise against the firebomb. A massive explosion swallowed him whole, vaporizing his body. If it weren't for his white spider's sword and web, it would have been difficult to get this win. Sowell turned around to check on the girls to see if they were hurt in any way. It's already the second time that they have been saved by this young man. Seolji couldn't help but dive into him with a grateful hug as the two of them thanked him sincerely. Is the ship sailing? They hadn't heard from him in the past year, so they thought that he had died. Thankfully, he came out just in time to fulfill his promise to them. This can only mean one thing for the ladies. Inside the abode, he showed them the fruits of his successful dun extraction. As promised, he's going to give them one pill each. They never would have thought that they could take eternal youth dun pills in this lifetime. On top of that, Sowell even made them partial dun seals to help them nurture their spirit energy. This man is a certified Riz alchemist. Now he's planning to extract the dun from the girls' herb collection, even though he's still hesitant to take over their legacy. But the ladies insisted that they wholeheartedly trust their savior for this. If he extracts dun from this massive amount of ingredients, it will take him at least 5 years. That's a full-time job at this point. And so 5 years passed just like that. Inside one of the houses in the village, the bedridden second master expressed his pride and soul for greatly improving his abilities. This old man had chanted thousands of demon spells and tried to tame a fiend, leading to the loss of his spirit energy. He advised the young man not to do something as stupid as that. Nonetheless, the second master was relieved to see his boy in his final moments. He was certain that Sowell would be able to enjoy eternal life. He tasked him with taking care of the shadow orchid and never forgetting to light torches at night. Those were the final words of his second master before he peacefully passed. It hadn't been long since the other masters had passed away, and they were already burying another one. Jiangan already knew that the second master was no fun, but to think that he had even passed away so quietly, he was no fun until the very end. He even joked that there weren't many days before his time comes as well. He looked sincerely at his disciple. Since Sowell already knew the other master's stories, it was about time he shared his own. Among alchemists, he was an infamous thief born without natural talent. When he found out about alchemists, he stole all kinds of elixirs to pursue eternal life. At the age of 40, he obtained natural talent and became an alchemist himself. He ended up with the nickname the Goblin Bandit. If his Niden were intact, he would have stolen Sowell's eternal youth dun pill too. He insisted that he would have given it to his master without contest. That's not what Jiangan taught him. If the other masters Niden were fine, they wouldn't have taught Sowell at all. And he knows that his fourth master is right. Alchemists are people who would do anything to become masters of their own destiny. After all, they cannot be trusted. Maybe the first and second master weren't like that, but Jiangan fits the description. This thought cast a depressing mood over Sowell. Jiangan only wanted to say that he's not that person anymore as he pinched his disciple. He's relieved that Sowell came into his and the other masters' lives. He sincerely thanked the boy. However, he's still curious about something else. The younger master, with the passage of time painted on his face, asked what it was. Up until now, no one still knew the identity of the younger master. He thought that it's useless to know such things now. But Jiangan wouldn't be able to rest in peace if he couldn't find out. This is him cashing in on his first and last favor to the younger master. It's really his dying wish that the younger master introduce himself as Peng Xiang. The mention of his name shocked Jiangan immensely. If he's not wrong, then this man is the monarch of the evil sword and the martial gatekeeper, Senior Peng Xiang. Jiangan didn't expect such a formidable figure to be imprisoned in this place for so long. He was already taken aback that the late Senior Ak was a genius without knowing they had another one. He asked Peng what the secret was to achieve the vitality of yin and yang in just 300 years. But he just dismissed Jiangan, telling him that there's nothing to know with their Niden destroyed. but it's a different story with their soul. Gon insisted that the late senior Auk would not disagree if Peng took on the role of Soul's first master. This man just coldly declined the offer. Gon knows that for a guy like Peng to end up here, a terrible conspiracy must have taken place. He asked the man if he wants to take revenge. If that's the case, then Soul can undoubtedly get his vengeance once he learns Peng's ways before leaving the forest of beasts. Peng just continued to walk away, pretending not to hear Gon's words. Another 2 years have passed in the forest. Gon is recounting the time when he was finally caught. He told his captors where all of his treasures were located to save his life. However, he kept his most bizarre and unknown treasure a secret. Now, he'll tell Soul where he hid the key of 100 choices. The location of that key is the last help that he can give his disciple. Even if Senior Peng doesn't take Soul and disciple, he must attain eternal life doing what he wants as a better man. Gon assured his disciple, and more aptly, his son, that he will protect him in the next life. Gon was a real one. Rest in peace. Soul has yet again buried another one of the people closest to him. The young boy has become a young man who has seen the deaths of people he loves. It's been a week since Gon passed, and he's standing before Peng with a settled mind. He's here to humbly ask for the Armless Master's teachings. 21 years ago, Peng taught him a chant of some kind. Soul still remembers that night. This chant was just the tip of the iceberg. It developed Soul's mind to maintain peace in any situation. Peng had shared it on a whim, but if Soul wanted to serve him as a master to receive his legacy, that the story would become vastly different. Soul is determined to do whatever this fallen genius wanted him to do. Peng stated 2 conditions to take him in. First, just like Gon said, he'll have to take revenge on Peng's behalf. He was ambushed by unknown people. They broke his naiden and cut his arms off, then threw him into this forest. Soul must find out the culprits and take vengeance. He swore that once he gets out of the forest of beasts, he would stop at nothing for this revenge. For the second condition, Master Peng will pass on destruction sword arts, string craftsmanship, chant of black ice, and freehand sword technique. But after Soul learns everything, he must kill his last master with destruction sword arts. Hearing this final condition bewildered Soul. He did not expect that killing Master Peng is the final requirement to inherit his legacy. 7 years later, Master Peng stands at the highest point of a plateau. He asks Soul if he's prepared for what they're about to do. The fully grown boy confirms that he is, holding a sword in his hand. Master Peng wears an accepting smile on his lips as he leaves everything up to him. He understands what he must do right now. The wind blows through his hair as the master and disciple share a moment of silence. He thinks about all his mentors. He implores them to watch over his every step until the end. With pure determination in his eyes, he changes his stance. He exhibits a powerful burst of speed. He activates hovering steps equipped with a sword and daggers. Master Peng wanted to teach him that good-natured people like him will be used endlessly. Eventually, he'll have to create a standard of accepting and disconnecting from human relationships. Right now, Peng has finally understood what Gon always babbled about. He watches Soul execute one masterful move after another in quick succession. Peng has become convinced that Soul's good nature will be his strength. As a man of destruction, it wasn't easy for Peng to take him in. The master hopes that he understands someday. Soul is now capable of emanating a terrifying amount of power. He can charge in just a blink of an eye. He can float into the air and attack from above. The always scowling Master Peng has learned how to smile again, thanks to his disciple. Just like the other 4 masters who passed, someone like him, who had lost all hope for the future, has found meaning in life again. Even with the wrinkles on his aged face, he looks more at peace than ever. Soul's reluctance to land the strike is evident in his face. Peng has to scream at him to come and fulfill the condition. And so, he unleashes the fearsome flying swallow energy strike. This is what his master always wanted to see again. This is his beloved destruction sword arts. Peng Si-Yang peacefully passes in the hands of his only disciple. Soul has put all his 5 masters, mentors, and fathers to rest. He kneels and pays respects in front of their tombstones for the last time. He now leaves the ghost village to head for the outside world, living by the ways they have taught him. He will treat the deserving better than the goddess of mercy and the wicked worse than a demon. He'll become a terrifying enemy for his master's enemies and vows to get their revenge. Soul embarks on his journey with the Jade Ravine boar atop his flying sword. He wants to make another stop somewhere before leaving. It's the home of the 2 women. Seolji slowly opens the doors, knowing who their visitor is. It has been 9 years, 7 months, and 12 days. Soul reasons that he had a lot on his plate. It's been a long time since he's been here. and yet it looks like he's leaving again. But Seolji knows that there's nowhere else to go in the forest of beasts. That's when he reveals that he's leaving the area altogether. This shocks the lady. Everyone trapped in here has had that thought. Even she and her sister want to get out. It might not be clear, but Seol has a clue. If there's a chance, he's determined to take it. Seolji is worried that he might just be chasing a floating cloud. But he believes that everything can seem impossible before you achieve it. His results will speak for themselves. Seeing how determined he is to leave saddens her. She tries to feign a smile while wishing him luck in achieving his goals. He thanks her for this, but she still has another worry about his journey. She reminds him that whenever he gets tired, he can always come back here. She and her sister would welcome him with open arms. If I were Seol, I would have folded right then and there. Seol will keep this invitation in mind, and so, night falls in the forest of beasts. He decides to take a break from his journey and sets up camp in one of the mountains. He asks the sisters where an ancient dragon might reside, and they give him 4 possible locations. Right now, he rests with the Jade Ravine Boar. This was the 4th place on their list, but there's no sign of an ancient dragon. He was so confident when he left, only for that confidence to be extinguished. While he wallows in disappointment, his boar makes an alarming sound. It turns out that the little guy bumped its head on the mountain walls. He takes this as his pet being frustrated as well and banging its head against a wall. But examining the surface closely, there's something odd about the crevice. Surprisingly, there's an airflow coming from within the walls. Thinking that there's something inside, he strikes the walls completely. With a sword in hand, something unusual is revealed in front of him. There's much more of the cave inside this secret wall. If it crumbled like this, it's likely that everything inside has been buried. But he starts to notice that there's something deep inside. When he takes a closer look, it resembles a human asking for help. It's a woman chained up at the end of the cave, pleading for anyone's help. She doesn't look like she's doing well while locked up in chains. Seol observes the chained-up woman carefully. He asks her who she is and how she ended up in this predicament. She explains that she ended up here after refusing those who tried to force her into becoming a concubine. He sympathizes with people who have been abused, so he wants to release the deceitful woman. She puts on the best appreciative face she can while telling him that she'll do anything. Seol gets closer and observes that she's bound by a chain with such strong spirit energy. He asks her what she thinks about that observation. Insert Among Us Su's sound effect. She feigns ignorance, telling him that she just wants to get out right away. She says that she doesn't know where she is, as people just dragged her here. He explains that this is the forest of beasts, a den of strange creatures. Some fiends can even turn into humans. She continues to act like she doesn't know what he's hinting at. He asks her if she knows about a plant called the Shadow Orchid, a plant that gives off a smell that fiends hate. In his hand is a vial of condensed essence from the plant. He's really pulling out the fart essence for this one. Seol admits that he doesn't know if he'll be effective or not, but the woman is already showing signs of panic. He opens the vial to put his experiment to the test. The woman starts to have a hostile reaction to the smell. She transforms into a fiend and snarls at Seol to get away from her. She starts begging him to go away with his accursed Shadow Orchid essence. He starts taking out his sword from the pouch, causing the beast to panic. She promises that if he releases her, she'll never harm him and will give Seol anything he wants. He asks her if that offer really includes everything. Ayo, are we switching to a very different genre? After being chained for 200 years, she's willing to go the distance within her power. She insists that she won't be able to harm him. If that is indeed true, Seol wants to see if they can make a deal. He asks her if she knows of any place where an ancient dragon could reside. Now she knows why he's wandering around this place, but with his meager abilities, he won't even be able to touch an ancient dragon. He already knows his limits, but he still needs the location. Having lived here for so long, the fiend swears that she knows where it might be. But she's not stupid enough to tell that information without being set free. But it's the same with her. She could just kill him where she's unchained. This fiend wants to stand her ground and never say a thing before being released. So, to not put himself in any danger, Seol would just walk away. He reassures the fiend that she will wait for another 100 years before native people come here. In addition, he'll restore the entrance back to its concealed state. Even if fearsome fiend cannot keep her calm after hearing those threats, she has no choice other than to reveal the location in hopes of Seol coming back. She's not in any position to demand fairness in this exchange. She feels like she's being cheated, but what other choice does the fiend have? If he enters the dragon's cave and dies, you won't even be able to come back to release her. Even a young ancient dragon is a low-level fiend like her. Harming a human alchemist is child's play to them. Before making a deal, she asks him what his name is. He introduces himself as the disgraceful priest, Jojagon. This fiend is the nine-tailed evil fox, and her kind never forget grudges and revenge. Although she'll reward him when her chain gets broken, she'll also make his life hell if she's deceived. Sowell assures the fiend that he'll remember that sentiment. So now, she'll reveal where the location might be. Making his way to the place on his flying sword, he heaves a sigh of relief after facing a powerful fiend. He's realizing that he should keep his guard up even more in the future. After all, this vast land is still the deadly forest of the beasts. Not far from him, there's a religious leader celebrating the dragon god. The humble people from the riverside village came to the god's abode to offer their gratitude. They're giving the dragon god 3 innocent virgins to be made servants. Something sounds extremely fishy with this religious offering. This is their way of pleading for the fiend's favor and protection. The village leader reminds the girls to never leave the altar until the dragon descends. One of the sacrifices, named Wol Yang, is tasked with looking after the other 2. They must do their best to serve the dragon god's will for the sake of the village. Sowell arrives at the location and observes what's happening in front of the cave. Those sacrifices should be for an ancient dragon. He thinks that he must have the right place. Since he's certain that dragon gods don't exist, this must be the place he's looking for. With these offerings, the ancient dragon might arrive at any minute now. In preparation for that, he set up a flag formation on the cliff. For now, he needs more information. So, he jumps off the cliff and heads straight for the sacrifices on the altar. The 3 girls await the descent of the dragon while peacefully sleeping. Sowell jumps from the cliff directly to the altar itself. He carries the girl named Wol Yang, waking her up with extreme confusion. He proceeds to jump within human levels of elevation, leading Wol Yang to believe that he must be the dragon god. Sowell enters the formation he's set up, and she thinks that the god's descent is quite different from what she's heard. He treats her with great care. She didn't expect that the dragon god would be this kind of person, but Sowell breaks her daydream, saying that he's not the dragon god that the villagers talk about. She starts to panic after being taken by a different person. He respectfully introduces himself as just an alchemist passing by, and he has an urgent question to be addressed. It seems like the man in front of Wol Yang is fully aware that he's doing something rude, but he just needs some clarity after looking at the altar. After this conversation, he'd gladly put her back. She starts to notice the intermediate-level jade ravine boar by his side, a mark of someone extraordinary. He also exhibits some high-level techniques to bring her here. She knows she can't be rude to an expert, so she asks him what it is that he's curious about. He wants to know if their dragon god is an ancient dragon, but it seems like she's not even familiar with the term. He explains that it's a fiend with a scaled body, 2 horns, a red chest, a blue back, and a white pattern on its neck. She's not entirely sure about that description since she's never even seen the dragon god before. This lady is being sacrificed alive to an alleged god that only the village chief has seen before. She agreed to this for the sake of the riverside village's protection. For the sake of making the god happy, they must do anything. She believes that if they can save the many by sacrificing the few, then it's the way to go. That is the destiny of the weak people, after all. After their talk, he finds out that the ancient dragon has been active for the past 5 years. As his master said, there's a place where an ancient dragon has fallen, and this might be that place. First, he can't confirm anything without witnessing it, so he needs to stock up on power first. The cave fiend already warned that he wouldn't be able to do anything with his current strength. He spends the night meditating in the middle of his formation until the sun rises. After reaching the 11th stage of heavenly rebirth, he starts to feel the gates of spirit energy. He feels that it's raining in the gates of heaven. The barrier inside him exudes a huge and strong feeling. His masters told him that to break through this, he'll need to use his spiritual energy and his character. His cultivation is interrupted with the arrival of someone. The heavy steps emanate power. It's a man wearing extravagant silk. The ladies on the altar notice his presence and prepare themselves. They kneel down to greet their dragon god. He evaluates the excellent sacrifices this time around. But he also notices that there's an alchemist observing him from afar. Sowell feels the threat of someone strong looking at him directly. The man below can detect his shadow concealment from afar. He picks up the boar as he knows that this place just became extremely dangerous. He wants to retreat on his flying sword after finding out that he's out of his depth. But a silhouette of a hulking beast interrupts his route. That beast transforms back to the smug man with red hair and extravagant clothes. Oh shoot, I thought this guy was a fraud. Sowell immediately takes out multiple Shadow Orchid Essence vials from his pouch. This lowly thing throws the vials at him, but the man realizes that something is amiss. The vials emit a remarkably foul smell for him. This only serves as fuel to his anger. Behind the man is a figure of his true form, a draconic monstrosity. Soul tries his best to escape the dragon's wrath. It transforms to its real fearsome form, chasing after his flying sword. It unleashes a massive electric attack, but the Jade Ravine board jumps in to rescue. The little guide takes the full brunt of the attack to save Soul from harm. And so, our tiny piglet passes in his master's arms. But the ancient dragon isn't done terrorizing Soul yet. He demands for the human alchemist to fall. And Soul is hit with a powerful concentration of energy. It falls from the skies, but the dragon's descending speed is even faster. It touches the ground first after changing back into human form. The man cleans himself up from the awful smell of the shadow orchid essence. As for the falling Soul, he has another plan for him. The man lifts him midair with magic and takes out the remaining vial of the essence from his pouch. This dragon is fascinated by this invention. He also finds the unconscious Soul quite interesting. Dragon Master incoming. Inside the dragon's cavern lies an ornate palace guarded by female soldiers. The ancient dragon is engaged in a discussion about Soul's shadow orchid essence witchcraft with another man who shares a similar hair color. For that very reason, he has brought Soul captive into his palace. After losing consciousness, Soul has just awakened in this unfamiliar place. Now that he's finally awake, the ancient dragon praised him for creating something quite enjoyable. He recognizes his position and dismisses his vials as merely a trivial skill. The dragon reassures him that he will not be killed. He suggests that if he wanted him dead, he'd already be so. If they desire the extraction method, he will gladly provide it. However, the dragon believes that this human possesses more skills up his sleeves, so he inquires about poisons. The human confirms that he's capable of crafting dun pills from sacred herbs and poisons from poisonous herbs. With that information, the dragon plans to put his skills to the test. Nevertheless, if he's merely boasting, he'll be swiftly killed. Soul bows down and expresses his understanding. The palace guest asks his dragon brother Gio why he would entrust something so crucial to a mere human. It's the lesser devil poison. Gio could have crafted it himself, but he has an even more important dun pill to create. He intends to use his late uncle Jiao Yun's Naiden to make this pill. This revelation shocks the palace guest, who assumes that this dragon killed his own uncle. However, Jiao Yun passed away 50 years ago, and he wasn't even a match for his uncle. From their conversation, Soul learns that this specific dragon died 50 years ago at the hands of an unknown assailant, causing a feud within the family. He recalls his master's tales of the mysterious alchemist who slew an ancient dragon in the past. This ancient dragon was challenged by someone named Otshuk to a life-and-death battle, with his uncle's inheritance at stake. It seems people are in for shocking news today. In truth, this is why he summoned the palace guest. The sacred herbs he needs would necessitate a portion of the guest's bitter plant as a supplement. Yet, if this man gives it to Joe, it would likely wither after its life force is drained. Yo assures him that this sacrifice would undoubtedly lead to victory. And in return, if Gio wins, this man can acquire the powerful Ochuk's Naiden. If this is his reward, he's willing to exchange his bitter plant. Soul realizes that when this confrontation occurs, he will have his opportunity. He must focus on surviving for now. With all details settled, Gio retrieves something. He tosses it to this human captive to ingest. It's a prohibition pill, a poison that would gradually affect him in various ways, ultimately leading to death unless the antidote is administered. Over the course of a few days, his body and health would deteriorate slowly. Thus, running away isn't a viable option. Gale also hands Soul the document for creating the lesser devil poison to study. He instructs the guard to escort Soul to the medicine room to begin immediately. Based on the symptoms described, he's convinced he was administered the treacherous fifth poison. While crafting the lesser devil poison, he must secretly concoct the antidote. Beyond the cavern palace lies the less opulent medicine room. One of the lady guards escorts the bound Soul into the facility. He inquires whether she's also from the Riverside village. His continuous questions prompt the woman to silence him. She believes there's no need for conversation since he's destined to die soon. He recognizes that even if he complies with the ancient dragon's wishes, he won't be allowed to leave. They aren't naive, they understand the situation. The guard's face contorts with sadness as she hears Soul's resignation. They journey further into the medicine room. Finally, they arrive at Soul's workplace. In front of him stand shelves upon shelves of precious medicinal herbs and poisons to work with. It's an astonishing sight. With such resources, he can undoubtedly create the lesser devil poison while secretly formulating the antidote. The guard will now observe his every move. After his restraints are removed, the guard ensures he comprehends the situation. He reassures her that he won't do anything foolish. A myriad of valuable ingredients is within his grasp. According to the documents, he needs approximately 2 months, and it's been a month and a half. The dragon should soon check his progress, and as he anticipated, he's notified that the palace's master is seeking him. In the main hall, the ancient dragon demands a report. Sowol reveals he completed the poison the previous night, which surprises everyone. Even if he followed the document meticulously, it shouldn't have been this swift, but he attributes it to his talent with dun pills and poisons. He devised his own new method to create the poison. The amused dragon intends to test Sowol's talents. However, he never expected the dragon to take the toxic substance and ruthlessly hurl it to someone to test his talents. The lesser devil poison flew past Sowol and struck someone behind him. It landed directly on one of the guards of the Dragon Palace. Instantly, it caused her to writhe in uncontrollable pain as the dark energy engulfed her. Though she's still breathing, she's paralyzed, confirming the efficacy of the poison. Although this poison isn't lethal, it's still intricate to synthesize. Stepping on the head of the paralyzed guard, Geo, the ancient dragon, is content with Sowol's results. He's so pleased that he inquires about a suitable reward for Sowol. Sowol bows his head and humbly declines the rewards presented by the dragon. Geo nonchalantly ends the guard's life with a stomp, growing bored with Sowol's response. Bro is a straight-up psychopath. Shivering on his knees, Sowol requests the return of his pouch of abundance to aid his process. If this would enhance his efficiency in synthesis, the dragon has no issue providing it. Once he completes his dun pills, Geo intends to spend the following year absorbing them. He asks about the name of the girl currently attending to him, who is Dun Wol Yang. Her task is to observe and learn proper poison preparation from Sowol. In Sowol's mind, relief washes over him at the prospect of a year's respite. He acknowledges that after that window closes, he won't have any opportunity to escape, therefore, he must find a solution swiftly. He is then escorted back to the medicine room. It appears none of his belongings in the pouch of abundance have been touched, as they are all irrelevant to an ancient dragon. Frustration consumes him due to his powerlessness to alter his situation. Even Wol Yang can perceive his current distress. With respect, she addresses him, deducing correctly that he's contemplating a final escape from this place. The former guard who looked after him was a friend of Wol Yang's. She was informed of his thefts and covert concoctions. He explains that he's merely trying to resist the fate others are imposing upon him. Once the methods of dun extraction are passed down to Wol Yang, he'll become dispensable to the dragon. Nonetheless, even if he manages to flee, he'll succumb within half a month without an antidote. He discloses that he's been stealing ingredients to make a breakthrough while preparing medicines. Furthermore, he has already crafted an antidote for the ancient dragon's poison. Wol Yang is surprised by the revelation of the pre-made antidote. Beyond the Dragon Palace are the guards and attendants of Geo. They are welcoming a higher-ranking guard's arrival, who seems to be heading for the medicine room. Someone greets her with a voice identical to her own. It is none other than Sowol using an illusion. Imagine the possibilities of this ability. He finds mimicking the lady quite awkward. Slowly, his illusion fades, revealing his true form. He was compelled to take her form to come here without detection. He confirms that he has prepared the antidote, knowing that Jo Woon would never let him live. Yet, he wonders why the guards haven't reported his theft to the dragon. She has her reasons. Lady Yu explains that the powerful magic trap called the Dragon Line Windstorm guards the cave entrance. Sowol questions why she's sharing this information with him. Her reasons aren't important, she simply wants him to concentrate on escaping. Grasping her intention, he continues to inquire about passing through the magic trap. The key lies with the 8 alchemist maids who know the direct path. All have undergone the law of spirit energy, while the odds of persuading them to assist him are low. With an antidote in hand, the situation changes. Lady Yeo will arrange a meeting with one of the alchemists. She insists he doesn't need to thank her, but if he succeeds in escaping, she hopes he will aid Wol Yang's escape as well. The meeting with the alchemist materializes quickly. Present are Wol Yang, Lady Yeo, and a powerful alchemist from the Dragon Palace. Lady Yeo introduces him to the senior alchemist maid. This is Im Sok-shang, one of the ladies-in-waiting, who's interested in detoxifying Gyo's sadistic poison. He identifies it as the treacherous 5th poison and is fortunate to possess the antidote. However, she's not ready to trust him fully. Doing so would put their lives at risk. Sowol assures her that his knowledge is sufficient to improve poison recipes, and he's adept with antidotes. While he indeed finished the Lesser Devil poison earlier than expected, it doesn't guarantee the antidote's efficacy. In response, Sowol has one question. He inquires whether Jo Woon has a 100% chance of winning against Ok-shuk. If Jo Woon loses, everyone will be unable to detoxify the poisons in their bodies. Im So-chang finds his sentiment amusing and laughs. acknowledging that their lives hang in the balance and she's being too blunt. Understanding the situation fully, she agrees to listen to his request if it doesn't involve getting him out of the cave. If they do that, she knows the ancient dragon will unleash his fury on the ladies in waiting. What he truly seeks is the opposite of that request. As he won't escape alive, he proposes that they end his life first. He's just like me. For real. The Dragon Palace is presently sealed shut, with guards stationed around the clock. Suddenly, signs of destruction emerge from within. A devastating energy erupts outward, sending guards flying from the shockwave. This man must be the worst boss to work for. Jio Woon emerges from his year-long cultivation with newfound powers. He's confident that this breakthrough will enable him to defeat Ochuk. He inquires of the lady-in-waiting if anything happened while he was focused on practicing his breathing technique. She reveals that Soul has died and apologizes for her oversight. Jio Woon reassures the dragon that Wo Liang has advanced her skills to the point where Soul tried to escape, fearing he'd become useless. He lost his life to the dragon line windstorm. However, he managed to complete 10 pots of lesser evil poison, and Wo Liang can now take over the operation. Jio Woon continues to ask when Soul passed away. She tells him that the corpse was found yesterday, since he planned to kill Soul anyway. He instructs her to feed the corpse to the fiends outside. She follows the orders and leaves. Outside the cave, a cloth-covered body is encircled by wild fiends. A wolf approaches, ready to feast, but the body unexpectedly stirs. Soul awakens, finding himself outside the dragon's territory. Thanks to his stealth technique, he's escaped from that hellish cavern. Following the full moon, Jio Woon and Ochuk are set to engage in a deadly duel. Soul must locate Ochuk's cave as soon as possible. Before long, he discovers a volcano with searing lava. Observing from above, he descends to investigate further. This location matches the one Senior Im mentioned. It must be Gyo Yun's residence. This also means the entrance must be guarded by the Dragon Line windstorm. He knows how to navigate it, he just needs to be decisive. Upon stepping inside the magic trap, it activates at full force. Fiery energy surges from the ground, conjuring blazing tornadoes. Soul realizes the challenge's severity. Countless deadly whirlpools churn at the entrance. It's stronger than anticipated. He must pass through 7 specific gates amid the tornadoes. He must navigate the Dragon Line windstorm to succeed. He dashes through narrow gaps, fully concentrated. He reaches halfway in no time, getting closer to his goal. Meanwhile, the magic trap continues blazing from a distance. Nevertheless, Soul successfully crosses the line, safely on the other side. While he managed to enter, exiting poses a similar challenge. He calculates that Jio Woon has a 90% chance of winning the upcoming duel. Before events unfold, he must locate the teleportation circle. He searches diligently, leaving no stone unturned. He even climbs to a higher vantage point to no avail. 2 days pass, and he remains frustrated. Not going to lie, I would have given up in the first 10 minutes. He begins to suspect that the alchemist his first master met might have lied. His life was at risk to reach this point, yet there's no sign of a teleportation portal. In weariness, he tosses a rock. It lands on the scorching lava, revealing an odd reaction. Soul takes note of this strange behavior. He has another idea. Given the heat, the pool should be filled with molten lava. To test his theory, he attaches a bamboo dharma tool to a rope. He cautiously lowers the tool into the lava. He confirms that it doesn't behave like lava at all. It feels like being submerged in a lake. He continues to lower it without hitting the bottom. Instead of melting the tool, the lava does nothing. It's just a regular water-filled lake. He's determined to explore this possibility. Despite the terrifying prospect, he dips his hand into the pool. The dunk of both of his arms confirms his suspicion. That's low-key an amazing illusion. I'd love to have a fake lava swimming pool. As expected, the hot lava is just a normal lake. He must uncover what this illusion conceals. He dives into the depths of the illusory lava. He witnesses the meticulous measures taken to conceal this place. As anticipated, his Ultima Obscura device at the bottom. Swiftly, he swims down to the riverbed. Approaching the device lifts his spirits. His master was right, the teleportation portal is indeed here. He recalls that he'll need spirit stones depending on the distance. Presently, he has 30 middle-class and 80 low-class spirit stones. It's wiser to have too many than too few. This is what's needed to escape the dangerous beast-filled forest. He places every spirit stone in the middle of the device. The portal instantly absorbs every middle-class spirit stone. It devours them at incredible speed. In hopes of activating it, he supplements the portal with his own energy. Even this energy gets drained swiftly. The device lights up, but takes too long. Soul runs out of breath and spiritual energy. Finally, he succumbs to the environment. He closes his eyes, losing control of his body. He collapses on top of the teleportation portal. Soul stops breathing, while the portal continues emitting a blinding light. Unexpectedly, his necklace, a ring, begins to react. Unconscious, Soul remains unaware of the mysterious energy emanating from the ring. The ring's reaction intensifies the portal's light. The light grows to envelop Soul's entire body. Oh dang, mysterious baby ring coming in clutch. We have arrived in the Jianyang Nation, specifically in the Li District. Soul lies unconscious in an unknown location. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling pain coursing through his body. He noticed a blanket draped over him and recalled his last memory atop the portal. There was another alarming discovery. His internal gates of heaven had closed, causing his spiritual energy and latent powers to regress to the 5th stage of dun extraction. Did they just nerf our boy as payment for teleportation? The first master had already informed him about this phenomenon. While his experience would remain intact, he would return soon without any issues. However, there was another problem. He couldn't remember his current whereabouts. A Kaiman-looking man greeted him with joy now that he was finally awake. Unfortunately, he couldn't comprehend a single word coming from the man's mouth. Similarly, the man couldn't understand him either, leading to the conclusion that Soul might be from another country. Both of them struggled to determine the language the other was speaking. It became evident that Soul had been teleported to a different country, prompting the man to rush out to find a translator. Soul felt relieved to be free from the clutches of the forest of beasts. 5 months later, he was still residing in the home of the kind man. He had been informed that they would be leaving for something important soon. The kind man was amazed by how quickly Soul had become fluent in the language of the Jianyang Nation in just 3 months. Soul was unprepared for the large size of the party that was leaving the city. They were accompanying a young woman named Ju Garyong to Mount Wenshu's open market in hopes of finding a cure for the master of the Li District. Soul asked why they wouldn't simply search for medicine in a nearby market. This was because immortals were apparently the ones who opened the Mount Wenshu market. The mention of immortals caught Soul's attention. The caravan departed with guards and attendants. The young woman and her entourage would need 2 more days of travel to reach their destination. They had come too far to return empty-handed. The young woman's father's condition was deteriorating daily. She inquired about the goods at one of the stalls. Despite her usual indifference, she was taking a personal interest this time. The low-level immortal merchant deduced correctly that this party consisted of ordinary people who hadn't embarked on the path of transcendence. She asked if this would be an issue. Since the day had been dull for the merchant, he was willing to answer their questions. He explained that the market operated on a principle of equal exchange and asked what they were seeking. Excitedly, she requested her to help her father's weakening energy. The merchant recommended a bitter root ginseng, known for its efficacy in nourishing the soul. Moreover, its effects would be even more potent for ordinary people. Seeing the sincerity of the young lady, the merchant agreed to sell this herb for just a single low-level spirit stone. However, the young woman was unfamiliar with the concept of a spirit stone. She called on Jangbo to bring out their chests, which contained gold bars, jewels, and other treasures. The merchant, though, insisted on spirit stones, emphasizing that it was the currency needed for this market. Without the correct currency, they might not be able to make any purchases. Can I get those gold bars instead? It's useless for immortals after all. As they lacked spirit stones, Jangbo comforted the young woman as they left the marketplace, their mood somber. Despite their efforts over the past few days, they had been unable to obtain anything. The young woman had tirelessly searched the market for 4 days, but her efforts yielded no results. However, thanks to the expedition, Soul managed to acquire some dharma tools and sacred herbs. He was contemplating how to repay this kindness. With their leader's health declining, Soul was worried that something dire might occur. Nevertheless, he held a strong belief that the Elder Master would recover. The night fell, and it became apparent that their carriages were being targeted by assailants. These villains had been tailing them since they left the marketplace. They waited for the moment when they thought there were no alchemists around. With a sudden burst of flames, the ground beneath the guards erupted in fire. They realized they were under attack by a bizarre fire in all angles. These 2 scoundrels were now hovering in the air, and the guards identified them as immortals. The scoundrels laughed arrogantly, confident that they had trapped the humans. They even threatened to kill everyone in the group. These guys couldn't have picked a worse target than this party. The soldiers were in an even more alarmed state than they already were. That's when the young miss herself exited the carriage to speak with the immortals. She introduced herself as the daughter of the head of Jew estate, county magistrate of Lee District, and stated that she would peacefully surrender their treasures. The scoundrels could see how clever and beautiful she was. She did not miss the opportunity to inquire if the villains above had the cure for her father. However, her pleas were met only with boisterous laughter. One of them told the young miss that they had no intention of dealing with anything troublesome. While they initially planned to kill everyone, the man now desired to take Miss Jew as his concubine. Feeling helpless against the words of the alleged mortals, she saw the man raise his flaming blade with the intent of burning everything except the treasures and the young miss. A massive fireball descended upon the soldiers like a blazing meteor. However, its descent was abruptly halted by none other than Soul and his blade. This development was beyond the pair's expectations. They found themselves face to face with the cold stare of Soul, stumbling like an idiot, unsure of what to do. The arrogant man was swiftly divided into 3 parts by 3 razor-sharp cuts. I'm pretty sure that middle cut has slashed something else. Ouch. His partner in crime hadn't even had the chance to react, let alone respond. In the criminal's mind, Soul was an alchemist far superior to him. Descending from the air, he humbly kneeled on the ground. He pleaded with Soul to spare his life this time and vowed never to appear before him again. However, met with a cold stare, he was informed that Soul couldn't grant that request. He had learned not to leave any troubles for the future. Jangbo and the young miss stared at him, unable to believe what he was capable of. A few days later, they returned to the Lee District, welcomed by a feast. The food was excellent, just like the performances. Soul thanked the young miss for her hospitality and kindness throughout the months. In return, she expressed her gratitude for saving her and her people. This small community had welcomed him and cared for him as a complete stranger. Thus, he wanted to assist with any requests within his capabilities. Naturally, this lifted the young miss's spirits, and she had one wish in mind. She promptly took Soul to her father's sick room. His breathing was unstable, and he was in pain even while asleep. The local doctors couldn't identify his illness. Soul reached for the man's wrist to assess the situation. Before him lay a complete and detailed understanding of the leader's constitution. He quickly discerned what was afflicting the man. Inside the man's stomach, he found a venomous insect. Though it was of the lowest level, it's still a parasitic fiend. Did bro swallow a bug or something? The young miss was eager to hear his findings, and removing this latent poison was a simple task. The only concern for Soul was that this matter might be connected to another alchemist. He infused the man's body with his spiritual energy and crushed the parasite. Worried that Soul might be overexerting himself, the young miss urged him to rest, but the treatment was already completed. She was taken aback, as she had only seen him hold his hand out briefly. He assured the young lady that her father would awaken within the week. He explained the latent poison of the pinworm and how it had depleted her father's energy and nutrients. Currently, they needed to provide him with nutrient-rich food to restore his stamina. Hearing all this brought tears to the young lady's eyes. She knelt and pledged her eternal gratitude. He dismissed it, saying any alchemist would have done the same. However, the young miss's experiences with alchemists had been poor so far, while Soul had saved her and her father. Soul believed staying here for a while to gather information and regain his power wasn't a bad idea. He finally accepted her offer to repay her debt to him. After all that had occurred, Jangbo had returned to his daily tasks. It had been a year since Soul had last emerged from his locked room. The young miss and the Lord had been incessantly questioning this poor man about why their savior hadn't emerged yet. But then, a familiar voice with a charming quip could be heard behind them. Soul had finally emerged from his year-long seclusion. Jangbo informed him how tough it had been dealing with the young miss and the Lord's nagging. He was also obligated to attend the New Year's celebration. Since he didn't have a train for a while, it was a good time to join the festivities. The Jew family's New Year festival was a grand affair, especially this year, as it celebrated the Lord's recovery. A grand banquet awaited, filled with captivating sights and experiences. Soul couldn't afford to miss it. At night, the sky was illuminated with resplendent fireworks. Lee District's New Year celebration lived up to its reputation. Every citizen was in a festive mood. The young miss, the Lord, and Soul were seated in the best seats in the city. However, Soul noticed someone with ulterior motives approaching. Judging by the aura, it seemed this person was in the early stages of heavenly birth. He was certain this person wasn't here merely to watch the fireworks. Soul wondered why an alchemist would sneak into the mansion. The pyrotechnics continued to paint the night sky. The Lord intended to personally thank Soul for saving his life, but when he turned his head, Soul had already disappeared. Is he giving hands and sword slashes for New Year's? Before the Lord could even look for Soul, he was already interrupted by an official alongside the alchemist. They had prepared wild ginseng for the health of the wise leader. Seeing this man, the manor head, he invited them inside to talk. He thanked the manor head for their concern, and the man introduced a disciple who excels in medicine. Trusting the man, he let the alchemist check his pulse. That's when it occurred to the alchemist that the leader had been fully healed. He composed himself and happily reported that the Lord was as healthy as he could be. The alchemist then excused himself to continue watching fireworks outdoors. Meanwhile, Soul hid himself from a distance, trying to get a feel for the intentions of the alchemist. His suspicions were strong with this one. The celebration of the new year seemed like it wasn't going to end as the fireworks continued to explode one after another. The Lord also excused himself to avoid overexertion, so he entrusted everything to his daughter for the night. He lay down, putting his past illness behind him, but that's when he suddenly felt something wrong inside his room. He immediately tried to reach his ornate blade. He swung the sword towards the intruder, but the man just disrespectfully beckoned him to be quiet. He finally saw the face of the supposed medical disciple. With a blazing fire in his hand, he threatened to burn and kill everyone in this place right now. Hearing this led the Lord to drop his sword. The alchemist was surprised that the Lord referred to him correctly as an alchemist, a sign that there might be another one around. The Lord admitted that he's crossed paths with one. If that alchemist managed to get rid of the latent insect inside him, then that's a sign of great skill. The Lord threatened him that this ally is still in residence and won't stay still if he's harmed. But this alchemist doesn't care if the Lord is under someone else's protection, he'll just kill him without a trace. That's when Soul's voice escaped out of the void as he ripped through it with his sword. The weapon in the alchemist's hands was flung away with a sword strike. That same sword was then pointed at the man's throat in the blink of an eye. Soul finally decided to intervene in this encounter. The alchemist confirmed that Soul is the man Lord Ju is talking about. Soul apologized to the Lord for barging into his room in hopes of intercepting a suspicious person. He threatened the man to answer his questions without a fuss. He wants to know why the man wants to kill Lord Ju. The man revealed that his master is the forefather of Wang Guan, the governor of Namyanggun, a renowned alchemist. This master decided to reconnect with his worldly relations. Soul wanted to know more about this master. Wang Guan wants to kill Zhu Jiangwen to take the magistrate position. The man thinks it's silly and trivial, but it's his master's orders. Soul pressed the man for the name of this master. But the man wanted him to reveal his name and sect first. He introduced himself as Wu Soul, independent. And this man is Dun Zhubiang from the Iron Protector sect, and his master elder is Wang Tail. Zhubiang assumed that he knows what that sect means, so he told him to put his sword down. But before putting the blade down, he needs a guarantee that Lord Ju won't be harmed. Zhubiang found it unreasonable that he's doing all these because of a mortal. He wanted to find a compromise to help Wang Guang without harming a lord. The man finally relented that there's no need to bump heads just because of a single mortal. This caused Soul to put down his blade. This caused Zhubiang to pull out a talisman while insulting him for being naive. The talisman transformed into a torpedo launching towards the Lord. But the multi-attack was intercepted by his transforming shield. Zhubiang was caught off guard by such a fast reaction and defense. He finally concluded that this alchemist is not someone to be trusted. He might have blocked the torpedo, but this only sparked greed for his shield. Soul found it unfortunate that they are at a point of no return right now. Zhubiang took this as arrogance and launched his fire and ice spells forward. All these measly projectiles were effectively blocked by his shield while he readied the Genesis sword to strike. But that's not all, even his entreaty sword has sprung into action. Two swords, one from the back and one from the front, are now locked onto Zhubiang. This is one of the techniques in the destruction sword arts. Yin and Yang junction at the 4th second. Both swords charged, leaving no way out. Zhubiang is put in a serious predicament between the blades. In response, he started to unhook the pouch of abundance tied to his waist. Coming from the pouch, a massive bear named Jiuk Gyuwon materialized to block the blades. That's a literal pocket monster Pokemon. This is a fiend that can be suppressed into a pouch. He wanted to create it before, but he didn't have the materials. Perhaps now would be the time. The swords easily went through the massive body of the bear. It fell to the floor, much to Zhubiang's surprise. The man panicked and shivered in terror of what's to come as he fumbled for another talisman. Soul criticized the man's lack of experience relative to his level while sneaking past him. This fool is starting to grasp at straws, screaming at Soul. This prompted him to finally finish the job with a masterful killing move. While the corpses of the enemies lie on the floor, he asked Lord Ju if he's alright. He instructed the Lord to get a trusted servant to clean this scene up to avoid an uproar over the death of an alchemist. Since this guy isn't related to the manor, they can take care of him moderately. Lord Ju will make sure that he follows these instructions to the letter. And one more thing, he wanted to relay his greetings to the young Miss Ju as he's about to head out somewhere. He finally bade his farewell to the residents. We're now in Chaksan district at Wenshu Mountain. A familiar figure can be seen enjoying a drink in an establishment. It's Soul observing the alchemists of Wenshu Mountain leisurely when someone approached him. The siblings introduced themselves as Su Wai and Su Jijin. It took a second, but Soul finally recognized the two. A year prior, at Mount Wenshu Marketplace, Soul quietly observed the hard work and rejections of the young miss. He decided to sell unneeded Dharma tools to accumulate spirit stones and purchase materials for the Genesis sword. He used his advancement technique to become invisible to mortals. People started to gather at his spot to purchase his Dharma tools. The attention of the siblings was also drawn, and Su Wai inspected the tools. He even offered to pay generously. Returning to the present, they met again not far from the market. Since they were satisfied with his previous products, they wanted to know if he was selling again, and he confirmed that he was. The siblings wanted to see what he was about to offer first. As they had a previous connection, Soul had no problems showing them the tools. He revealed a bamboo flute called the Floral Flute. His Dharma tool possessed considerable strength. However, before Su Wai could reach for it, his sister had already grabbed it. She teased her brother for being tone deaf and thus unable to use this Dharma tool. It turned out that the flute could summon fiends. She intended to summon one of her tamed beasts and assured Soul that it wouldn't cause harm. Curious to see it in action, he gave his permission. A large black cat emerged from Su Gijin's pouch. Despite its size, the massive predator seemed gentle in nature. It gazed directly at Soul. This creature was a middle-class fiend known as the Black Snow Tiger. Su Jijin began to play a tune on the floral flute. The melodious music resonated in the cat's ears. It slowly approached the table and peacefully rested its head upon it. She's probably playing Mask Off by Future, with the floral flute's power to tame fiends and the lady's musical skills. This tool demonstrated great potency. She inquired if he was sure about selling this remarkable Dharma tool. They generously offered 7 middle-class spirit stones to buy it immediately. Finding the offer reasonable, Soul agreed promptly. He also seized the opportunity to learn more about the sects in the nation. Su Wai explained that the nation held a balance between 3 orthodox and 3 unorthodox sects. The just sects were the Immortal, Mount Ju, and Awakened sect, while the malevolent sects were the Dauntless Association, Mendacity, and Iron Protector sect. Soul had heard of the Iron Protector sect and its elder, Wangtail, who seemed to have reached the law of spirit energy as an immortal. Wangtail used to kill and steal pouches as well. Realizing that his actions might have placed the Ju family in the sights of this malevolent man, he understood the need to grow stronger. Given that the siblings were from the Chaksan district, they did not get along well with the Iron Protectors. As he was currently just a wandering alchemist, they had no reason to worry. They appreciated his honesty and extended another offer to him. Intrigued, Soul wanted to know more about this offer. The two revealed that they were attempting to capture a fiend and sought his assistance. A high-level fiend known as the Fragrance Tracer feline inhabited the mountains. Due to its keen sense of smell, it was incredibly elusive, but they had a plan. This was the first time he had heard of this type of fiend. The siblings already had a plan in place, and Soul's involvement was crucial. His role was to provoke the fiend aggressively to catch its attention. Finally, they arrived at the hunting site. It was highly likely that the tracer was perched atop a large tree. Su Wai initiated the plan with his flag formation. Each flag landed perfectly in its designated spot. Now armed with a magical trap, they needed one more element. His sister produced the finest herb they had, intending to use it as bait for the fiend. You can't fool me. That's a one-piece devil fruit. Even if the tracer detected them, it wouldn't be able to resist the allure of this herb. Soul was the first to sense the fiend's presence. It emerged from deep within the woods and landed atop the trees with astonishing speed. It crashed down with tremendous force. Su Jijin swiftly readied her talismans. A single paper talisman floated in the air, intercepting the fiend's powerful descent. The flags of the formation activated simultaneously, imbuing the energy of the trap. An almost invisible net formed, enveloping the woods. The fiend took notice of the situation but was moving too quickly. It landed within the net created by the formation. The furious feline found itself ensnared in a potent trap designed for its capture. Armed with their respective Dharma tools, the next step was to subdue the beast. However, the Fragrance Tracer refused to yield without a fight. It let out an angry snarl as they charged. Sujijin assumed a long-range position, surrounding the beast with her talismans. Once she had completely engulfed the feline in her power, she triggered a massive explosion. Soul was beginning to think that these two might not even need his help at this point. However, the beast emerged unscathed from the explosion. That powerful blast only fueled its anger further. The bloodthirsty fiend was about to retaliate. The fragrance tracer brandished its claw with its own energy, a cross swipe that would eviscerate everything in its path. It was locked onto their party. This strike alone could end their attempt at any moment. They had already used many talismans. The feline was just too strong. However, they had anticipated this level of resistance. The beast was starting to break out of the magical trap's barrier. When it freed its snout, it immediately began stockpiling raw energy to launch an attack. The charged energy was reaching its peak. It was time for Soul to finally intervene. The magic trap had finally been completely shattered by the fiend's destructive beam. Fortunately, Soul was there to absorb the shot with his trusty shield. The siblings were correct in their decision to recruit Soul against such a formidable creature. Behind the shield, he also activated the effects of the delicate jade staff. Small explosions rained down in the air, disorienting the fiend. Su-Wai seized this opportunity to strike and contain it with his Dharma tool. Su-Gijin also manipulated her tools to contribute. Her whip and his bandage effectively caught the fiend by surprise. Their Dharma tools successfully managed to constrict the fiend's movements. Looking up in defeat and anger at its captors, the fiend met Su-Gijin's final move as she absorbed the fragrance tracer into her pouch of abundance. They had successfully captured the fiend they had been hunting. She thanked Soul and left with utmost urgency. The beast might be hard to catch, but it's even harder to tame, so she needed to be fast. He asked why taming the feline was time-sensitive. It turns out that fragrance tracer felines tended to eliminate themselves within a few days of capture. Fortunately, they now had the floral flute to drastically increase their chances. Su-Wai handed Soul his compensation for the hunt. This man also needed to follow his sister right away to give her a hand. Soul was invited to come and visit the siblings in their manor as soon as possible. This lively guy still had something he wanted to discuss with Soul, but that would be for another day. He picked up the precious herb they had used to lure the feline near them. Having come this far, he might as well search for some sacred herbs too. However, his optimism was extinguished after 2 days of finding nothing. He was getting jealous of the siblings for taming a fragrance tracer feline to help with their hunts. While resting, he spotted an odd-looking cavern in the distance. There was a clear, large space beyond the narrow entrance, and fog was flowing into that place. He crawled through the narrow confines of the cave with a torch in hand. An adorable meow could be heard not too deep into the cavity. It was a feisty offspring of the fragrance tracer feline. It immediately reminded him of his jade ravine boar that had died in vain at the hands of a dragon. It was such a strong-willed little creature, but it would surely give in to the allure of the precious winter coconut. At first, the kitten was hesitant to approach him, so he rolled the winter coconut toward the kitten for it to feast on. The little one had a hard time trying to figure out how to eat it. Solo watched in amusement as the kitten failed to break open the coconut shell. He had to step in to open it up so it could be eaten. The adorable kitty wagged its tail in enjoyment of the precious herb. It even let him touch and pet its tiny body. At the same time, he infused a similar attribute throughout its body, just as the second master had taught him. The kitty realized what was happening and jumped away. This kitten might not be an ordinary one, he might have to use another method. He rubbed his body with the fiend's excrement to lower its guard first. He was determined to see who would win in their psychological battle. He looked at the baby tenderly, and it looked at him with soft eyes after finishing the winter coconut. 8 days later, Soul was out and about with his flying sword again. For now, he would respect the kitten's decision not to enter his pouch. However, this baby would have to get into it later. Back in the Ju family mansion in the Li district, the young miss could be seen reading her literature outdoors. Suddenly, she heard an unfamiliar meow not far from her. It was none other than her master Woon with a new pet in tow. She updated him about the situation with the deceased alchemist, but it seemed like it would be fine for a while. She had been worried since he hadn't been around. A few things had caught him in the moment, so his return was a little late. But she was just grateful that he had returned, so she personally fetched him clothes to change into. Inside the mansion, he was trying to feed his new kitten with herbs. However, anything of low quality they offered to the fiend was coldly rejected. Taming this beast was even harder compared to making dun pills. Not only did it reject his food offerings, but it also attacked him with its sharp fur from time to time. This brat was not easy to deal with at all. Even after utilizing sacred herbs from the market, he had only managed to reach the 6th stage of heavenly birth. Low-level sacred herbs just weren't going to cut it anymore. This kitten was just too curious and hyper all around. With its mischievousness, he decided to name the kitty Wan Wan. Wan means to play in Mandarin. Now that they needed high-quality ingredients, it was about time they visited the famous Chaksan district. Soul arrived at a heavily guarded location via his flying sword. He landed in front of the entrance gate, much to the guard's surprise. He respectfully stated his name and asked for the young master of the house, Sui. It didn't take long for the young man to run up to him excitedly. He inquired about what had happened to the fragrance tracer feline they had collaborated to catch. Seeing signs of awkward defeat on the young man's face, he asked again. They were already aware that the consequence of failing to tame it would be its death, and that's exactly what occurred. Lady Su must be heartbroken, but they had more urgent matters to discuss. Since Wan Wan's mother had passed away, Soul deemed it prudent not to reveal Wan Wan's existence. As they made their way inside the household, they continued their urgent discussion. Rather than having something to discuss, Sui had something to offer. This piqued Soul's attention ever so slightly. It seemed to concern something called a concentrated spirit land. It was a place where strong fiends roamed and rare sacred herbs grew. Among the 9 sites of concentrated spirit land in Yangzhou, the Chaksan family managed one of them called the Lone Spirit Land. It was being jointly managed by some influential families in the area. Currently, these families were recruiting skilled alchemists in preparation for its once-in-a-decade opening. They would require someone with formidable Dharma tools and superior skills compared to normal alchemists. From Sui's perspective, Soul fit this description, so he wanted to extend an invitation. They were now in the Paulownia prefecture of Yangzhou, in the clear postal county where the Lone Spirit Land was located. Powerful alchemists from all around the area had gathered outside the site's entrance. There were righteous alchemists, mischievous ones, a serious bunch, and various other factions. Soul already knew that the materials he was seeking would overlap with what these people were looking for. Now that everyone was gathered, a man appeared above the crowd. The man reiterated the rules and the 1-month deadline before the exit would be blocked. Anyone who remained inside after the deadline wouldn't be able to leave until the land was opened again. Furthermore, all sacred herbs and fiend corpses would be confiscated from that person. The competition inside would be tough, with 180 alchemists vying for resources. Upon entry, everyone would be scattered, and a powerful fiend would emerge from the center. Finally, the man unlocked the seal of the Lone Spirit Land. Alchemists sped inside on their respective Dharma motion tools. The race for sacred herbs and fiend corpses had begun. The entrance led him to a mountainous region. Soul confirmed that everyone had been scattered as he formulated a plan. His trump card for this venture would undoubtedly be the adorable Wan Wan. He instructed the kitten to memorize the fragrance of sacred herbs in exchange for winter coconuts. They continued flying until they arrived at marshland. Observing Wan Wan's reactions, it seemed a precious sacred herb was nearby. He landed on the damp ground and sensed a higher intensity of spirit energy. Back in the forest of beasts, he hadn't paid attention to herbs he didn't need, but now he could collect everything. He traversed the muddy waters in search of treasures. He needed sagebrush and sorghum for the later stages of heavenly birth. Swamps like this one should have them. However, as he walked, both he and Wan Wan felt a disturbance. A colony of fiend wasps was clearly in attack mode from a distance. An alchemist had the misfortune of encountering them right away. He opened a magical gourd, and a cascade of flame engulfed the wasps. Since this place was so rich in spiritual energy, fiends were harder to sense. Not far from the commotion, Soul also noticed something eye-catching. It was what he was looking for, a sagebrush. He contemplated whether to take advantage of the situation and go for the plant. In this land, sacred herbs were ownerless until someone held them after all. As he wrestled with his morals, another voice entered the scene. Soul and the man fighting the wasps turned their attention. A man swooped in to grab the sagebrush for himself, believing it was a matter of skill, but the man with the gourd only laughed at the fool. When the opportunist realized what was happening, it was too late. A massive fiend lurked beneath the muddy waters, using the sacred herb as bait. Bro fell for the oldest trick in the monster book. A bloody and gory mess sprayed across the waters. The opportunist managed to gain some distance with an awkward retreat, but one of his arms was now the fiend's meal. Soul identified this monstrosity as a high-level fiend, a swamp golem. It seemed it had been waiting for an alchemist to enter this area. It was a formidable beast in its natural habitat. The one-armed man could only shiver in fear. Frozen in place, the golem had a feast. The man fighting the wasps initially sensed that something was off, but he didn't anticipate a high-level fiend's appearance. He had come to investigate and retreated after realizing he was out of his depth. However, for Soul, it was a different story. This golem might be formidable, but he knew its weak points. With a confident smile, he was ready to take on this opponent. With everyone either retreating or dead, the fiend turned its attention to him. This golem literally looks like mud-covered Thanos. It traversed the muddy waters and charged at him recklessly. He stood with his dual swords, thinking this was worth a shot. He began the combat with the flawless execution of a dodge using flash steps. He knew that if the golem left the swamp, its speed would drastically decrease. Furthermore, its movements were extremely simple. He launched an offensive with the first maneuver of Destruction's sword arts. One sword flew from his hands at breakneck speeds with the activation of the Flying Swallow Energy Strike. It cleanly went through the fiend's mouth, severely wounding it. He easily eliminated a high-level fiend. That's a one-shot, one-kill. He took the sagebrush growing from the head of the golem's lifeless body. Taking the golem's leather would consume too much time, and he wanted to avoid staying in one place for too long. As soon as he harvested the sacred herb, Wan almost made a meal of it. He had to grab the rowdy kitten to calm it down and prevent it from eating his loot. It seemed that instead of helping him track herbs, Wan was just trying to eat everything. If that was the case, then it might be time for the kitty to go inside the defense pouch. Observing how this tiny cat behaved, he started to miss the kind and obedient Jade Ravine boar. Rest in peace, Piggy. 10 days have passed since the 180 alchemists had entered the concentrated spirit land. While cruising through the air, Soul spotted a winter coconut tree. He thought that Wan was probably hungry, so this came at the right time. During his time here, he had gathered a lot of sacred herbs. Perhaps it was time to gather some for Wan's power-up. However, that casual and joyful attitude was about to be interrupted by a sinister feeling. Just then, he felt someone's spiritual energy scanning him, an ability that only Law of Spirit Energy alchemists possessed. The only thing on his mind now was to immediately get out of there as fast as he could. He jumped onto his flying sword and pushed it to its limits, but someone behind him was chasing fast. The bearded alchemist ordered him to stop during his desperate escape. He turned around to see a familiar person who was already on top of him. He had seen this guy at the entrance. He was one of the Law of Spirit Energy alchemists on the roster. It was quite obvious that this bearded individual had no good intentions. He had to halt his escape and respectfully introduced himself as Woon Soul, a guest from the Chokson family, and asked if the man had any business with him. Since this was the man's first time seeing Soul here, he asked him if he was a wanderer without a sect. Soul asked the bearded alchemist if his being a wanderer posed a problem. The bearded man amusingly stated that it did pose a problem, even a significant one, because the 6 families kept bringing wanderers to this land. The harvest he had been diligently gathering for a decade was continually being depleted, and so he wondered what would happen if the number of wanderers decreased just a little bit. This had been the man's goal from the start. If that was the case, Soul would face him with full force, utilizing every Dharma tool in his arsenal to their full power. The bearded man was amused by Soul's ability to handle so many tools at once. However, at the end of the day, Soul was still just a heavenly birth alchemist. The bearded man could easily and casually release a simple energy strike that Soul would struggle to defend against. Yet even with his shoddy defense, Soul managed to hold on and even succeeded in sneaking a blade in for a counterattack. But even after that, the bearded man just laughed at his efforts. A thick translucent barrier surrounded the man, defending him from every angle. The bearded man praised Soul's skills for a heavenly birth newbie, but he explained that tricks wouldn't work against a spirit energy barrier. That was when Soul threw down a sneaky brown smoke bomb. However, even that explosive was ineffective against the barrier. He still didn't know the limits of this barrier's defensive capabilities, and his smoke screen was also going to dissipate soon. The bearded man insulted him for even considering using such shoddy smoke bombs. Soul was too strong for an alchemist of his level, and the bearded man knew that talented individuals like him held grudges deeply. He brought out a cane Dharma tool, as he could only rest easy if he killed Soul. The bearded alchemist swung the cane wildly in all directions, hoping to hit him. This was what Soul had been waiting for. With the barrier down, he could approach with his blade. He initiated the 6th maneuver of Destruction's sword arts as the blade lunged forward. The bearded man activated the barrier just in the nick of time, reiterating that any tricks would be useless. However, the concentration in Soul's eyes remained unwavering. He wasn't done yet. The blade began to emanate light and crack into pieces. It was the 10,000 explosion sword arts. The sharp shards of the sword continued their offense as if they had a life of their own. After they covered every angle of the barrier, a fiery explosion capped off the attack. It was a pity that he had to sacrifice the entreaty's sword, but this was his strongest attack as of now, and he needed to use this time to escape swiftly. The bearded alchemist was furious that he had been outplayed by a young wanderer. He would never forgive Soul and vowed to erase him without a trace. With unprecedented speed, the bearded man closed in on Soul with unbridled bloodlust. However, the king's swing to end it all was seemingly interrupted. Even Soul did not know what had happened as he slowly opened his eyes. It was a white-haired senior calling the bearded man a criminal for going around and harassing juniors. The bearded man went into panic mode as he recognized this man as Wango Duin. This senior shouldn't even be here, or more accurately, he shouldn't still be here. Seeing Senior Guango Duin taking things seriously this time, the bearded alchemist had no choice but to swiftly turn his flying sword around and retreat. Meanwhile, the senior remained nonchalant about the beard's creeping fear of his presence in this land. Additionally, Wango believed that he was right where he should be. If the beard's calculations were correct, this man had been trapped in the land for 40 years. Senior Guango thought it would be better for the beard to stop harassing the juniors and leave. If he didn't leave within 3 counts, they would engage in a game of catch, a game more suited to the senior's tastes. The deep, dark green aura that the senior emitted was too powerful. That aura high-key goes hard. 40 years ago, he had only been at the middle level of the law of spirit energy. The beard knew what was best and quickly departed. The senior could only sigh in disappointment as he had actually been seeking to fight. Soul realized that this person was extremely powerful. Even though the senior had helped him, Soul remained cautious. He thanked the man respectfully and promised to repay him in the future. However, the senior dismissed the matter, considering it insignificant. But the favor Soul had mentioned, the senior wanted him to repay it immediately. Sensing that something was amiss, Soul hesitantly inquired about the senior's intentions. To be precise, Wango didn't want anything from him, but he sought help from the fragrance-tracing feline inside Soul's shirt. He asked the senior how Wan had been spotted and about his end goal. Wango simply observed him moving around with cat fur on his chest. Feeling offended by being treated like a criminal when he was seeking assistance, the man expressed his frustration. He believed that Soul should help a fellow guest from the Chaksan district. Upon hearing this, Soul asked the senior if they both came as guests of the same family. The senior confirmed and introduced himself properly to Soul. Following the senior's instructions, they proceeded. Soul asked if he had stayed here to capture a giant shadow tortoise near the lone spirit land's core. Guango appreciated the strong spirit energy in this place, which made it ideal for gathering materials to aid his training. However, there was a rule of confiscation for those exceeding the 1-month limit. The senior exploited a loophole by crafting and consuming damn pills in here instead. With their rapid speed, they reached their destination soon. From this point onward, they entered the territory of the giant shadow tortoise. Wango wanted Wan to track down the fiend's scent with enthusiasm, beginning from the mountain's peak. Soul, knowing that giant shadow tortoises often nested in underground water veins, proposed starting there. This suggestion stopped the senior in his tracks. Wango had no idea that these tortoises remained underground. Thus, after all these years, he had not even seen their noses sticking out. As the old man grew agitated, Soul commanded Wan to begin the search. This led them to the edge of a cliff. The feline diligently focused on its task. Wan indicated that it had found something at the very edge of the cliff. The adorable Wan is the MVP once again. Soul believed they had discovered the tortoise hideout. Wango could never have guessed this spot due to poor visibility. Soul activated the wind of determination to clear the cloud and fog covering the area. The senior commended him for his talent as a massive hole gradually revealed itself. Wango attributed Soul's capability and humility to him possibly having great masters. Furthermore, the senior was convinced that they had indeed found a giant shadow tortoise. Casually, the man leaped from the high elevation to the ground below. Since Soul had repaid his debt, he was free to act as he pleased. If he chose to follow, he would need to watch out for himself. Soul recognized that this eccentric senior was too carefree. As they were now facing real dangers, even Wan understood the need to retreat into the defense pouch. With Wan secured, Soul leaped off the cliff to follow the senior. At the hole's bottom, he saw Guango already armed with his battle axe. The senior instructed him to shut up, sensing that they had awakened the fiend. The cavern trembled and shook as a result. The deep hole's water began to unravel. A massive shadow emerged from the depths, finally revealing the giant shadow tortoise in a dominating stance. That tortoise looks like a Dark Souls boss. This tortoise was a formidable supreme-level fiend, and it was the first time they had encountered such a creature. The tortoise wasted no time and swiftly launched an attack. It executed a forceful stomp, which the two managed to evade easily. This was one tough beast, and the senior might have to fight earnestly. He split his battle axe into two and hurled them through the air, aiming for the tortoise's massive body. One struck its feet, and the other hit its neck, sending the fiend into a frenzied state of pain. Now bearing fresh wounds, the tortoise's only thought was retaliation. Meanwhile, Wango couldn't believe that his cherished moon hammer had only left a minor scratch on its sturdy skin. If this was the strength of a supreme-level fiend, Wango believed it was fitting to confront it with a supreme-level Dharma tool. Thus, he retrieved the black mirror orb from his pouch. This concentrated black hole should be enough to pierce through the fiend. Wango condensed the orb's energy and launched it forward. The orb traveled at astonishing speed. The giant shadow tortoise couldn't react in time to defend itself. Sowell marveled at this immense power, realizing that the earlier criminal paled in comparison. With a single strike, it looks like the invincible giant shadow tortoise was seemingly defeated. Observing this power underscored Sowell's own weakness. However, it appeared the fiend was not yet finished. The tortoise began to spin around like a Beyblade, emitting an orange light out of nowhere. It spun and spun until it reached a fearsome speed. Just as it reached its limit, the tortoise started emitting a purple fog all over the place. The entire cavern quickly filled with these fumes. Oh, hell no. That's some toxic tortoise fart right there. Seeing the fog coming at them, Wango dismissed it as mere smoke and set up a barrier. He believed that this was the tortoise's last resort to flee after being threatened, but Sowell didn't share the same belief. It didn't take long for him to be proven right. The purple smoke began to melt the senior's powerful barrier. He rotated the barrier sphere to dispel some of the smoke. Although Wango was incredibly skilled, Sowell didn't think that his wind attribute abilities would be able to keep up. If that was the case, Sowell would help him out with a bit of wind of determination. Seeing that the smoke was disrupting his powers, Wango tried to thoughtfully warn the rookie not to interfere and risk his life in vain. However, Sowell was already compressing the surrounding purple smoke in his hands. Wango couldn't believe that a mere middle-class heavenly birth alchemist could do this with a wind skill. He had already absorbed and condensed the toxic fumes to their smallest level. The tortoise stopped spinning its body, ceasing the production of the purple smoke. The majority of the substance had been condensed to the point where it could fit inside a vial. Seeing this, the proud supreme-level beast became infuriated. It opened its mouth and emitted a new batch of eroding smoke. Wango wouldn't let that attack land on the rookie, though he blocked it with a powerful barrier. He praised Sowell's efforts against the troublesome smoke, and for that, he would finish the rest. With its trump card neutralized, the fiend turned around to rely on its destructive tail. It almost made contact with Sowell, but he managed to bring out his shield just in the nick of time. However, that didn't stop him from sustaining physical damage from the fiend's formidable physique. The reduced impact alone sent him into the cavern walls. The senior went to check on him to see if he was alright. The senior's pride was affected after seeing that the tortoise saw the kid as more of a threat than he was. He reconnected the two ends of his fatal moon hammer to respond to the disrespect. It seemed like the giant shadow tortoise was ready for whatever type of attack he had in store. The senior pushed his energy to the limit as his deep and dark green aura began to emanate. In his eyes, this tortoise should have been nothing more than an insignificant monster. This is just the god of war versus Bowser. So, with a battle axe in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, he executed a lethal cross-chop. The same cavern where the intense battle had taken place now became peaceful. Sowell's wounds had been dressed, but he was still unconscious, only to be awakened by a drop of water. Above him was Senior Wango. Upon waking up, Sowell shouted in shock. He calmed himself down and assessed his situation. With the bandages and everything, it was clear that someone had taken care of him. Wango told him that this wasn't a debt. If Sowell hadn't dealt with the smoke, he would have been in trouble too. The now-beheaded giant shadow tortoise had given them quite a tough time. If this senior hadn't been with Sowell, he would have still died, so he sincerely thanked him. Wango wasn't big on sincerity and cheesiness, dismissing the idea that they were even now after helping each other out. Now that he was awake, Sowell panicked and hastily asked how much time had passed and if he had missed the 1-month deadline. He was relieved to know that he had only been out for more than 2 days. His entreaty shield and the armor inside his clothes were broken from the fight, but at least they had saved his life. The senior pointed out how bizarrely talented he was. He had the wind skill, but he was also skillful in using Dharma tools as if they were his limbs. But more than anything, his character was the strangest of all. He had actually helped out in the fight when he didn't have to. He simply reasoned that if the senior couldn't get rid of the fiend, he would be as good as dead too. Hearing Soul speak and seeing how he acted, Wango had taken a liking to this junior of his. He might have white hair, but he exudes big bro energy. Since his wounds weren't that severe, the senior would simply give him some great dun pills for recovery. And just like that, a month had passed, and the closing day of Lone Spirit Land had come. It was apparent that the Wanderer guests were taking a long time to come back. The reason for that could either be a lack of skill, or that they had been hunted down. The Su siblings were getting worried about Soul. There were 11 Wanderers, but only 5 of them had come out. Hoping for everything to go smoothly, a familiar figure flew out of the entrance. They immediately called out to Soul excitedly, enthused that their friend and guest had come back safely. The two greeted Soul respectfully, and he promptly returned the gesture. Now that the 3 of them were safely assembled, they began discussing their individual harvests. Soul thanked his luck for the bountiful harvest, while the siblings were already planning to go together next time. Not far from them, the bearded criminal alchemist noticed Soul having a conversation with the Su siblings. He gnashed his teeth in frustration, upset that Soul had managed to get away from him. On the ground, he also didn't miss the presence of this criminal. They looked at each other hatefully as the faction of the bearded alchemist took their leave. Soul vowed that if they ever met again, it definitely wouldn't go like it did the last time. From his encounter with the ancient dragon Gil-Woon to the close fight against the bearded alchemist, and even the tail slap from the giant shadow tortoise, the specter of defeat has always loomed over him. But each and every time, he was just fortunate to barely survive. Is our boy acknowledging his plot armor? Soul is now back in District Li of Choksun, residing in Zhangzhou's residence. He's lamenting his inadequate skills, as he's consistently barely managing to navigate tough situations or getting rescued by more powerful alchemists. Without real power, nothing will unfold according to his plans. He can't continue like this. He has already created 4 damnation pills using ingredients stolen from the dragon's medicine room. He contemplated the faces of the villains who came close to taking his life. To no longer be swayed by forces greater than himself, he must become stronger. This time, he's aiming to break through the realm of the law of spirit energy. He's uncertain when Elder Wang Tail will arrive. By now, that man must have realized his disciple is dead, so Soul must prepare himself for a potential attack. He reassured Lady Ju that their family is not a burden, and that he's doing this to repay them for saving him in the past. He won't be going far to cultivate, so he'll be able to return if anything happens. Leaving the courtyard, the young lady couldn't help but see him as a genuinely warm-hearted person. She sincerely hopes that everything works out for him in the end. Mortal GF and Immortal BF. I'm down for that ship. Soul made his way to his cultivation spot on his trusty flying sword. He landed on a mountainside with a concealed massive cavern. You can still see the Ju residence from this distance, so this point should suffice. Even if hostile alchemists come, he should be able to deal with them from here. Thus, he ventured deep into the treacherous depths of the cavern. Though he's rarely had to use it, the entreaty shield has been damaged and needs reinforcement. The entreaty has also been destroyed, requiring a replacement Dharma tool. Thanks to Senior Guemo, he's gathered sufficient materials to crack a stronger Dharma tool. He only needed to take the fiend's Niden from its Tau spirit and any other parts of the tortoise carcass. Utilizing his superior Dharma tool forging skills, he worked on the blades and shields simultaneously. He can now complete the rest of this work using his chi, but it will take time, so he'll leave it as is until it's finished. With his tools addressed, there is only one task left. He retrieved the 4 glimmering damnation pills from their box. These pills would serve as the catalyst for his strength enhancement. Adopting a meditative stance, he initiated the process. The potent energy from the pills enveloped him. He already senses the power of one of these damnation pills. To maximize efficiency, he must fully assimilate it. And so, his cultivation and pill absorption commenced within the cave. Days and nights passed until he mastered the heavenly birth. He finally restored his strength to the level he possessed in the forest of beasts. Moreover, he hadn't even fully utilized the energy from the damnation pill. Much of it remained. His masters were correct that the attainment he achieved could be reversed easily. Turning up the absorption, he began assimilating the rest of the damnation pill all at once. He intended to utilize this treasure to breach the unyielding gates of spirit energy. Within Soul's body, the pill's efficacy manifested as images of himself. Countless avatars materialized from the pill's potency. Internally, he raised his hand and took charge of his army of avatars. With a resolute command, he directed his avatars to assault the gates. The avatars moved with the unified objective of unlocking the unyielding gates of spirit energy. Despite the pill's effects, Sovol sensed the difficulty of the task. After strenuous attempts, he realized the massive door hadn't budged. His masters had surely told him that something specific was required to break through the gates of spirit energy. While racking his brain to recall what that was, he also remembered the fourth master's playful punch and banter. He recollected Jangen's advice that breaking this gate required more than just amassing spiritual energy. It demanded even distribution. He also recalled the kindness and support of his first master, as well as Jangen's wit. His masters had instilled in him that an alchemist must first find inner peace, focusing on self-examination before all else. He knew all five of his esteemed masters believed in his potential. These thoughts brought a genuine smile to his face. If his masters were present, they would undoubtedly scold him for such an oversight. He had the intelligence to memorize the chant of black ice, yet he had forgotten something so crucial. He needed to alter the energy utilization of the damnation pill. He began by infusing more sharpness using metal energy. He condensed his power using water energy, then expanded that power using wood energy, further diffusing it using fire energy, and ultimately harmonizing and connecting all these forces using earth energy. So he can bend every element. He's literally just the avatar at this point. The gate of spirit energy was heavy and unyielding, so he focused on the sharpness of metal and the condensation capability of water. With this method, his avatars began to merge into one. The avatar formed by the pill's potency now bore even more of a striking resemblance to him. With a single push of both hands, the sturdy gate began to crumble. With another forceful shove, light from within began to emanate. Eventually, the barrier that had held him back was completely shattered. A surge of energy coursed through him. Opening his eyes after an arduous journey, he had finally achieved it. He had broken through the gates of spirit energy. Somewhere unknown, a man is feeling frustrated because no one knows where Don Jubiong went. His disciple informed him that after disappearing at the Numyong prefecture, it's highly likely that he died. This man is an elder of the Iron Sphere sect, Wang Tail. He asked his disciple what task Jubiong was assigned. This sixth disciple of his, Zheng Dongbu, gave him a complete rundown of their dealings with the mortal Zhu family. He also notified his master of the existence of another guest in the mansion, highly likely to be an alchemist. The disciple they sent to do the job was still in the middle class of heavenly birth, so Zheng Dongbu wants to personally intervene. But his master knows that they can't gauge the skills of his assailant. Jubiong died because of his master's affairs. It's only right for the elder himself to take care of this. Oh snap, boss fight incoming. Wang Tio will personally deal with the man who interrupted his so-called ceremony. The weather is outstanding at the Zhongzhou mansion in the Li district, a residence formerly gifted to Seoul. All this time, his Dharma tools did not match his skills. But it's a different story now that he's risen to new heights. He has mastered the law of spirit energy and effectively increased his lifespan by 500 years. But he still must practice diligently to pass on the vitality of yin and yang as soon as possible. The craftsmanship of river thirst, string craftsmanship, and destruction sword arts must not be neglected either. In the middle of the day, Seoul felt something approaching his residence. He went out to check who it was that he felt. He stood his ground and firmly asked what the arriving party wanted. Wang Tail measured him up as a mere middle-class heavenly birth alchemist, thinking that his disciple must have been neglectful to lose his soul. Easily identified that the man hovering above him is Elder Wang of the Iron Sphere sect. Since he knew the elder's identity, the introduction was unnecessary. Demanding the life of Wang Tail's disciple was the next step. As a senior, the elder conceded a few things, asking Seoul to equip his Dharma tools right away. He promptly complied and took out his newly reinforced arsenal. Seeing that Seoul's Dharma tools are high quality, the elder wanted to loot and use them after killing him. The disciple quietly praised his master for not holding back against a weak alchemist. This spirit barrier should stop all attacks. But Seoul knows that this elder is still not taking him seriously. This man is just too arrogantly generous. He initiated the first attack by launching 5 magical balls. Wang Tail mocked this attack as mere tricks, only trivial things and a poor attempt at deception. The elder thought that the real attacks must be amidst these tricks. And he was correct. Within the simple magic balls, one ball stood out with its malicious energy. The single ball exploded into dark smoke, as expected by the elder, further solidifying his disbelief that his disciple was killed by Seoul. Smiling confidently, Seoul could say the same thing about the elder. The clueless Wang Tail started to question what was truly happening as sinister smoke surrounded him. In just a second, his supposedly invincible spirit barrier melted and deteriorated. But it wasn't just his spirit barrier. The same happened to his own energy too. Soul jumped behind the elder and implied that he now knows why Jubiong was so weak back then. The respected elder of the Iron Sphere sect had been stabbed to death by Soul's sword. The elder held on and took out a blade of his own, but his skin had turned completely purple, and his energy was depleting. He unleashed a formidable slash, only for his target to disappear. The image of Soul turned into nothing but empty smoke, and a mocking voice called out from the side. Soul was preparing his next attack. As expected of the giant shadow tortoise's smoke, even his senior Guango had a tough time against it. He was confident that he could deal with this powerful elder from here on out. A savage whirlwind started to surround the panicking Wang tail. In the middle of the storm, he was equally confused and frustrated that things had turned out this way for him. He struggled in the middle of the whirlwind until he finally took his last breath. And just for good measure, Soul ended the fight with a clean slash. Imagine talking trash only to end up being cut down. Rip Bozo. Just like that, the disciple on the side watched his master get slain by someone they initially thought was weak. This is a law of spirit energy alchemist, and more than that, someone who could slay the elder in a matter of seconds. This sixth disciple, Zheng Dongbu, worked at full speed, thinking about what he must do next. As Soul was about to ask the disciple if he would like to follow his master, the guy was already calling him senior. He even bowed with full respect and fear. He pleaded to be spared and said that although his level is low, he would do anything to survive. He offered to provide Soul with information about the Iron Sphere sect. Soul could use someone with this level of desperation. He agreed to take in the pathetic sixth disciple of Elder Wang Tail, but he had other plans if he was going to let this guy live. He needed an assurance that he would have control over this guy's life. So, he handed Dongbu a familiar sinister pill. The aura of death surrounding it should be enough to instill doubt. Soul explained that this is a medicine that would prevent any tricks. Only he could make the antidote, and he would give it to the guy every half year. Dongbu could either swallow the pill or die right away. He knew that with Soul's skills, it would be faster to kill him with bare hands than through poison. Soul watched the poor guy take the pill and remembered his time with the ancient dragon. Of course, this pill wasn't as toxic as the treacherous fifth poison. The disciple immediately felt his energy being absorbed from the inside. Soul had heard that Elder Wang Tail had killed dozens of alchemists to loot their Dharma tools. So he took a sealed gourd from the elder's person and played with its seal. The disciple was a second late in warning him about its toxic contents. Soul was enveloped by a noxious green gas launched directly into his system. It seemed that this Dharma tool was called the rescue bottle, and it required a specific opening method. Dongbu was regaining his arrogance as he watched Soul carelessly open the poison, but it also struck him that this guy was the only one who could make the antidote for the poison in his system. He loudly protested that Soul must not die just yet. After confirming what this tool was, Soul expressed his disappointment that the poison was such a low-level one for him. He also mistakenly assumed that Dongbu's scream of how he shouldn't die was a sign of loyalty. So, he ordered the guy to follow him to his residence. Dongbu also received the task of finding out how to properly open the rescue bottle. The attendant of the Jew mansion sits idly in the courtyard, disappointed that a year has already passed since something interesting happened in this place. Meanwhile, Soul is examining an amulet in his residence. He successfully crafted this low-class amulet with the guidance and assistance of his new poison slave, Dongbu. Having completed the upgrade of his Dharma tools, it might be time to head out for the Iron Sphere sect. However, people in the sect might be a little suspicious since Elder Wang Tail has not yet returned. To remedy this, Soul will disguise himself as a 7th stage Dan development alchemist. He concentrates and swiftly retracts his power to hide his true level. In just a few seconds, he now appears to be at the 7th stage of Dan development. This is the same trick that caused the powerful Elder to lower his guard and lose his life. With his disguise in place, he is ready to set off. He is excited to see how much wealth the Elder has accumulated over the years. Welcome to the sturdy and stalwart grounds of the Iron Sphere sect. The Elder in charge of educating new disciples introduces himself to the crowd. Everyone here, including the disguised Soul, has been acknowledged. However, there's a significant caveat. As long as they are in this sect, the time for play and comfort is over. They will become the lowest of the low on the ladder and will be tasked with all the tedious chores. They'll have to serve their seniors, senior masters, and senior brothers. They will do everything in exchange for a small portion of spirit stones and will be responsible for themselves from now on. So, they'll basically live the life of a normal citizen. Got it? Everyone is then instructed to move forward to be assigned their tasks. One disciple approaches Soul and addresses him by name. It seems Dongbu pulled some strings to get him assigned wherever he wants, which happens to be the place where they are growing sacred herbs. The disciple warns him that this cultivator task is quite difficult and the master there is picky. However, he doesn't mind at all. The disciple guarantees him the job in exchange for a good word to their senior brother Dongbu. Thus, he is escorted to the place where the sect cultivates sacred herbs. He notices that they are artificially increasing the age of the herbs here. Inside the residence, he only senses the presence of a single person. He can already tell that this job is a perfect fit for him. He slowly opens the door and offers a respectful greeting. Inside is the master of the cultivation area, Makjang. He introduces himself as the new recruit assigned to the job, receiving a nonchalant response. When he inquires about his task, the elder simply tells him to take it easy. "Oh man, this would be the job for me." However, the old man looks at him for a moment and seems to have a different thought. He starts to worry that this elder might have seen through his concealment technique. The old man shifts to a more serious expression, and Soul starts sweating nervously. If this guy really sees through him, his plans could be thrown into chaos. But Makjang only wants to express that he looks good and that he's more handsome than the sect leader. Hold up, old man Makjang is kind of sus. This also prompts the elder to have a favorable impression of him, even offering to read his fortune, which he declines. "I won't let this old man read my palm too." To test him out, he will have to memorize a series of books in 3 days before receiving his task on the 4th day. He can use any vacant lodging in the back, and there are 2 other seniors in this place. That should be enough work for the elder today, so he goes ahead and takes a nap. Night falls, and Soul has finally settled into his new residence for a while. He knows how to make damn pills, but he's just starting to learn how to grow their ingredients. He quickly memorizes the book so he can move on to his next mission. He quickly scans the area to see if anyone is nearby. After confirming that he's alone, he bursts into action with godlike speed. In midair, he retrieves something from his pouch. It's a familiar, luxurious garment from someone mentioned a few chapters ago. It's Wang Tail's entire drip. Not only that, Soul also has his face. Bar for bar, he copied the dead man's whole flow. Dongbu is already anticipating his arrival at the sect's entrance. Soul promptly arrives with his perfect cosplay set. He praises Dongbu for making it easier for him to blend in. Soul is already thinking about all the treasures he can take from this sect, but it seems there's one more problem they must deal with. When Dongbu returns to the sect, the leader wonders where his master is. So now, the sect leader has personally requested a face-to-face meeting. Late at night, Soul must comply and meet with the powerful sect leader of one of the nation's largest factions. Oh snap, psychological warfare with the big dog incoming. He greets respectfully as soon as the doors open. The Iron Sphere sect leader, Wu Hyoji, appears to be a cunning and clever man. Soul is welcomed with the elder's favorite nectar liquor. The leader expresses his concern for Soul's unexplained absence for a few days. He then asks what the leader wants to know. The elder's disappearance before the so-called event has put the leader on high alert. This event should concern only the upper echelons, and Soul tries to portray himself similarly to the arrogant Wang Tail. After listening to Soul, it's clear that the leader has significantly backed down and relaxed. The crucial thing is that Soul has returned in time. While the elder was absent, preparations were slow, which is why the master opened the doors for new disciples. Soul dismisses the idea, stating he has no interest in newly hatched chicks. Based on the leader's words, most of the new disciples would end up dead, while some would emerge as an emoji, just like Wang Tail himself. The wording of that sentence leads Soul to focus on what that event truly is. Right now, he's certain that this sect is preparing for an incoming war. They're about to start Call of Duty, Alchemist Warfare. It seems like this war will be different from the last one. Most of the forces have come to their side, regardless of political standing. The head and elders of the Su family also went ahead and trapped themselves to death. It was a turning point. After this war, the sect will take over the family's spirit stone mine. The sadistic sect leader continued to talk on and on about the slaughter of the Su family, a family that Soul is acquainted with. The leader's concerns have grown too much after not seeing his trusted elder, so Soul had to apologize for this again. He excused himself to stop by the sacred flower treasury. He now knows that a blood purge will soon come to this nation. The justice and evil factions are finally going to clash, and he's conflicted about the people he's met in this country. In the end, he convinced himself that this war had nothing to do with him. He just needs to loot Wang Tail's wealth and disappear. He finally arrived in front of the treasury only accessible to elders and those above. The border security reflects the value of the treasures inside. The guards at the entrance respectfully greeted him. You can simply walk through the gates without a fuss and with assistance. Deep inside the structure is a massive sealed gate with 4 old men serving as guardians. One of them initiated the opening ceremony with the activation of his elemental energy. The other 3 followed with their own distinct attributes. It seems like you would need 4 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists just to open this treasury. This just served as another reason to be excited about what's stored inside. The door then slowly opened, revealing a bright light. One of the alchemists instructed him to follow the exact steps he would take. They quietly made their way deep inside the magical treasury. This area should only be about 2 rooms wide, but they created a massive subspace inside. He was led to another door that should specifically belong to Wang Tail. This is where the trouble starts. He doesn't know how to open this door. Even Dongwu doesn't know about this one. As he was shaking in his boots, the attending alchemist started to grow suspicious. He reckoned that the key must be the emergency bottle. If he fumbles at this stage, he'll have to fight through 4 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists and a whole sect. He thought he might as well try the emergency bottle method that Dongbu figured out. He held his breath as he attempted to open the door. A sigh of relief escaped from him after seeing the seal become undone. He was now free to roam and plunder Wang Tail's lifelong treasures. After completely robbing their vaults, he was even respectfully greeted as he walked out. Imagine robbing a bank and the guards help you carry the bags of cash to your getaway car. He flew away as fast as he could. With this, Wang Tail will disappear from the world. He just hopes that he can see the sect leader's expression when he finds out. The cultivation area of the sect is at the foot of Mount Junhua. Since the lord of the area likes him, Soul decides to stay here for a while. He can polish all of his skills and abilities peacefully. Furthermore, ordinary disciples are prohibited from entering this place. But that's until a punk wearing a fancy armor set scolded him for slacking off. The moment you try to chill, some bozo always comes to bother you. He had just finished work, so he's all good to chill. And he doesn't know who this guy is. This young man arrogantly referred to himself as the great disciple of the Great Iron Sphere. He immediately recognized that this was Senior Brother Wu, and a humble apology settled the situation. But this guy shouldn't even be here in the first place. This cultivation area is prohibited to ordinary disciples, after all. Clearly embarrassed, young Master Wu insisted that he could enter any place in this sect. This young man is the son of the sect leader, and he seems to be planning something by coming here. This boy is a Nepo baby. That plan became apparent as the kid asked where the junior sister Mak was. Soul has been working here for half a month, but he still hasn't seen this senior sister of his. Young Master Wu took pity on him for not having seen the charm of the young woman. Young Master Wu insisted that he wouldn't be satisfied with the simple life here after seeing the lady's face. He just couldn't believe that his lady was as pretty as the young man claimed. This Makium is widely regarded as the prettiest woman in the Iron Sphere sect. It's a mystery that the same lord of this cultivation area had a daughter as pretty as her. Young Master Wu even slipped that he shouldn't even be here to catch a glimpse of her. And so, he commissioned Soul to keep this visit a secret in exchange for a great position in the sect. However, a firm and authoritative voice of a woman was already yelling for the young master. Makium has already told him to stop sneaking into this area again. I honestly don't see the hype, but I respect young Master Wu's taste. She threatened to go to the sect leader and report him. The desperate young Master Wu even used Soul as a scapegoat to stop her. This is also the first time that the 2 disciples of the cultivation area are meeting. They greeted each other respectfully. The young master wouldn't mind using Soul again as a reason to come to this mountain over and over, but he'll have to leave now, as ordered by Makium. The young man is genuinely smitten by the young woman. Even Soul can see how head over heels that brat is. Now that they are the only 2 remaining in this spot, they can talk freely. Knowing that her father must have given Soul some books, she offered to help him with his studies. He assessed that she's a sensible person unlike her father, but he pities the young Wu Qiong for falling for someone hard to win over. Before he could go back to his residence, she sternly ordered him to wait. The lady asked him what his true deal is. This question naturally confused him. Makium then gravely asked him how he managed to hide his ability. Wait, she's pretty, kind, and strong enough to see through our boy? That might be a waifu material. This young woman saw through his technique effortlessly. Initially, he believed she was merely at the heavenly birth stage, but she's an enlightened yin and yang alchemist, a step above him. He attempted to deny the accusations, but she pressed on. Her interrogation continued, probing into why he was sneaking into this place disguised as a novice in Dan development. Reluctantly, he confessed that his purpose was to learn how to cultivate sacred herbs in this energetically rich and tranquil environment. The words that followed were pivotal. potentially determining whether Makium would spare his life or not. He argued that death was too severe, especially if she herself was concealing her strength. Her explanation was that she was hiding her power to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Upon reflection, he realized this applied to him as well. His senior sister acknowledged his point, allowing him to stay, but under the condition that he set up his rune next to hers. That's a mission failed successfully. If she spotted anything even remotely suspicious, she would tear him apart and feed him to the fiends. With this agreement, Soul finally breathed a sigh of relief. He comprehended that beneath the threats, this young lady was simply safeguarding her loved ones. Beneath her exterior, she was warm-hearted. Thus, he relocated to a house adjacent to his senior sister's. He examined the wealth of techniques he had pilfered from the treasury. Moreover, Wangtail's abundance of spirit stones that came from bloodshed and access to a collection of untitled, yet superior-level visions are now his property. Amidst this stack of books, one technique caught his eye. Focusing his energy inward, a perfect duplicate of himself manifested before him. Gazing at the clone in astonishment, he marveled at how he had created it using a small amount of spiritual energy. The book noted that even enlightened yin and yang alchemists wouldn't discern the trick. The drawback was that controlling the clone required conscious effort, leaving room for mistakes and exposure. Yet, he had already mastered the chant of black ice for splitting consciousness. Guided by this, he attempted to manipulate the clone. With the optimized chant of black ice, this technique suited him perfectly. Henceforth, he named the technique Alter Ego. Late into the night, he diligently meditated in his room. Occasionally, a surge of energy passes through him fleetingly. His senior sister next door remained vigilant, monitoring him with her chi. Although he aspired to practice the second half of the Destruction Sword art forms, the current situation hindered him. He decided to engage Makium in conversation. She opened the door, dressed in her flowing silk gown, prepared for bedtime. The transformation from her aura of death to now was astounding. It's obvious why she was known as the Sex Beauty. Seeking her consent to practice, he expressed concern that his swordsmanship practice might disturb her. The young lady was curious about the swordsmanship of this young man. Ao paused. What kind of swords are we talking about here? He can't go into details, but he still wanted to give her a heads up and ask for permission. She granted permission with a caveat: she would oversee his practice due to lingering distrust. This condition was non-negotiable for the stubborn lady. She even joked that his sword arts might be so basic that they could be copied with a mere glance. Although reluctant to reveal this technique, he realized she wouldn't be able to practice it without the chant of black ice. Thus, he accepted her terms. After warning her about the strength of his technique to prevent accidents, they headed to the mountains. Her curiosity centered around his true capabilities. With precise control, 2 swords floated beside him. Executing the first form of Destruction Sword arts, the Flying Swallow Energy Strike, he transitioned seamlessly to the second form, Watercross Counterattack. The sword slashed a nearby tree, leaving deep gashes in its bark. Next, he performed the Yin and Yang conjunction. The Dharma tools landed as he caught his breath. Soul recognized that no technique within their sect matched this swordsmanship. Unfinished, he moved to the 5th form, Dark Countercurrent. The swords ascended and then descended like meteoric blades. Now, it was time for the second half of the arts. The 7th form, the Touch of Mist, enveloped the blades in a faint, misty glow. The potency and aura of these Dharma tools were palpable. The 2 swords elegantly twisted around a tree, leaving it brutally shattered. Though demanding on spiritual energy, its power was unmatched. Observing his techniques, Makium felt a twinge of envy. Possessing ample spiritual energy, she lacked a fitting technique. She praised his impressive display. Understanding his dedication to mastering the technique, they returned to their residences. A month passed, and Makium grew impatient with Soul's absence from practice. Attempting to replicate his movements yielded no progress. Suddenly, the adjacent house's door opened. She eagerly inquired if he would finally practice, only to learn he would train differently this time. Despite this, she still wanted to watch. Realizing he would need her help, he proposed a test of his clone's effectiveness against her discernment. She promptly identified his real body among the clones time and time again in multiple tries. This technique didn't interest her. She preferred watching his sword arts. However, Sobel remained determined to refine his alter ego technique until it could deceive her. He embarked on closed-door research, returning with 3 flawless copies. Even then, Makium confidently pinpointed his real body. She proposed a bet. If she found the genuine soul, she would win. And her reward for being correct? To learn his remarkable swordsmanship technique. No way she's getting the 5th Master's legacy. He immediately disagreed with the bet. She even tried to haggle it down to just one form, but it's a technique that must be combined with another. Desperate, she would settle for any other offensive techniques. If he wins the bet, she'll agree to any favor. She really wants an attacking skill, so she's willing to do absolutely anything. He knows he shouldn't go around spreading his master's legacies, but since they have developed mutual trust, the bet is on. He promptly cloned himself into 3. If she fails to guess even 1 out of 10 tries, then he will have won. He's so confident in his deception this time. However, as always, Makiyam is just too good at discerning fake from real. It's so simple to her that it sends him into a downward spiral. Since she won the bet, it's time for payment. As promised, he handed her a technique from a book that came from Wong Tail's collection. She's open to the idea of another round of betting once he can make 4 clones. She'll even give him 30 chances. The technique she won is the spiral bomb. It condenses spirit energy to the extreme. The 5 elements can even be incorporated for even more destructive power. So, it's basically raw Sengon from Naruto. The competitive soul would like to try the bet again, this time putting 2 wishes on the line. But his confidence will be shattered once more. 2 months later, every one of his alter egos would be seen through. He was forced to hand over another skill called the Inner Binding Seal to Makiyam. He's certain that she's hiding something, but he has no clue what it is. Just like that, half a year has passed peacefully without fuss. The two have grown significantly closer to each other. Their late-night getaways have become quite commonplace to the point where Soul almost loses everything he has. While they were working, a sect disciple came running onto the scene as fast as he could. He came to deliver a transfer order for disciple Woon Soul. She immediately tried to protest this mandate. This transfer is happening because of the Great War unfolding in the nation. The evil faction is closer to victory than ever before. She and her father have been exempted from the war, but Soul is not exempt even though he's listed as a done development disciple. The messenger assured them that Soul won't be sent to the danger zones. He will only be deployed under the siege group to sweep over the remnants of the Su family. The exhausted stragglers can hardly pose any threat to their forces. Soul is deliberating whether he should go, but this is the So family, the family that gave him the opportunity to go to the Lone Spirit Land. He'll answer the call to action. The messenger praised his vigor and passion as a disciple of the sect, and he prepared right away. Makiyam is extremely reluctant to see him go, but he reassured her that he'll be back swiftly. In the Choksun Mountains, the remnants of the Su family are fleeing for their survival. The siblings, along with another member, are the family's only hope. They need to survive until they can reach the arrangement prepared in case of their family's annihilation. Their other brother named Chun can't handle the fatigue anymore. They've been running through a dense forest for half a day, and their stamina is giving out. The bloodline of their proud family has almost been extinguished overnight. The Tiger Clan and the 3 Ministry Martial Arts family of the Justice sects caught them by surprise with their sudden betrayal. Not far from their resting spot, there was an explosion of spirit energy. The criminal bearded alchemist from the Spirit Land is relentlessly hunting them. This scum is named Elder Bium. The criminal is amused, hunting down helpless prey. So he tried to talk to the bearded man about showing them mercy, but the criminal only laughed at his proposal and insulted him for even bringing it up. He then proceeded to offer a reward if the criminal just pretends not to see them. The word rewards piqued the bearded man's attention. With their whole family annihilated, they wouldn't need the spirit stones for reconstruction, so he'll hand them over. Elder Bium's counteroffer is killing them and completely ending their bloodline. Sui instructed his brother and sister not to interfere. With his Dharma tools equipped, he plans to fight it out. The bearded man casually unleashed a flaming cane slash. It crashed into the woods with an explosion. A single strike rendered Sui useless. Even his siblings got caught in the blast radius. But he still wants to propose something before he dies. Not wanting to hear any more, Bium releases Dharma tool. Sui doesn't care if he dies, but he'll give the bearded man the location of their treasures in exchange for his siblings' lives. The criminal agreed just in time. He'll listen to this last wish for the location. The helpless Sui wants Bium to come closer so he can tell him. Skeptical, Bium wants him to write it out, but with his spiritual energy rapidly being exhausted, he doesn't have enough time. He also threw his pouch away for assurance. Bium went ahead and came closer to hear the treasure location. Sui's look of defeat turned into a look of malice. He released a dark and malevolent smoke from his mouth. It enveloped Bium, paralyzing his body and scattering his spiritual energy. The criminal fell victim to his own greed. He won't let them get away, even if he must call for help. From afar, a few young alchemists spotted Bium's signal beam. This group that's just looking for a spot to camp included Soul. He decided to leave his alter ego at the camp while he slipped into the action. You can only hope that Sui is alright. Sujijin took over their retreat after her brother passed out. Elder Biam has recovered and is right on their tail, angrier than ever. He screamed that if they had abandoned their big brother, they would have had a higher possibility of escaping. They ran and ran until there was no place left to run. They'd resigned to their fate and felt relieved that since Sui was paralyzed too, he wouldn't feel the pain of death. No one would witness their deaths, but she would curse this villain until her last breath. Biam couldn't care less as he sent his wooden scythe downwards. He mocked them, saying that after death, they would just have to watch him live a good and eternal life. The criminal's celebration was cut short as his Dharma tool was crushed midair. It was interrupted by a middle-aged man holding a familiar-looking blade. Biam assessed that the stranger was a law of spirit energy alchemist. This man had appeared out of nowhere, and he looked an awful lot like Wang Tail. Beard tried to throw out the names of big sects and families, insisting that this was a matter between factions. But the man did not pay him any attention. He gave the siblings some wound pills to help them recover from their injuries and restore their spiritual energy. So Jijin was skeptical at first, but they had no choice, so she fed the pill to her brother. Biam asked the stranger if he was from Choksan, but he introduced himself as someone from the Iron Sphere sect. This only confused Biam further. They should be collaborating instead, but the stranger was not helping the siblings. He was just getting in the way of the hateful criminal due to their history. Biam was now utterly lost in confusion. All he could see was a stranger wielding 5 Dharma tools against him. He decided to focus on defending with his spirit barrier. He just needed to wait for support, but this thin layer of defense wouldn't suffice. A blue beam of light forcefully crashed against his barrier, eventually shattering a hole in his defense. Now that his spirit barrier was breached, beams of light and flying blades came rushing at him. He wouldn't give in without a fight, so he launched his wooden scythe again. This man had truly appeared out of nowhere to foil the villain's plans. The barrier completely shattered, and the blade lunged into Biam's body. He was driven to the ground, defeated within an inch of his life. As he raised his head for a final look, the stranger told him not to extort juniors anymore. Those words triggered memories from not too long ago, his journey through the lone spirit land and meeting the formidable junior, and his eventual retreat against Guango. The identity of the stranger finally made sense. Soul and Wang Tail's disguise had used up quite a lot of spirit stones for this fight. He also remembered that the remnants of the So family were here, so Jijin remained on high alert after hearing that the man was with the Iron Sphere sect. But the man knew her by name, and when the illusion was undone, she saw Soul's reassuring face. She had not expected him to be here at all. They had no time to catch up and were in dire need to flee from this site first. Hopping on their flying swords, they headed out to retreat. The recovery pill revitalized Sujijin and stabilized her brother. She hadn't known that Soul was this powerful. He halted their advance for a moment after sensing something. 5 experts in the law of spirit energy were coming for them, maybe even more. This information sent a shiver down her spine. This many strong enemies were hopeless for them. There could be upwards of 10 experts coming their way. She assured him that after he helped them out as best as he could, they wouldn't blame Soul if he chose to abandon them. But if he helped them until the end, she swore to repay him even after death. This was quite a heavy request, but Soul chose to do his best. They continued their flight to meet their pursuers. He set a rule that if his life was in danger, he would flee. Although he had some ties to the Su family, it didn't warrant sacrificing his life. It didn't take long for the situation to take a turn for the worse. They were already surrounded from every angle. While hovering in midair, he asked the covered pursuers to reveal themselves. As soon as he said that, formidable experts around them blocked their retreat. Each one of these individuals held an elder role or higher. They got the whole retirement community in here. Soul is in a pinch once again. The one leading the pack found his Uncle Biam's body on their way here. Jijin is using his flying sword. However, even if the remnants of the Su family worked together, they would not have stood a chance. He asked Soul if he did it to help the Su family of Choksan. He confirmed the truth in that, but he also holds a personal grudge against the guy. The leader can see that as the case, based on his uncle's ambition, but no one had dared to act on these grudges. Due to the personal vendetta, the leader won't put the blame solely on Soul. However, the honor of the fallen family needs restoration. An elder of the family has died, and the patriarch cannot simply let it go. Soul jumped out of his flying sword and wielded every Dharma tool in his arsenal. On one side, he had an elder with a spiked flail and a sharp blade. On the other, a fiery orb and a wooden staff. Soul knows that drawing out the fight with his depleted spirit energy would only lead to his demise. He feels sorry for the Su family, but he needs to escape from here. He plans to focus on defense and then flee in the opposite direction. The coordinated charge of the elders left no openings to exploit. He was forced to defend as hard as he could. Reinforcing his tools with giant shadow tortoise shells is paying off now. Blocking this, many formidable alchemists used to be unthinkable. However, the fact that the leading alchemist still hasn't moved an inch is making him nervous. Moreover, the elder wielding a flail is becoming especially annoying. Rather than being chased by that thing, he should subdue it and run away. Stoll summoned his Dharma tool balls and launched 3 of them to optimal spots before activating their flashing lights. He capped it off with some lesser smoke bombs to further lower visibility. The elders are now in the dark about his next move. He summoned 4 identical alter egos, each one targeting a different person. This has put the elders in a bind, especially the one carrying the flail. Soul dashed at full speed to neutralize the old man, preparing to unleash a sweltering wave of anxiety at point-blank range. However, it was interrupted by a harmonious flow of water. He noticed that it was coming from behind him. The peaceful flow quickly transformed into a raging surge of unstoppable water. From midair, this elemental attack pinned him down to the ground. He was then forced to stay down there with a trident aimed at his neck. The leader read his moves like an open book. Big dog, white-haired Poseidon did not come out here to play. He asked the man how he was found out, and the leader simply put himself in Soul's shoes. If he were in that situation, he would have prioritized the massive threat of the flail as well. Soul was utterly defeated this time around. His confidence in escaping was more pathetic than anything. Gathering water spirit energy around the trident, the leader intended to end everything now. However, he suddenly felt the arrival of someone new. Something flew through the air at breakneck speed, donning the mask of a beast. The leader was forced to parry the incoming rush. From a fair distance away, we see the familiar white hair of a senior. It seems even the leader knows who this guy is, interrupting them. It was none other than Gwango Duin, riding on top of a white crane. He came to the rescue of the children of the Su family and the guy lying on the ground. It's evident that he has just had a massive breakthrough. Having lived in the Lone Spirit land for 40 years, things have turned out quite well for him. He even recommended the elders to do the same for 100 years. The senior is certain that with him, the guy behind the leader, and the white crane, it would be enough to put up a bloody fight. He asked the leader if they would risk their lives for the sake of children from a fallen family. After taking a moment to think about it, the leader gave up on the Su remnants. However, he still wants to take care of the man who took the life of his uncle. To this, Wango couldn't help but laugh. Even his pet white crane shared a hearty chuckle. He insisted that since he liked the guy, they could just use force if words weren't an option. This put the leader in a tough spot, but in the end, he still chose the rational decision of letting the matter go. He's really good at assessing situations. Why can't all villains be this smart and rational, bro? And so, the leader and his elders left the scene without a fuss. Wango immediately scolded Soul for hiding his face in front of his senior. And thus, the Lone Spirit Land Junior and Senior duo were reunited once again. It's been a while since Soul last saw the white-haired senior, but as expected, he's still as reckless as ever. His rapid transition from heavenly birth to the law of spirit energy was quite surprising. As Soul talked about himself, the senior felt proud that Soul would risk his life for others while remaining humble. He's gaining more favor with the senior. Soul also questioned how the senior identified him correctly while hiding his face. Soul's defensive maneuvers were a dead giveaway. Besides, no one would interfere in other people's business like him. Thanks to the giant shadow turtle's Naiden, Senior Gwango Duin reached the late-stage law of spirit energy to break out of the Lone Spirit Land. He wanted to commemorate that with Jongwon from the Su family, but all he saw was destruction. The world seemed to have changed even more than he had. Finally, they arrived at the secret location of the Su family, where an old lady with a kind face greeted them. She's the guardian of this covert location. She invited everyone inside to recuperate, so we'll assess that this old lady is at the first stage of the law of spirit energy. In the secret underground space, there was an arrangement prepared in case of destruction. Su Wei would lead them through this secret passageway. He executed the necessary hand seals and touched the floor, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Descending to the basement, Sewell saw a sizable magic formation. This arrangement appeared to be a teleportation portal, smaller than the forest of beasts but larger than the Iron Sphere sex. The location this portal connected to was a secret of the Su family. Sui handed Sewell and the senior small bags. These contained every spirit stone they could spare as a token of appreciation for their kindness. Sui felt ashamed that they could only offer so little. The senior declined the bag outright, considering it inappropriate to accept from their benefactors. Sewell also refused, not expecting any reward and thinking it would be more useful for the Su siblings. The remnants of the Su family, finally overwhelmed with emotions, had been sheltered by the family until this disaster, realizing how cruel the world can be. However, seeing Sewell and the senior gave them hope that the world wasn't entirely dark. Sui was moved to the point of kneeling, vowing with his younger siblings to rebuild the family, with everyone in the Su family acknowledging Sewell and the senior's greatness. Rather than formalities, the mystery lay in where this portal led. It teleported them outside of the country to the Daewoo Nation, known for its skilled alchemists, although challenging. Experiencing a broader world would undoubtedly help them rebuild. The siblings would increase their levels and lay the groundwork for their reconstruction. In this place where strength was revered and life meant little, they would go all in to rebuild the Su family legacy. With these 3 children of the Su clan becoming respectable alchemists, the portal could accommodate up to 7 people, providing ample space for more. Senior Guango Duan expressed his desire to join them in their journey. As this country had become the world of the evil sect, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. Perhaps he could break through to the breath of the sun in the larger Daewoo Nation. The old woman outside agreed to accompany them, offering a powerful ally. When an invitation was extended to Sewell, he entered deep thought. The faces of the people he had met in this country flashed through his mind. While interested, he couldn't leave now. Severing relationships for an alchemist would always be complicated. Sui and everyone waited for 3 more days, just in case there were other survivors, but they were the only ones left. Before departing, Sumi insisted on teaching Sewell how to use the portal in case he changed his mind. Finally, they bid farewell, hoping to reunite in the future. Sewell initially thought their relationship was shallow, but he now felt a sense of emptiness as they left. For now, he needed to return to the Mountain of 5 Gates. He made an excuse to his assigned party, claiming he got lost in the forest. The Evil Sect Alliance concluded that there were no survivors left. At the cultivation area of the Iron Sphere sect, someone practiced a familiar technique. It was senior sister Makia missing her junior brother. She couldn't help but worry about him after his conscription. Thankfully, she spotted a familiar figure in the air atop a flying sword. Makium thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but it truly was her dearly missed junior brother. The two quickly resumed their playful banter. She excitedly mentioned her newfound ability to create spiral bombs with both hands. Senior sister could finally test her skills against Sewell in a strength contest. However, he preferred any mission or war instead of being her practice partner again. A year passed, and Sewell continued to practice diligently. Today, his defensive abilities would be put to the test as he blocked his senior sister's relentless spiral bombs. He managed to block everything this time, but she was growing more formidable by the minute. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Sewell's hidden slave urgently entered the scene. Dong Bu then rushed here to report that the Dauntless sect was attacking and killing disciples of the Iron Sphere sect. This news was shocking because the Dauntless sect was supposed to be their ally. However, the slaughter of 6 Law of Spirit Energy Masters on the way here left no doubt about the declaration of war. Dong Bu's distress was palpable, and Sewell decided to spare his life by providing him with an antidote for the poison in his system. Dong Bu knew the way out of Mount Junhua so that they could follow him to safety. Seeing that his senior sister was lost in thought, Sewell allowed Dong Bu to run ahead. Their immediate concern was to inform her father, the master of the land, about the attack. Her father initially expressed skepticism, but the gravity of the situation and the look on her face convinced him. Their first priority was to meet with Mu Gyoxin. As they left the garden, they discovered Mu Gyoxin's lifeless body. They decided to retreat to safety with no time to bury him, as the enemy was likely waiting to seize the teleportation portal. They planned to descend the mountain through the Forest of Beauty when another person approached them, imploring them to flee. This newcomer was the sect's young master, who had a better understanding of the situation. The Dauntless sect had betrayed them, and their goal was to gain control of the entire nation. The Evil and Justice sects were already aligned with them, thanks to a powerful alchemist from the Dauntless Association who had broken through a decade ago. The young master knew this firsthand, as his father and several elders had already fallen victim to the expert's brutality. Sewell knew they had to escape, as he was tired of being caught up in uncontrollable situations. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not low-level practitioners. They should be able to make it out of Mount Junhua. However, as they followed the route through the Forest of Fine Beauty, Sewell sensed trouble. They had fallen into a trap, and the enemy was closing in fast. A high-speed flying sword chase ensued, and Sewell realized he might have a chance to escape alone, but staying with the group would likely lead to their demise. 6 people pursued them, and aside from senior sister Moke, the other 2 were not of much help. Soul recalled a similar situation at the Mountain of 5 Gates, where fleeing had been a wise choice. However, his attachment to his senior sister, whom he had spent a year with, made him hesitate. So, he's basically a simp. She was strong in combat but lacked a proper Dharma tool and proficiency in the arts. Soul believed he could contend with the law of spirit energy alchemists, but their surprise attack from behind changed everything. The old man fell from the flying sword, and seeing her father in danger, Makiyum sprang into action. She gathered 2 spiral bombs in her hands and aimed them at the pursuing alchemists. Initially, the pursuer seemed confident with a well-timed barrier. The spiral bombs shattered it. It was a feat that shouldn't have been possible, revealing Makiyum as an exceptionally dangerous heavenly birth alchemist. Now, the escaping party had no choice but to stand their ground and fight together. The dauntless alchemists focused their attacks on Makiyum, disregarding the young master. However, their efforts were in vain as Soul's artifact neutralized their attacks. After a year of peace, it was time for another battle, and Soul wielded his blade to face the enemies head-on. The dauntless alchemist had just realized that 2 individuals were concealing their powers. However, they remained confident in their numerical advantage. 4 of them focused on Soul and Makiyum, while the other 2 targeted the elderly man and the young master. Young Master Wu had completely given up, believing they were doomed. He stood behind the woman he adored and a junior brother, desperately wanting to escape. In contrast, Soul maneuvered his swords to take charge of the offense. Initially, targeting the man in charge with his large barrier seemed foolish, but Soul quickly shattered that magic barrier to pieces. Unfortunately, another man blocked his killing blow. Given more time, Soul might have succeeded in landing a fatal strike. As for old man Makjung, he barely held on with his tiny shield, far from the protective father he aspired to be. His daughter and Soul fought with twice the determination of everyone else. Meanwhile, Makiyum worried about her father on the side. He meant everything to her. The thought of failing to protect him filled her with deep self-loathing, almost as if the enemies could read her mind. A sword pierced the old man's chest. Senior sister watched in horror as her father fell to the ground with a blade through his chest. Makiyum began to transform, a sinister aura enveloping her. This transformation was beyond anyone's expectations. She morphed into something resembling a beast, with the sinister aura running wild. The dauntless alchemists had no idea what this aura was until one of them was completely engulfed and met a painful end. Another was so distracted by the chaos that he lost an arm. Makiyum moved like a wild monster, unmatched in speed and power. Her father remained conscious, desperately pleading with her to stop. His efforts to conceal her true origin had clearly failed. Regaining his composure, one of the alchemists muttered the words celestial being. The only explanation for Makiyum's dramatic transformation was that she was a celestial being. Now, Soul understood why his senior sister was exceptionally strong. She had the blood of a sacred beast mixed with her humanity. Her Naidan was unique, offering advantages but also exhausting her. Some alchemists hunted celestial beings for their blood to gain immense spiritual power. This must have been why Makiyum and her father were living quietly in the cultivation area. When left uncontrolled, the sinister aura brought an impending sense of doom. It clung to one of the enemy's barriers and quickly crushed it, leading to a brutal death. The remaining dauntless alchemists decided to retreat and report this to their senior master. It seemed that Makiyum had also exhausted herself for the time being. The group took a moment to assess the damage they had incurred. Fortunately, the old man's organs were undamaged by the sword. Now that senior sister Makiyum's true identity as a celestial being was revealed, the dauntless sect would pursue her even more vigorously. They needed to escape the forest of fine beauty as quickly as possible. However, news of senior sister's true form had already reached the ears of the sect's most powerful alchemist. Her unique form and patterns marked her as a genuine celestial being. The senior master wasted no time and gave chase, determined to capture her at any cost. He closed in on their route, and a celestial being was about to fall into his hands. The pressure from the breath of the sun alchemist was overwhelming. As Makiyum regained consciousness, she realized the situation had deteriorated. Fully aware that they were cornered, young Master Wu tried to reassure her, but his words earned him a swift and fatal beam of light through his skull. That's a perfect sniper headshot. Young Master Wu fell quickly and abruptly. If they wouldn't give up Makiyum peacefully, the senior master was prepared to steal her away. Makiyum was still in shock from everything that had happened, while the master was already preparing to capture her. All old man Makjung could think about was stopping the expert. He would do anything for his beloved daughter, Yum. Holding a mysterious pill in his hand, he cared not if his latent powers surged or his Niden shattered. He was determined to save his daughter at any cost. The old man swallowed the pill with his last wish for Seoul to take care of Yum. Old man Mokjung transformed, becoming unrecognizable from his frail self. The senior master only glanced down at him, considering him a mere novice in the world of heavenly birth. The gap between them was immense. Flying swords and sneak attacks proved futile against the formidable aura of the sun and alchemist. These attempts were feeble against his aura-covered blades. The small daggers easily pierced the old man's trusted shield, leaving him with only his wooden staff to fight with. Empowered by a mysterious pill, Mokjung's combat skills had soared to unprecedented levels. In the midst of a battle against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he even managed to catch his fallen daughter. However, wood alone could not withstand the senior master's true Somadi fire. With no means to extinguish the flames, Mokjung had to abandon his weapon. With nothing but his bare hands, Mokjung refused to surrender and pressed forward. He was determined to buy his daughter even a moment's respite, no matter how brief. Makyum understood her father's sacrifice. Seoul also knew the inevitable outcome. Without hesitation, the senior master struck another fatal blow. They had been on the run for hours, and now dawn was breaking. Makyum's father had given his life to protect her. If night was the time of the fiends, then dawn belonged to the sacred beasts. She transformed into her celestial form and broke free from the vines. This time, it wasn't just brute force and a sinister aura that aided her. Under the sun's rays, she unlocked her absolute spiritual eyes. Even the formidable breath of the sun alchemist sensed danger as she tapped into this ability. Suddenly, the almighty senior master of the Dauntless Association looked as if he had seen a ghost. Thoughts of his inferiority to his exceptional brother flooded his mind. He was ensnared in a deeply personal and intricate illusion. After activating this potent ability, Makyum's body gave in, and she lost consciousness. Seoul caught her and broke her fall. She had done something to trap the invincible senior master in a mysterious bubble. This presented the perfect opportunity to escape as swiftly as possible. Seoul ran for 3 days without rest and arrived at the Jew mansion in Lee District. He entered the residence designated for him, and it appeared that no one had been there for the past 2 years. His first priority was to assess his senior sister's condition thoroughly. Her wild spiritual power made even a simple energy probe impossible. His first task was to create a potion to calm her spiritual power, and then a dun pill for her recovery. Attendant John came to greet Seoul, but it was clear the alchemist was occupied. Seoul noticed his brother's arrival and called out. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and he wanted to know if anything had happened in the Jew family. Brother John revealed that the first young master had graduated from the palace, a cause for celebration in the district. However, the second young miss was not feeling well. She had received a marriage proposal from a prestigious suitor. She had reached a marriageable age but had no desire to wed. It wasn't the right time to delve into all of that. Brother John hurried to inform the young miss of Master Woon's return. Seoul quickly brewed and administered the calming potion to Makyum. The after effects of battling 2 law of spirit energy alchemists and confronting a breath of the sun alchemist were evident. For the first time in over 2 years, Lady Ju and Seoul had crossed paths again. He inquired about how she had been since their last meeting. Lady Ju felt like her family had achieved a higher status, but everything remained the same. Seoul also wanted to understand why she had been rejecting marriage proposals. His question was rather direct, and the lady couldn't easily provide an answer. The implications of everything seemed to elude Seoul, who saw this as an opportunity to ask to stay for a while. Minus one wife. The mansion had always been built and maintained for him, remaining empty until now. He also mentioned that they were being pursued. Alchemists were searching Yangzhou for him and his senior sister. Lady Ju believed that their pursuers wouldn't think to look for them in a mortal's mansion. Her unconscious senior sister had lost not only her father but also someone who cherished her deeply. Her physical injuries were severe, but her emotional wounds were just as profound. As Lady Ju gazed at Makyum, she was captivated by her beauty. She granted permission for them to stay for as long as they needed. However, Seoul knew they couldn't linger. He couldn't entangle the Ju family in the dauntless sex pursuit. His priority was to treat his senior sister as quickly as possible so they could bounce out of here. A few days passed and Makyum finally woke up, but her eyes were empty. Seeing his senior sister awaken was a relief until he realized what she had just gone through. He didn't know what to talk about with her anymore. Lady Ju knew this and went to Makyum's side. It had been 3 days since she saw this lady. Lady Ju continued to talk about the weather and the affairs of the mansion's servants, her younger brother's antics, and her older brother's rise in the world. She brought up snacks imported from nearby countries, talking and talking, promising to come by again tomorrow. Ever since then, Ju Garyon came by every day and talked by herself for half a day. It was all meaningless and mundane talk about her daily life. She had been doing this for the past 8 days. On the 9th day, Makium nodded in response to the story. After that, her recovery was noticeable, and she started talking from time to time. Another 4 days passed, and although her expression was still dark, she was almost back to her original self. They could leave soon, but Sewell needed to do some things. He looked at the constitution of everyone in the Ju mansion and found that no one had an outstanding physique. Even Lady Ju didn't have the potential for cultivation. If they did, he would have taught them Qigong and imparted a few dun pills. But Lady Ju didn't need to become an alchemist. She loved her family and her life. She wouldn't leave them to improve her level. Sewell reminded her to find her own path, but she was satisfied with what she had. Lady Ju had figured out that Sewell was checking up on everyone because he would be leaving for good. Even he thought he should have done that a few years ago. Lady Ju knew she wouldn't be able to hold on to him, but it was still a pity that there was nothing she could do. Just knowing that Sewell regretted that fact too gave her a little relief. Lady Ju led him to her personal storage after that. Since alchemists didn't have to bother with big storage rooms like this, she wanted Sewell to take all the clothing in here into his pocket. Contrary to other lofty immortals, Sewell often did dangerous things and ruined his clothes after all. He promptly took all the lavish clothing and brought out a few recovery pills in return. These pills could extend immortals' lifespan and cure illnesses. They could use these pills however they wanted. There was no need to feel burdened since these were ineffective for alchemists. Now that they were bidding farewell, Lady Ju solemnly wished for Sewell to take care of himself. He fumbled the bag with her, for sure. Brother Zheng's farewell was not as graceful, though. He cried and cried after knowing that Sewell was leaving. Since he was so sad, this Master Wound might have to bring out the big guns. 3 containers of sweet liquor brewed by alchemists. An alcoholic drink that improved your health. It was decided that for tonight, the two would have their last drink before parting ways. Night came, and the time for Sewell and Makium to leave had come. Everything that needed to be taken care of here had been done. His ties with District Lee were over, but he felt a twinge of regret. There was no turning back. These two must disappear from Yanzhou. Their destination was the Diwun Nation. The teleportation portal of the Su family brought them to the southern part of the nation, in the Yuyang province. The first thing they needed to do in this foreign land was to find people. They needed to check out how different the people of the Diwun Nation were. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a city gate near the mountains. There was a big gate for alchemists and a small one for mortals. This was new to Sewell. For now, they couldn't pretend to be ordinary people with Makium still injured. The guard halted them right at the door. Each person had to pay a toll fee of 10 low-class spirit stones for entry. This guard was immediately smitten by Makium's undeniable beauty, but duty called, and he had to make them pay 20 spirit stones to enter. It was expensive, but they had no other choice for now. The guard handed them the passes for the city. Entering the large metropolis with alchemists freely moving through the air left the duo awestruck. It was far from what they were used to. This was the Diwun Nation. Diwun Nation, a martial arts powerhouse, is a land where mortals are keenly aware of the existence of alchemists. Affluent parents even confirm their child's physical potential from a young age. Ordinary individuals lacking extraordinary physical attributes pursue martial arts for self-improvement, nurturing dreams of achieving immortality. The ambience here is distinctly unusual, as alchemists and mortals coexist seamlessly. To their knowledge, a lord governs the world's affairs, but there's no emperor. They urgently require intelligence from fellow alchemists. Sewell, therefore, beckoned one of the young servers in the tavern. He aimed to discover the location of the largest marketplace in exchange for a low-tier spirit stone. The boy readily informed them of marketplaces situated at the north and south gates, emphasizing the Long Life store as their best bet for comprehensive supplies. However, he also mentioned secretive trade fairs reserved for exclusive items, accessible only by invitation. Currently, Sewell contemplates a visit to the Long Life store, while Makium intends to remain in her room, examining the pouches taken from the alchemists of the dauntless sect she had slain. There's little doubt she hasn't already rifled through them. The pain of her father's dumb eyes still lingers. As Sewell's senior sister and savior, he feels obliged to offer his utmost support. Sewell activates his remarkable disguise, assuming the appearance of the Iron Sphere sect elder from days past. Concealing his true level and appearance appears to be a safer course of action in this environment. The first merchant who approached him led Sewell to an outdoor table. He sought domesticated ginseng, light grass, cedar, and udambara, herbs both rare and costly, but this store boasted most of them in stock. Regrettably, udambara remains elusive. Nevertheless, Sowell doesn't flinch at the exorbitant price, gladly parting with copious spirit stones. Casually flexing his high roller money outside the store is crazy. The merchant's demeanor immediately brightens upon witnessing his wealth. Sowell takes possession of the sacred herbs, and the merchant pledges a warmer reception for future dealings. However, if he desires udambara, there's only one path available: the forthcoming secret trade fair. While exclusive, entry is possible with a wealth exceeding 1,000 middle-class spirit stones. Despite his ample resources from Winetail, Sowell finds this arrangement suspicious. The merchant agrees to provide the event's time and location without requesting anything in return. 5 days later, Sowell divests himself of extraneous belongings, accumulating all his spirit stones for the impending secret trade fair. There, he is welcomed by a mysterious masked woman. Customarily, patrons must don masks before entering the trade fair. The rules dictate a nominal commission fee for each purchase. All items are auctioned, although alternatives for equal value trades with fellow alchemists are also available. Sowell is embraced warmly at his first secret trade fair. Yet, an unsettling feeling creeps in. The breath of the sun alchemists likely frequent this gathering. In Yangzhou, the entire power structure crumbled due to one breath of the sun alchemist. Now, someone wielding that same power may be participating in tonight's auction. With everyone present, the trade fair commences. First up is a low-ranked talisman, the blue jade ring imbued with spiritual energy recovery capabilities. Talismans hold a higher status than Dharma tools, a category that includes Sowell's Mihirit ring from his masters. Acquiring the blue jade ring would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, Sowell's primary objective remains obtaining udambara today. The next items on the agenda include a rare 1,000-year-old sacred herb, a dung pill effective for law of spirit energy alchemists, a magic beast's egg, and a low-class magic beast's nidun. Now, it's Sowell's turn to present the essence of the shadow orchid, a concentrated essence loathed by any fiend. It's a genuine savior against the threat posed by fiends. Sowell isn't seeking spirit stones, he simply requires a piece of udambara. However, the uniqueness of his product complicates assessing its value. There are alchemists who have never encountered a fiend, let alone hunted one. Perhaps only higher-level alchemists can truly appreciate the value of this item. Sowell's plan appears to unravel when it comes to the shadow orchid essence. However, a man at the back expresses his willingness to trade it for his udambara. Sowell rejoices, eager to finalize the deal. Yet, the man at the back insists on a singular condition. You might be wondering about the mysterious condition, and Sowell is pondering the same question. It's quite simple. The masked man simply wants to discuss the origin of the shadow orchid essence. Conversing outdoors would inevitably lead to the revelation of their identities, which is a bit sus. Sowell contemplated inquiring if anyone else was interested, but no one expressed any interest. Thus, the matter was settled. Following the trade fair, the two rendered vows at the poacher's inn without their masks. However, Sowell maintained his disguise. The mysterious man appeared unassuming, yet he undeniably concealed an overwhelming power. Almost no one possesses knowledge of the essence's effects or its existence. Thus, the man is curious about how Sowell stumbled upon it. Of course, Sowell can choose not to divulge this information. The man reached into his pocket, signaling the start of the transaction. However, his version of the deal involved launching a flaming dagger directly at Sowell. Fortunately, Sowell had prepared for potential sneak attacks. He swiftly replicated himself into numerous identical bodies and fled the inn. Although the man could intensify his pursuit, doing so would attract too much attention from the Lord of Yuan province. The man is banking on his recognition of Sowell's face, even when it's concealed by a disguise. For the time being, things appear to be in Sowell's favor, but he is left wondering where everything went wrong. Perhaps it all began with the merchant from earlier, who was sorely lacking in information and too naive when dealing with strangers. Nonetheless, this doesn't change the fact that the man had udambara with him. As dawn breaks, there's a sudden knock at Sowell's door. It's the server boy from earlier, delivering snacks. Sowell decides to glean more information from this local. When Sowell inquires about a robber who targets alchemists at a remote inn, the boy's complexion darkens in fear. Sowell notices the shift in the boy's demeanor and presses for further details. This robber is known as the Faceless Murderer, a high-level practitioner who specifically targets foreign alchemists. Even the province's elders have been unable to apprehend him. It appears that everyone at the trade fair was aware of this individual and wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. If Soul wishes to learn more, he'll need to inquire within the Bao Xin sect. They are the primary source of information in the province, but their services come at a steep price. They operate as an unconventional intelligence organization, openly conducting their business. Reverting to his disguise, Soul proceeds to gather much-needed intelligence. He doesn't beat around the bush and requests information about the faceless murderer. As he passes through multiple doors, he senses no presence of Qi. The organization's defenses are formidable. Upon reaching the heart of the compound, a seductive voice grants Soul permission to enter. Entering this room, he's immediately shocked as his true form is revealed in a reflection. In this room, no secrets remain hidden. The one attending to him is a master of unique Qigong, Xiaobing, the lord of the Hujing branch of Bao Xin sect. Soul goes by the name Wunmo, though he struggles against a drowsy scent permeating the room. He must pose his question regarding the faceless murderer, and Xiaobing will name her price. Soul's query is straightforward. Will there be any significant parties seeking vengeance once he eliminates the faceless murderer? The answer to that question demands 5 high-class spirit stones. Without hesitation, he pays the fee, and the Lord reveals that the faceless murderer operates as a lone wolf. For further details about the man's life, it costs him another 5 high-class spirit stones, a somewhat exorbitant sum. The faceless murderer gained notoriety when he reached the law of spirit energy a few centuries ago, continuing his reign of terror to this day. He is cautious and meticulous in his work, having operated for 300 years. Soul's concealment of his true level made him an ideal target. However, the murderer has recently grown more audacious, deviating from his usual caution. As for specific information about his methods, it comes at the cost of another 10 spirit stones. The faceless murderer wields an indistinct dagger or employs his victim's own weapon. Once Soul eliminates this individual, the Lord invites him to return to the sect. Even this conversation they've had is just another piece of information that the cunning Xiaobing is willing to sell. 15 more days pass, and all of Soul's preparations are in order. He now requires the final ingredient, the udambara, at any cost. After several days of diligent work, his initial preparations are complete. It has been 2 months since their arrival at this inn, and the server boy has become quite familiar with him. As for Makyum, things have remained relatively uneventful for her. However, aside from significant incidents, there have been 1 or 2 minor ones involving her. She doesn't fit the typical alchemist profile, so some individuals have dared to approach her romantically. An annoying master once attempted to expel Makyum due to her mortal status, but she promptly dismissed him with a demonstration of her spiral bomb. Her true power is hidden behind her eyes, so she seldom emerges from her room, now concealing her face with a black fabric. Paradoxically, this only makes her stand out even more. On another note, Soul is inquisitive about any updates concerning the faceless murderer. The boy ensures it's safe to talk and informs him that more victims have recently perished, 5 to be exact. The number of casualties is difficult to believe, including 1 alchemist skilled in the law of spirit energy. It aligns with what Xiaobing mentioned. The province's residents are eager for the government to take action. However, if that occurs, the udambara will fall in the hands of the authorities. He must act swiftly before it's too late. Night descends, and Soul exits the inn, donning his remarkable disguise once more. He has been patrolling for 2 hours each day and finally strikes gold. The faceless murderer is relentlessly pursuing him. Soul identifies the ideal location to counterattack and deploys all his combat Dharma tools. On the city's outskirts, only the 2 of them are visible. This man is driven solely by greed, lusting after Soul's numerous Dharma tools and stacks of spirit stones. He doesn't deny his intention to rob Soul. There's no need to conceal motives. 2 months have passed since their initial encounter, and there's no room for idle chatter. This man is reputedly a known thief, yet he wields an ordinary Dharma tool. Regardless, Soul must exercise caution when dealing with this middle-stage law of spirit energy alchemist. He effortlessly blocks the initial twin-wheel attack and counterattacks with his sword. 3 blades whir through the air, targeting the murderer's head. However, they prove futile against a formidable energy shield. His summoned clones also succumb to the second phase of the twin-wheel attack. He narrowly defends against the ferocious assault of the peculiar Dharma tool with his shield. Thus far, Soul's attacks are on par with those of a heavenly birth alchemist, its child's play. However, upon realizing Soul's intentions, the faceless murderer conjures his spirit fire, launching it in an attempt to disrupt any potential surprises. Those flames only succeed in eliminating Soul's clones. Now, with the gourd in hand, He pursues the man relentlessly. Soul's focus on the chase blindsides him, and he's struck in the back by a spirit fire. He's just lost his trump card. The gourd falls to the ground. The faceless murderer picks it up, intrigued. He wonders what gave Soul the audacity to pursue him recklessly. The man believes this duel merely demonstrates a difference in skill, and he intends to conclude it by killing Soul with his own weapon. Upon opening the gourd, a malevolent dark energy is released, engulfing the fool.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
It's a lesser devil poison, a concoction Soul has been crafting for the past few weeks. Concealing traces and killing for pleasure has ultimately strangled the murderer. Desperately, the man pleads for his life, offering to reveal the location of his treasures to Soul in exchange for an antidote. However, Soul's masters have cautioned him against believing a dying thief's last words. Completing the job is the only correct course of action, despite any pleas. As anticipated, the lesser devil poison is terrifying. He strives to use it on people as sparingly as possible. Regarding the loot from this kill, there are only a meager number of spirit stones and subpar Dharma tools. It appears he did indeed conceal his treasures. Yet among these low-value items is a red treasure jade. Soul experiments with it, infusing it with his spiritual energy. It promptly absorbs every trace within his system. The jade completely sapped his remaining energy. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary item, yet Soul had no clue how to harness its power. An object like this should respond to spiritual energy, but this one remained utterly undisturbed. Using spirit stones yielded the same absorption effect. Perhaps the faceless murderer had diligently fed this artifact with all of his ill-gotten gains. As an experiment, Soul decided to infuse it with 40 high-class spirit stones. The energy from these precious gems dissipated swiftly. It didn't take long for him to take the gamble and attempt to unlock the treasure jade's power. He was in too deep now, determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. Soul had invested half of his entire net worth into this enigmatic object, and there was still no response. Deciding to set this mystery aside for the moment, he turned his attention to creating some pills for his senior sister. After gathering all the necessary ingredients, he finally concocted the healing pill for Makiyam's treatment. However, it appeared that she was out and about for the day, which was better than staying cooped up in her room. When Soul checked the inn's lobby, he noticed an unusually large crowd. Another month had passed and Soul was last in this place, and the server boy led him to his seat. There wasn't a single vacant table in the shop, and even some of the newcomers were complaining. All these people had come for the rift. It had opened 30 years ago, and some alchemists had their lives changed within it, so now they were returning for more. Some claimed that there were precious treasures in the center lake of the rift, but no one dared to approach it. According to what Soul had gathered, this rift resembled the concentrated spirit land that regularly opened near Hujing. Suddenly, every man in the vicinity fell silent, captivated by the arrival of Makiyam. Even with her face concealed by a black fabric cover, it had been a while since Soul and his senior sister had seen each other. She had surprisingly cut her hair, and judging by the lovesick gazes of the men at the table, it clearly suited her. She got that short hair effortless riz. Makiyam had been in turmoil for a while, but had managed to compose herself after the haircut. She understood the need to move forward, knowing they would eventually have to return to Yanzhou. Before resuming her training, she needed to recover. To aid in that, Soul had created a special dun pill to heal her internal wounds. She appreciated the efforts of her junior and was grateful for them. However, ingesting the dun pill had unexpected effects on Makiyam. Infusing foreign spiritual energy into her body would only worsen her condition. She started vomiting a substantial amount of impure blood. This was the first time she had encountered this rainbow pill that Soul had concocted. It was an esoteric pill he had learned from his first master, crafted to the highest standards. Makiyam felt guilty for being confined to her room while her junior brother worked tirelessly to create this dun pill. Soul wanted to repay her for saving him in the forest of fine beauty, and Makiyam was eager to compensate him with the spirit stones she had left. As a compromise, it decided to use the spirit stones to purchase new Dharma tools, recognizing that deillumination presented a new set of challenges requiring upgraded equipment. Makiyam had also heard about the rift's opening and the opportunity to obtain treasures within. Every 30 years, a powerful wind blows over Huijing, opening a portal to another dimension filled with rare sacred herbs, spirit stones, and treasures guarded by fiends. Alchemists from far and wide flocked to participate in this expedition, as there was no overseeing organization, making it free for all. Considering this, Soul decided to accompany his senior sister into the rift. With an increasing number of high-level alchemists in the streets, Makiyam had been concerned, but now she felt reassured with Soul by her side. Before the rift opened, Soul had some time to prepare, and his first task was to return to the Bao Xin sect to meet with the cunning lord. However, on this day, there was no need for disguises. He sat comfortably on the floor of the mysterious room. The child next to Lord Xiaobing was known as Baekran, here to observe and learn by the lord's side. However, Soul felt a strange attraction to the young lady, as if they had met before. She attempted a mental technique to penetrate Soul's mind, but it resulted in excruciating feedback. These women had ill intentions, and their plans had backfired. Baekran couldn't believe how easily her evil spirit fragrance had been thwarted. Soul knew the girl had attempted to bewitch him, so he pretended to be clueless, further adding to her insult. Her spiritual power was disheveled, and she needed time to recuperate. Lord Xiaobing acted as if she were not part of the sneak attack, trying to correct the wrongdoing by sacrificing Baekran to appease Soul. Before the killing blow could land on the girl, he casually dismissed the matter. It was evident that this was a coordinated attempt, and he wanted to see how it would play out. Xiaobing tried to clean up the mess altogether, but settled by ordering Baekran to leave, her blood smeared on the floor. The Lord had stopped hearing news about the faceless murderer and suspected Soul's involvement. However, there was no merit in confessing, so he continued to feign ignorance. She had invited him to obtain information in the first place, as their organization dealt in information trade. But the Bao Xin sect was more than just an information hub. She had shared some basic information about the man out of curiosity about Soul. However, Soul had proven himself to be genuinely powerful. He could now trade information about the fate of the faceless murderer for an answer to a question of his choosing. After some thought, he decided it wasn't worth selling incriminating information, but he only needed to reveal whether the man was alive or dead. Soul then disclosed that the man's body was buried in the northern rice field of Houjing without implicating himself. It was now his turn to ask a question. Her shiftiness still bothered him, but he believed there was nothing to lose. He wanted to find a way to reach the Yunnan nation. For the first time in her long career, she didn't have the answer or even knowledge of such a nation. It seemed even the owner of a renowned intelligence association couldn't assist with his master's revenge. Xiaobing, however, was too proud to let it go. She promised to find information about the country no matter what, though Soul had little to no faith in her. Infuriated, the Lord attempted to change the subject to the upcoming rift. However, it appeared the Bao Xin sect wouldn't be sending their people into the rift. Since she couldn't fulfill her end of the bargain, she offered a tidbit of useful information to even the scales. After the meeting, Soul left the room to breathe some fresh air and rest. Reflecting on what he had heard from the Lord, he noticed the mischievous girl from earlier, Baekran. She politely bowed her head, and he greeted her without hostility. This place truly was full of strange occurrences beyond his comprehension. For now, he had one more task to complete before the rift. It was time to bring out the big guns, the legendary Eternal Youth Dun Pill. He returned to the secret trade fair to sell one of his prized creations to fund his treasure jade research. The man put his heart into the sales pitch, capturing the intrigue and emotions of everyone in the hall. Some alchemists would gladly give up their wealth if this pill proved to be genuine. However, the sudden emergence of this legendary pill was almost too unbelievable. In that case, the management decided to verify the pill's authenticity while the auction for high-tier treasures continued as usual. A masked old man took the pill, and after a few moments, he returned, holding the Eternal Youth Dun Pill in his hands. As expected, the verdict was that this pill was indeed the real deal.
Here comes the money. Here we go.
The intense bidding war for the miracle pill immediately erupted, with people gladly offering their entire net worth to obtain it. Soul had no clue that these alchemists would go absolutely wild for his Eternal Youth Dun Pill. The top offer had already reached 70 highest grade spirit stones. That was until someone raised the price to one special grade spirit stone, each worth 100 highest grade stones. Then it climbed to 2, and then 2.7. One of the patrons silenced everyone with 5 special grade spirit stones. This was more than what Soul had made in his entire life. However, spending this much on the mysterious jade made him hesitant. He started to think that the treasure jade might just be a revenge prank left by the faceless murderer. He decided to save the special grade stones for now, but as he sank more of his wealth into this endeavor, his hope dwindled. It was a monstrous item that drained everything valuable from his pockets. A single special grade stone should be enough to change the life of an ordinary alchemist, but he was too invested to back out now. Any sane person would consider this a foolish experiment, but something this precious should yield results. The jade had been merely warm the other day, but it had become scorching hot today. He was now 5 special grade stones deep, with nothing else in the bank. You could only hope that this was the one. The treasure jade flew towards him. It seemed like something big was finally happening. The jade began to melt completely, revealing a single golden dun pill. He had no clue what it did. To find out, it was time to bring out his tiny helper again. From the monster pouch came Wan with his sharp senses for treasures. The best character of the series is finally back. The fragrance tracer feline stopped in his tracks when he got a whiff of the golden pill. Wan suddenly pounced on Soul, desperately trying to steal the precious pill from his grasp. He would turn him into cat stew if the little guy tried to eat it. Besides the pill itself, the cat wanted to eat the crumbs from the dissolution. After a while, there was still no change in Wan after eating the tiny fragments. He just seemed to be in a good mood. Just as Soul was wondering what was wrong, the fragrance tracer feline started to struggle with controlling his strength. He turned feral for a second and evolved into a different form right after. Soul finally had some idea of what this pill was. He had only heard of it once, and even his first master didn't have the recipe. He tried to lower his expectations before trying it out. Since Wan was fine, nothing bad should happen to him as he ate the pill. He lost consciousness for an unknown amount of time and woke up to Wan's licks. His senior sister was also by his side now. While she was practicing Qigong, she felt a bizarre energy coming from Soul's room and checked. She decided to guard him in a place full of alchemists. Right now, he didn't feel any noticeable change. The pill had turned into pure energy flowing into his Nidun. He thought he would become overwhelmingly powerful right away. But there was definitely some special change inside him. His magic barrier had transformed into a different form. Now he was certain that it was the mythical golden elixir. It didn't increase his spiritual power, but it matured his Nidun. His power was refined and consumption had been halved. With his high consumption combat style, this upgrade was a godsend. He was so pleased that he forgot to speak, but Makiem knew that something incredibly good had just happened. For the first time in a while, he invited his senior sister for a quick spar. She vowed not to take it easy on him today. The long-awaited powerful wind finally blew over Huijing. This was the sign that the rift would be opening soon. Both Soul and his senior sister should be all set for the expedition, but the words of Xiao Bing weighed on him. The rift opened every 30 years, but the real treasure only appeared on the Rift Lake every 300 years, and this year happened to be that much-awaited opening. The Bao Xin sect didn't send their own people. Instead, they gathered outside alchemists for events like this. Knowing how capable Soul was, having him represent the Bao Xin sect would be a unique edge against the competitors who knew of the treasure's existence. Xiao Bing proposed to buy the treasures that he would obtain inside the rift for a fair price. She brought up some good points, but Soul had no intention of accepting. This woman was untrustworthy to the extreme, but before heading out, he wanted to buy some information regarding the layout inside the rift. That piece of info was very valuable. If he chose to make a deal with the Lord, he could get every piece of intel that the sect knew about the rift. 3 days had passed since that day, and he was firm in his belief that the information wasn't worth making a deal with the devil. Along with countless hopeful alchemists, Soul and Makiem finally arrived at the famous rift. Right now, he could only trust his senior sister and his own skills. Some unfortunate, weaker alchemists can't even approach due to the strong winds. Just as the duo prepared to accelerate their entry, an authoritative voice commanded everyone to clear the way. It's the imposing windmill carriage of the Mountain Willow Manor. Judging by the fear in the crowd, they seem to be a notorious family. The 4 red heavenly winged horses are a display of their strength. Soul can't help but wonder about the person inside the carriage. Regardless of who it is, the duo's main priority is to gain entry. As expected, they were separated from Makiem as they entered and planned to meet at the central lake as soon as possible. The exit will open in 1 to 3 months, and they must make the most of it. There's no need to hurry, so he and Wan can thoroughly scout the area. Soul sensed no immediate threats in the vicinity, allowing them to explore the land. Wan has been more enthusiastic and obedient since consuming the golden dun pill crumbs. The master and pet duo joyfully journey through the land, collecting rare treasures along the way. In just 2 days, they had already amassed a decent haul. The eager fragrance-tracing feline danced around a unique plant, a rare kernel ginseng. Soul noticed that the soil around it was still moist, and using a bit of spiritual energy revealed a hidden cavern. The entrance was quite narrow, with water seeping through the cracks in the walls. The cave expanded to reveal a concealed water reservoir. Since the cave and reservoir appeared undisturbed, there might be valuable finds here. Soul activated his golden barrier and plunged into the depths. At the bottom, green lights resembling stars came into view. To his surprise, these lights were approaching rapidly. They were ferocious green lightfish. They shouldn't pose a problem, so Sewell decided to observe them first. These creatures were hostile, and their light beams couldn't penetrate his barrier. But dealing with this many underwater could be tricky. Fortunately, thanks to the golden elixir, he wasn't struggling with spirit energy consumption. The ugly fish were relentless, and Sewell worked within the limited space of his barrier, utilizing his Dharma tools. Under the barrage of beams, the strain on the barrier increased. One beam managed to breach the barrier, but the creatures hesitated to follow up. All they saw was an irritated man who had been hit by a feeble attack. There was no point in prolonging this, so he instantly dispatched every fish in the vicinity. The loot this time was quite satisfying as well. However, Sewell noticed that the corpses of the green lightfish were disappearing as if being sucked into another location. It was possible that there was a rift within this rift, given the unusual space. He conducted an experiment by tossing a dagger into the water and confirmed the presence of another dimension. He knew he had to investigate this further. Sewell entered a portal in the depths of the water. In this peculiar space within a space, Wan showed little reaction. Only ordinary plants and terrain were visible, but Sewell had a hunch there was more to discover. It didn't take long for him to find precious scarlet lichen, which he could use to create potent protection elixirs. As he gathered his loot, a sudden presence alerted Sewell to prepare for combat. To his surprise, it turned out to be an old, decrepit alchemist, voraciously consuming the scarlet lichen. This was a truly bizarre turn of events, even for Sewell. That's either a homeless guy or a secret master. This elderly man kept munching on the lichen, making strange sounds until he was disturbed by a drip of water. Sewell didn't know what the right move was in this situation. The man might be in a situation similar to Gwengo Duan's back in the Lone Spirit Land. So for now, he wanted to approach the guy first. Sewell and the old man locked eyes, both evidently wary of each other's presence. He asked why the elder had such a pained expression on his face. This man is an alchemist, and he doesn't care about Sewell. This man is eating, and no one will stop him. Sewell tried to approach and offered to treat the elder, only to be met with unintelligible noises. The old man might have suffered severe psychological shock, leading to him acting like a wounded beast. Sewell tried to gently approach once again with some medicine in his hands. The elder is terrified, but you want to help with at least the visible injuries. Sewell treated the wounds on the man's arms and hands, and he'll have to move on to the rest of the body now. Injuries and minor wounds were no match against his medicine. The pain the elder was experiencing slowly subsided. The two spent a few minutes in the cave with absolute silence while Sewell healed the elder. 4 days have passed since then. He even made some dewdrop elixir for the man's mental condition. But there are no signs of improvement. You just can't leave an old man with such a sad and desperate face after all. For the first time in a while, this mysterious man spoke some coherent words. He repeatedly yelled something about opening the chest that turned into stone. He's mortified about some evil spirit that has been chasing after him. The old man is absolutely terrified and panicking about a mysterious evil spirit haunting him. Going out of the rift is out of the question. He'd rather stay in this cave and eat moss the whole time. He finally had enough mental clarity to introduce himself as Chinongso from the Yi family of Yan'an. That shouldn't be far from Huijing, so finding the man's family shouldn't be a problem. As for why he kept insisting that he shouldn't leave this place, he believes that he's possessed by the evil spirit. Sewell tried to reassure him that everything would be fine and he's just in shock after being locked up for so long. But it's not that easy to convince a crazy old man believing that he's possessed. Suddenly, the man reached into his clothing, and Sewell jumped back in fright, thinking that an attack was coming. It was just a gold talisman, though. Kyongso thanks Sewell for giving back his sanity, but all the evil spirit business is true. He tasked Sewell to take the golden tag back to his family with the news of his condition, along with a final warning not to be tempted by the chest that turned into stone. He then rummaged through his clothing again and offered a small bag of spirit stones to Sewell, which he rejected. Now that Chongso had his sanity back, it's time to stop the evil spirit within him at once. He walked a few steps out and ended the curse. It's a terrible death, and Sewell can only collect the ashes to deliver to the bereaved. The only surviving artifact in the man's possession was a mysterious bracelet. A week has passed since he set foot inside this rift. Sewell decided to head for the center of the lake immediately. He can't keep his senior sister waiting in this turbulent place. Only God knows what awaits him in the center area of this mysterious space. Upon landing in the hot and humid central region, he immediately found himself drenched in sweat. It had taken him 5 days of travel to reach this place. Locating Makium in this vast coastal area would prove to be challenging. In retrospect, their decision to gather in this region seemed ill-conceived. They had underestimated its sheer size. However, Wanwan's remarkable sense of smell might remedy this situation. If one were to inquire whether the cat remembered the scent of the enticing senior sister, it would enthusiastically confirm that it did. They would commence their search along the coastline. The expanse of this lake resembled more of an ocean, and Soul was eager to try their luck in finding the valuable treasure with Makium. The cat finally detected something in a dense forest not far ahead. There was an energy within that could belong to his senior sister. Before he could even land his flying sword, Wanwan had already leaped down eagerly. Makium possessed the unusual ability to conceal her level, leaving him to trust solely in his pet's instincts. And just like that, he finally spotted Makium. But in front of her stood a familiar figure, the windmill carriage from the Mountain Willow Manor at the Rift entrance. He landed right beside his senior sister, sensing something suspicious. They exchanged greetings while the bearded man next to the carriage assessed their strength aloud. As they attempted to leave the area, the bearded man intervened. He wasn't harming Soul and Makium, but he was actively blocking their path, seemingly awaiting further orders from inside the carriage. For now, Soul decided to cooperate and asked the person inside to state their intentions. A delicate hand opened the door, revealing a strong-willed woman, Wee Peok of the Mountain Willow Manor. Judging by the fact that Soul couldn't discern her level, it was likely that this woman was at the breath of the sun level. The duo introduced themselves respectfully. Wee Peok didn't seem interested in engaging in idle conversation with him. She insisted that mere banter wouldn't grant them access to the lake. The determined woman delivered an extensive lecture on how they wouldn't survive the lake and its treasure competition at their current level. To resolve this, she suggested that the two of them accompany her on the journey instead. Wee Peok appeared to be rather self-centered. Rejecting her outright might lead to unfavorable consequences, so we'll try to provide a tactful reason for declining her invitation, putting his pride on the line. Wee Peok didn't take this excuse well. Soul's words painted her as overly greedy. Consequently, she offered them a fair share of the treasures, with she and No Wong selecting first. Joining her would certainly increase their chances of survival, but her trustworthiness remained shaky. The problem would arise when it came to dividing the treasures in the end. With Makium's abilities and his lesser devil poison, they stood a decent chance of survival regardless. Wee Peok noticed Soul weighing the pros and cons in his mind. So she made the decision simple for them. If they didn't join forces with her, they could bid farewell to their lives right then and there. Left with no other choice, they reluctantly entered a shaky alliance under the authoritative breath of the sun expert to explore the lake. The entire carriage was enveloped in a magical barrier, leading them underwater as Makium and Soul followed. Soul contemplated escaping, but that would only anger Wee Peok, whose formidable strength was evident in the massive barrier. They were descending without hesitation, knowing precisely what they were doing and where they were headed. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that No Wong was reading something from an artifact, a peculiar compass. Its operation remained a mystery, but if it could guide them to the treasure, it must be an extraordinary tool. Even the surrounding alchemists dared not interfere as soon as they saw the windmill carriage. This raised questions about why the powerful Wee Peok had chosen to include the duo on her team. There was a possibility that these alchemists were representatives invited by Xiao Bing to represent the Bao Xin sect. Maintaining the pace and barrier in the water required considerable energy, and half a day had passed with no end in sight. Despite the darkness surrounding them, the carriage suddenly accelerated. Before them lay something unexpected in an underwater setting. A massive palace shielded by an even larger barrier. This was the location indicated by the sacred needle of the compass. A strong spiritual energy emanated from the mysterious palace, possibly the coveted treasure. Wee Peok exited her comfortable carriage once more. It was time for the true expedition. The palace was completely sealed off from the water, allowing them to enter and search every room for treasures. Everyone chose an area to investigate and plunder. Soul found some documents. Makium discovered containers, and even No Wong stumbled upon a peculiar-looking chest, albeit empty. Wee Peok, however, remained determined not to leave empty-handed. Soul had actually thought that he would be able to coast easily after getting stronger, but he's only encountered unhinged people so far. Getting away from the domineering woman is a must, but he has no method to do so. He doesn't even know her skills, so the risk is just too big. They went through countless containers and boxes in the palace with nothing to show for it. Wee Peok is getting increasingly frustrated by the second. They should be the ones who discover the 300-year treasure, and they're digging up nothing. She decided to give up on this building to use the sacred needle to find other infrastructures. And the needle didn't disappoint in pointing them to another pavilion. It's smaller than the palace, but there are still no eye-catching chests in here. If they do find a treasure, this woman would probably make every excuse to keep it for herself. Or she can just kill them outright. If they prove to be useless, the latter case is quite likely. They turned this pavilion upside down without any results at all. Inside this spirit, energy-rich place, the sacred needle started pointing somewhere else. All of them have arrived at the very last room of the mysterious place. The needle is precisely pointing to this room, so a bit of floor remodeling might be necessary to uncover its secrets. No Wong unleashed his whipped Dharma tool and aimed it at the center floor of the final room. It seems like, as much as she's ill-tempered, this woman is still an experienced alchemist. The hole in the floor lit up, and everyone activated their barriers. The time for them to go in has come, but just to play it safe, Wee Payoff ordered the duo to go in first just to test the waters. So we'll reason that there's no reason for that as he volunteers to go in by himself. He jumped down into the blinding light of the hole. The other side of the pavilion was riddled with building ruins everywhere, but there is one building left standing with an imposing presence. It was a massive compound of grand structures that resembled gold. All is well on the other side of the light, so everyone decided to follow Seoul. From anger into disbelief, and then a massive hit of optimistic euphoria has hit the overbearing woman, believing that she'll finally get the 3th-century treasure. She did not waste any second and rushed in. Seoul kept a cool head while observing the Mountain Willow Manor people. At the forefront of the compound is likely the main hall. As their party was advancing, Wee Payock shifted into her vigilant mode after sensing something. A barrage of attacks followed suit, but she's capable of deflecting those. Wee Payock thought she blocked everything but got hit by one of the attacks through sheer power. She brought out the divine fire cudgel in response. The flames from that precious tool can be seen being blocked by some stranger's hand. It was an old man with his younger cronies. This man is known as Elder Pyong. It seems like it's widely known that her carriage's attendant, No Won, is her lover, but Mak Yum and Seoul are strangers to everyone else. She intends to protect her pride against those words, enforcing that the duo are kids that she brought from her manor. Finding the legendary treasure would surely depend on these two breath of the sun alchemists. This old man from the Pyong family is quite persistent and cunning, following them all the way to the pavilion. He's just up there in the air, chilling and chatting instead of attacking. The tensions are running high, and when these two figures butt heads, any law of spirit energy alchemists will be rendered useless. Pyong family's old man tried to defuse the situation by proposing an equal division of any treasure found. It's so obvious that there's no sincerity in those words. Of course, Wee Payock sees that, and she's pissed with all the babbling. It turns out that the massive compound of grand structures is protected by powerful barriers. There is no way for either party to get into that place alone. She tested if the barrier really exists, and it seems like they really are stuck here. Old man Pyong continued to try and sweet-talk Madame Wee into a collaboration. He just wants a piece of the treasure pie. Just the presence of this man alone is already an omen that things wouldn't go smoothly. If they do work together to tear down this obstacle together, what happens after that shouldn't be more complicated. You can hear the dishonesty on the old man's boss while proposing an equal treasure distribution. They have no other choice but to join hands for now. Man, treasures make people go crazy. Using the combined force of everyone, the two parties successfully infiltrated the golden buildings. Inside were numerous statues, sensors, and chests, offering plenty to explore. The formidable barrier, which remained remarkably strong and only showed slight cracks under their combined effort, undoubtedly guarded something priceless. Madame Wee found herself at a loss, attempting to devise a plan to claim all the treasures for herself. This situation was complicated since both experts were on a relatively equal footing. It turned out that Elder Payon had been chosen as a replacement for Seoul by the Lord of the Bao Xin sect. They continued their pretense of cooperation while searching for treasures to pilfer. A few moments later, they had gathered a considerable number of items, enough to bring happiness to all when divided equally. However, this world was one driven by greed, where the strong often claim everything. Amidst the piles of treasure, one particular box stood out to everyone. It was the chest that had turned into stone, the one Elder Chidongso had vehemently warned them about. Tensions ran high as they needed to inspect each individual treasure meticulously to maintain their deception. Seoul was tasked as their side's representative to evaluate the treasures and determine their value. They began on opposite sides, and Elder Pyong soon discovered a rare abominable stone. It was a prime material for crafting and enhancing Dharma tools. The Elder insisted on keeping it while eagerly anticipating more discoveries. One of his followers approached him with the cursed chest, curious about its impenetrable lock. The more secure a treasure, the higher the chance it held something extraordinary, and both experts were salivating with greed. Out of all the valuable chests in the place, this was the only one that remained locked. It was sealed not solely due to its value, but because it concealed something within. The two experts cooperated to open the chest slowly. It rattled, and an enormous surge of energy emerged. They had unwittingly released a malevolent force they should never have discovered. Its sinister aura was palpable, and upon closer inspection, the presence took on the form of a menacing spirit with a fearsome physical manifestation. This was an elementary spirit, an apparition from a high-level alchemist. They needed to handle it with the utmost care to avoid possession. Given the quantity and intensity of the spirit's energy, this would prove extremely challenging. The spirit bellowed with laughter that nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. It was a laughter that could shake anyone's soul and drive them into madness. This was precisely why Elder Chiangso had chosen to end his life rather than risk the spirit's resurgence. But Soul had an impenetrable mental shield in the form of the chant of black ice. In general, there were no effective Dharma tools, talismans, or techniques to subdue this spirit. Elder Pyong had nothing, and when the experts were helpless, everyone was helpless. Soul decided to take the stone chest, hoping it might have some utility in containing the malevolent spirit. However, the presence had already begun its possession spree. One of the followers was completely overtaken by the spirit, but the elementary spirit was unsatisfied with only a vessel of a law of spirit energy alchemist. In gratitude for their greed, it sought to reward them with death. Even the breath of a sun expert would be ineffective in this situation. Disposing of the possessed body would only prompt the spirit to seek another host. Elder Pyong and Madame Wei couldn't bring themselves to retreat when faced with a mountain of treasures. The spirit didn't want an old body but was also biased, unable to choose between the two experts to possess. Its solution was to drain everyone's spiritual energy and latent power. The mischievous spirit claimed its first victim, and Madame Wei finally considered abandoning the treasures. The two experts valued their lives more than wealth. Soul and Makia made the same decision and began to retreat. However, the golden building seemed determined to keep them inside after they had forced their way in. They had to find a way to break out or confront the elementary spirit. Madame Wei could only hope that her divine fire cudgel would be effective against this enemy. But it was to no avail. An apparition from a high-level alchemist was simply on a different level. They got no defense, no offense, no drip, no hose, and now they're going to get sucked dry. Elder Pyong, foolishly, stood his ground and unsheathed his cherished blade. In an instant, his weapon disintegrated mercilessly, turning into dust. Fighting back by expending spiritual energy was futile at this point. But Soul knew there was a glimmer of hope. The madman Yi Qiangso had managed to escape this same predicament. Finally, Elder Pyong succumbed to possession. The elementary spirit, like a child in a candy store, sought more alchemists ripe for absorption. Bored with the futile resistance, the apparition from a high-level alchemist yearned for something interesting. And that something might just be Soul. So please like and subscribe to witness some spirit humiliation in the next part. As the malevolent spirit prepared to go on a rampage for its own amusement, the prideful Wei Payok humbly knelt and introduced herself respectfully to the higher power. She offered her Mountain Willow Manor's services, aiming to help the spirit adapt to modern times. The spirit, recognizing her significance, paused to consider her proposal. Madame Wei's husband had achieved the level of the breath of the sun in less than 300 years. She believed that allowing the malevolent spirit to possess her husband's body might accelerate her own slow progress. However, even for a malevolent spirit, this woman's audacity was too insolent.
She belongs to the streets.
Instead of agreeing, the spirit scorned her manor's name and vowed to visit the organization, killing and draining every alchemist in sight. But first, it sought to feast upon these greedy individuals. Madame's lover, No Won, was the first to fall lifeless to the floor. Everyone had succumbed except for Soul, Makiam, and Madame Wei. Although the duo might have been severely underleveled, they refused to give up without a fight. As the spirit's transformation reached its peak, it promised not to take the lives of the remaining three. Madame Wei believed this to be an act of mercy, but the truth was different. The spirit intended to leave one man alive, Soul, to serve as its future vessel. Soul, not yet 100 years old and already at the law of spirit energy, possessed decent potential and a long lifespan, perfect for the spirit's purposes. This situation was insane, but Soul saw an opportunity, especially since he had the stone chest. As for the two women, they would serve as energy sources once the spirit had taken over Soul. The spirit reveled in its malevolence, toying with their lives. It promptly leaped into Soul, who had no choice but to proceed with a plan involving the stone chest. However, Soul first created some distance with a swift step to the side, a challenge the spirit eagerly accepted. Just as another charge dangerously neared Soul, he unveiled the stone chest. The sealing power of this tool was extraordinary, but unfortunately, the spirit managed to retreat just in time. Nevertheless, Soul was relentless. He hurled the seal like a bee's sting. The chest began consuming the freshly replenished evil spirit. To be safe, Soul cast his own inner binding seal. After spending 1,000 years inside this empty prison, the apparition would do anything to avoid returning. To end this madness, he had to close the box at any cost. However, Soul's limited power was waning, and the spirit knew it. The threads of the inner binding seal started to loosen until they suddenly gained a power boost. Senior Sister came to the rescue, assisting in closing the chest. She possessed more raw spiritual energy than Soul. Despite the spirit's desperate pleas for help, Madame Wee, no matter how greedy she was, knew better than to trust such a malevolent entity. The spirit continued its pleas, even cursing its own soul, but it was too late. This high-level alchemist had humiliated himself before being sealed once again. The hardest part was over, but the complete seal was barely finished. Madame Wee had endured much in her long life, but this was the most terrible ordeal she had ever faced. Her lover lay lifeless, and the least she could do was wrap him in silk and arrange a funeral outside. She recognized that Soul had saved all their lives, and that she also held him responsible for not using the stone chest earlier, before No One's pointless death. She wished to seek compensation from Soul for his delayed actions, but she found herself in an advantageous position as the potential sole owner of every treasure in this place. Therefore, her terms were clear. Soul would not touch a single spirit stone in this vast treasure haul. He agreed, but that did not mean Makiyam would be denied their fair share of the treasure. However, Madame Wee had no reason to spare these two individuals. She could return home wealthy and with her reputation intact. Therefore, she decided that dead men told no tales. Just when you thought it was over, this unpredictable figure brings yet another disaster. Soul attempted to appeal to her remaining humanity, but Madame Wee refused to heed any advice from those she considered weaker. The initial attack was effectively blocked by his defensive Dharma tool. Makiyam refused to stand idly by as her junior suffered, launching 2 spiral bombs toward the avaricious madam. However, the disparity in power between them was glaring. This resentful woman felt insulted and vowed to inflict a painful demise upon them. At present, both of them are holding up, but the worst is yet to come. Soul is clearly fatigued from the earlier turmoil. Madame Wee intends to wear him down further while focusing on eliminating Makiyam first. In a matter of moments, his senior sister had already sustained severe injuries across her body. She held her own against the divine fire cudgel, while Soul was forced to continually defend with his shield. There was no opportunity to employ the lesser devil poison, and Makiyam's transformation was out of the question. However, there remained one last, seemingly foolish option. The only answer to Madame Wee's greed. While she reveled in torturing the 2 juniors, Soul unexpectedly launched a blitz charge, holding the madam's greatest fear in his hands, the stone chest. Contained within this seal was an exceedingly angry and frustrated spirit that had nearly achieved its goals. It had barely begun to comprehend the unfolding situation when the seal on the chest started to break. The first sight that greeted the apparition was the woman who had forsaken him. Few hold grudges as tenaciously as a scorned evil spirit. Soul realized this might have been a questionable decision, but he had no other recourse. Madame Wee was now lifeless and drained, leaving them to confront even greater menace. The apparition had learned from its past mistakes and was determined not to fall for another surprise sealing technique. However, the two remained undaunted by its presence. The stone chest served as a tunnel for greed, obscuring anyone's vision. Yet, given the immense strength of this elementary spirit, it held no regard for these two, who were mere specks of dust to him. The spirit proposed a deal, release the box, and they could depart peacefully. Such a compromise was impossible. They had no choice but to engage in another round, using the stone chest to defy the odds. With that decision, the spirit absorbed the spiritual power from the treasure pile, a regrettable waste of precious artifacts. Within moments, it became clear that the creature was now much faster than before. Timing the resealing would prove challenging, but surrendering was not an option. Soul remained resolute, activating the power of absorption once more. However, the apparition wouldn't be deceived a second time. It simply hurled a rock at Soul's hand, causing the box to loosen. With this opening, seizing control of his vulnerable body should be a breeze. Just as the powerful spirit was about to claim its new vessel, Soul's bracelet began to react. Its brilliance radiated throughout the area. This was the last artifact that the enigmatic Yi Qiangso had in his possession. A crystal protection amulet, an item the spirit had a harrowing encounter with centuries ago. Only 6 crystals out of 8 were activated, as Yi Qiangso had used it for his own protection back then. Makiam intended to seize this opportunity for their escape, but the door remained resolute in denying their exit. Subduing the elementary spirit might be their only way out now, and the crystals could make it possible. In the meantime, consuming Soul's remaining precious paddle elixirs for replenishment was the plan. Unfortunately, his remaining spiritual energy could only activate 2 crystals. Perhaps he had forgotten that Makiam was a natural reservoir of pure spiritual energy. Together, they seemed to activate all the crystals. The tables turned, and the weakening spirit was now trapped with the duo. Their next move would involve using the stone chest once more. This would be their final opportunity to end this protracted battle once and for all. Soul rushed as fast as he could toward the weakened elementary spirit, making one last desperate struggle for survival. In response, the apparition unleashed a deadly red skull smoke reeking of death. Spirits are doing vape tricks now. Huh. Soul's spiritual energy shouldn't be meager, yet he remained paralyzed in front of the ominous skull. Makiam attempted to shout at him to seek cover, but her words fell on deaf ears. She had no choice but to leap in, creating a protective barrier amidst the encroaching smoke. However, her energy shield quickly deteriorated and shifted its focus to the defenseless Soul. The specter of death loomed, rendering him motionless. His senior sister, turning to see the impending danger, remembered the man who had made her who she was today. He hadn't abandoned her during his berserk state, staying with her until the very end. He had treated her with kindness and patience, ultimately saving her life. Just as Soul hadn't given up on her, she refused to give up on him. Makiam's power surged as she began her transformation. This time was different from the past. Her motivation was fueled by the desire to save Soul. Simultaneously, the elementary spirit began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Such power was only attainable by celestial beings. If the skull could overpower the duo, the spirit would emerge victorious. Soul slowly regained his strength, but the skull persisted in its advance. Just as Makiam reached her limits, Soul finally managed to shake off the skull's influence. This was their only chance to permanently seal the weakened elementary spirit. The almighty spirit had been reduced to a helpless apparition, desperately fleeing from the chest. It was weakened to the point where Soul could easily catch up. With no other option, the spirit made one last desperate attempt to possess Soul's body. However, this proved to be a foolish decision as it once again fell victim to the chest's suction. The lengthy battle in the palace had finally come to an end with the apparition sealed away. Soul even used an advanced-grade talisman for added assurance. Makiam didn't appear to be severely injured, just drained from harnessing her celestial powers. So much had transpired in such a short time that Soul felt as if he were dreaming. A firm pinch on his cheek confirmed that it was indeed real. Finally, they had a moment to catch their breath and express themselves freely after enduring such hardships. As Soul looked at his senior sister, he couldn't help but blush slightly. It took them half a day to recover, but dividing the treasure in the room would likely take even longer. After splitting the loot evenly, only a few items remained: the abominable stone, the divine fire cudgel, 2 talismans, and the sacred needle. They also had the full set of Madame Wee's carriage. One talisman was for spiritual energy recovery, and the other was for defense. Makiam worried that dividing treasures could strain their relationship, but Soul generously offered her the defensive talisman, the silk jade belt of the south. He chose the abominable stone to enhance his existing tools. With trust in one another, they easily divided the rest of the treasures. The brilliant shadow ring, meant for spiritual energy recovery, went to Soul, while the divine fire cudgel was bestowed upon his senior sister. This tool was an excellent match for her abundant raw spiritual energy. Madame Wee's treasures were challenging to display publicly, but they were invaluable. Makiam took all the supreme-grade amulet loot and divided it equally, believing they might need it in the future. After some time, Soul completed everything on his to-do list, even crafting dun pills from the sacred herbs. All that remained was using the abominable stone. Surviving the ordeal, thanks to his encounter with Yi Qiangso, Soul felt compelled to do right by him and deliver the old man's ashes to his family. First, they would visit the Yi family in Yan'an, followed by enhancing his Dharma tools. Back at the inn they had stayed in, the server boy greeted Soul enthusiastically. Rumors of Madame Wee and Elder Pion's disappearance were circulating if they hadn't emerged from the rift. The issue lay in the fact that some people had witnessed Seoul and Makium entering the lake with a windmill carriage. Seoul sought information about the Yi family, but the server boy was clueless. After inquiring further, even the adults in the vicinity had no knowledge of the Yi family. However, the boy had an idea that might be of assistance. He quickly brought an elder who seemed to possess some relevant information. Bro should have just used Google. It had been quite some time since anyone in the region had heard of the Yi family name. The Yi family had once been the most distinguished clan in Yan'an. They were recognized by the mark of the rivulet phoenix on their shoulders, a symbol that commanded respect and envy, even from the elder. The rivulet phoenix was a sacred beast with the power to repel evil energy, much like the protective crystal bracelet that had saved them. 300 years ago, when the alchemists failed to return from the rift, their families began to decline without their leaders. The elder knew that the once glorious Yi family had been forced out of the Yan'an region. Some speculated that they had retreated to the Linsong region, but this was mere conjecture. At least Seoul had some clues about his next destination. In the prosperous Linsong region, a martial competition was underway. Today marked the day a particular family would choose a suitor through this contest. The host, Yi Damyong, explained the rules. Any man who could prove his skills would have the chance to marry the beautiful Yi Moonbi. Moonbi was renowned for her beauty, a name that had reached the ears of every young, passionate man. Among the competitors stood Seoul, eager to participate. Today, the suitors wouldn't compete directly for Moonbi's hand. Instead, the winner would be determined through the contest itself. The competitors would fight among themselves, and the sole victor would earn the right to marry her. Seoul had witnessed numerous life-threatening battles, but a competition for marriage was a first. The first contestant, not interested in Moonbi's hand, was there to scout for his young master. With confidence stemming from his middle stage of heavenly birth, he appeared strong and youngman. As more challengers stepped forward, it became evident that he was indeed above average. Seoul found the martial competition surprisingly enjoyable to watch. However, the decline of the Yi family, despite their reputation for purity, remained a surprising turn of events. Typically, suitor competitions were held between a woman and a prospective groom she had acknowledged. But in Moonbi's case, it felt more like she was being auctioned to a high-level alchemist. Amidst the bustling crowd, a confident laugh and the words of a young man echoed. He was known as Won Hyojang, the third noble son of the Won family, a later-stage heavenly birth alchemist from Yeoman's most prestigious family. Moonbi had her reservations, but she recognized that marrying the young master might be the best course. Seeing no challengers for Won Hyojang, the host contemplated ending the competition early. However, an unexpected twist occurred when a weathered, old man jumped onto the stage to announce his participation. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Even Seoul sensed that something was amiss. Murmurs about this old man, Ma Chiolji, who had mastered the law of spirit energy, began to spread. He was infamous for having dozens of concubines but never marrying. A 300-year-old man competing to marry a young woman was considered deeply disgraceful. Ma Chiolji was notorious for discarding concubines like trash once he was done with them. Won Hyojang attempted to reason with the old man, but Ma Chiolji remained shamelessly unbothered. He openly declared his intention to take Moonbi and do as he pleased after winning the fight. Despite trying to maintain civility, Won Hyojang realized that conversation was futile and chose to engage in combat. Moonbi's beauty had captivated him since he first glimpsed her smile on the streets. He couldn't allow such an unscrupulous old man to possess Lady Yi. However, Won Hyojang's chances of victory appeared slim to none. He sealed himself, prepared to use all his amulets if necessary. Despite Ma Chiolji's unimpressive appearance and arrogant demeanor, he proved to be a formidable opponent. Won Hyojang launched a full-powered attack with his amulets, but it was effortlessly blocked by a mud wall. Even with all his might, he couldn't make a scratch. Ma Chiolji retaliated mercilessly, landing a devastating blow on the young master. Ma Chiolji's arrogance knew no bounds as he challenged any other potential challengers. Lady Yi's distress was visible, and the old man's lecherous intentions were clear. He planned to treat her in the most perverse ways as his concubine. However, just as the crowd clamored, someone unexpectedly stepped onto the stage to face the fearsome old man. It was none other than Seoul, wearing a casual smile on his face. He's just doing side quests at this point. Now he's about to confront the elderly man. Naturally, Ma Chiolji would criticize him for his youth, but a closer look reveals that the competitors are evenly matched. The old perv decided to take the cautious route, attempting to dissuade Seoul from participating in the contest. There should be no rule preventing anyone from entering this competition. Even the host allowed the challenge to proceed. Seoul may be a stranger to the Yi family, but he's likely better than the old perv with a bad reputation. Ma Chiolji is now in a sour mood, realizing he must fight seriously. Both competitors retrieve their Dharma tools, preparing to begin. Even the audience simply wants the young alchemist to defeat the old perv. Soul can't use destructive sword arts in front of so many people, so his second choice is spiral bombs. Seeing that he's not using talismans, the old fart gains some confidence in his spiked ball and chain. The heavy weapon crashed down onto Soul's shield with intensity. This weapon, the meteor pendulum, truly lives up to its name. However, Soul noticed something strange. The intensity of this attack disappointed him. After facing some powerful breath of the sun experts like Madame Wee, a regular alchemist can't even pose a threat to him. He had planned to use his alter ego clones, but it seems there's no need for that. He can simply use his shield and nothing else to overpower the enemy. There is no way that a fragile energy barrier can withstand a hit from Soul. This power stems from the principle of wood fire. Multiple spiral bombs came crashing into the old perv's defense. He could only stand there, doing his best not to be gravely injured. He's growing weaker by the second as he desperately defends. The gap between them is evident, but Ma Chiolji is too arrogant and prideful to accept that. He dropped all his tools and shields, attempting to trick Soul into stopping the fight, or else he would have to go all out and seriously harm the young man. Soul casually accepted, and the old perv immediately fled from the stage. A shocking match ended just like that, and it seems there are no more challengers against the mysterious young alchemist. This marks the end of the suitor competition, and it appears that Soul has become entangled in something complex once again. Outside of Yeonmin lies the Yi family's humble manor. The host, Yi Dam-yeon, escorted him there. Soul had a different reason for participating in the suitor competition, but now he's caught in a major misunderstanding with Lady Yi. He revealed that he only entered the suitor competition to stop the old perv, not to win Mubi's hand. Yi Dam-yeon was almost ready to confront Soul after hearing those words, but he couldn't afford to be rude to a law of spirit energy alchemist. Soul is here to deliver something from the rift to the Yi family. A trinket meant for direct blood relatives of the family. It bears the name of Yi Cheongso, Yi Dam-yeon's uncle. After sitting down and recounting the story of what happened to the old man in the rift, it seems the family has found closure at last. Yi Cheongso was an excellent and clever leader, but his final moments were filled with grief and lunacy. Soul also politely handed them the crystal beads that saved them from the evil spirit. The host returned them to him, and Soul offered his assistance as payment for the bracelet saving his life. For now, he was invited to stay at the manor as a guest. It turns out that interfering in their suitor competition had more serious consequences than he initially thought. The Yi family is under immense pressure from the Huang clan of Juwon, to the extent of receiving an eviction order. The Yi family has been in decline after being forced out of various locations. They've settled in the small city of Yeongmin for a few hundred years now, but the Huang family has come, claiming their land and demanding everything the Yi family has left, including their talismans. Even the government and other families are turning a blind eye to this issue. This is why they are so eager to marry off Lady Yi to a high-level alchemist to mediate with the Huang family, a family that has a few law of spirit energy alchemists in their ranks. However, Stubble might have a plan to address this problem. Hold up, let him cook. He planned to stay with the Yi family for a while. News of Ma Chiolji's defeat at his hands was currently spreading. They could then spread a rumor about his marriage to Moonbi. After that, the Huang family would be forced to reassess the situation instead of causing an uproar. This would buy them some time. Yi Dam-yeon felt embarrassed to accept Soul's help again, but they desperately needed it. He would only agree to the plan after getting Moonbi's approval, since the rumors would implicate her the most. Soul hadn't thought that far ahead, but he was open to the lady's opinion, of course. He took advantage of his time in the manor to finally use the abominable stone to transform his Dharma tools into talismans. He had everything he needed and succeeded. Lady Yi entered his room and wanted to talk. For now, they had to pretend to be husband and wife. It had been 6 months since they started implementing the plan. After presenting the methods to Moonbi, she mulled over and accepted. They held a modest fake wedding while Soul was busy crafting talismans. Today was a good day to make a public appearance. Before the competition, the lady had to pay a toll fee to enter the city. But now, the Yi family has become a major power in Yeongmin. The Wang family didn't dare to challenge them, but support from other families was still lacking. Although they were spouses in name, they felt awkward around each other. They had never exchanged gifts since their fake wedding, so Soul wanted to treat her to something nice that day. Despite his good intentions, the lady refused, making their interactions even more awkward. Before they knew it, they ended up participating in a martial arts competition in the city. The match was enjoyable until Seoul spotted a very familiar face. It was young Master Su, who had already reached the middle stage of heavenly birth. Coming to Daoumation had been a wise decision. Young Master Su's siblings were also present. He greeted Lady Su, feeling that their meeting here was fate, considering the size of the place. Moonbi and Seoul might be pretending to be husband and wife, but she felt uneasy knowing he was familiar with another lady. Even Lady Su had heard rumors about the young alchemist's wedding. Being reminded of their charade didn't sit well with Moonbi. That same night, a reunion took place in the city's inn. Given the Su siblings' enthusiasm about his marriage, Seoul wanted to clear things up first using a noise-canceling energy barrier. He explained the family's situation and their plan to save them. They drank and conversed throughout the night, clearing the air between everyone. Each person in the room's family had been saved by Seoul in one way or another. However, the intoxicated Moonbi seemed to have a different opinion about him. Thanks to her fox husband, she believed she'd have to live alone for the rest of her life. As for whether the sham could turn into a real marriage, Lady Yi assured everyone that it wouldn't happen. Seoul simply didn't show any interest in her as a woman, and she reciprocated. In fact, she missed the days of being pursued by numerous suitors in Yeongman. From her perspective, Seoul made for a poor fake husband. As for Senior Gwango Duin, he had always been elusive like the wind. The Su siblings had also gone to the rift while the seniors stayed by the lake. All of them at the table were alchemists, but everyone except Seoul struggled with their liquor. Suddenly, a mysterious old woman appeared, claiming that someone wanted to meet Seoul. Given the current scheme, the Baoxin sect must have traced him. However, in just 2 words, his curiosity was piqued. Yanimation. This was why the leader had been seeking him. So he went to a stone near the inn. The crafty leader congratulated him on his marriage but got right into business. She had actually asked the General Assembly about Yanimation out of embarrassment for not knowing. Before sharing any information, she had a few questions of her own. She led a vast intelligence network, so she likely knew a lot about him already. Yet, these days, she couldn't get Seoul's mystery out of her mind. This woman probably wouldn't easily provide him with the information he sought. She believed that what she had discovered outweighed the value of the information about the faceless murderer. She didn't realize that Yanimation was on a different continent altogether. Xiaobing couldn't help but be curious when an unknown person asked for directions to a distant country on another continent. It was clear that she wanted answers before providing any information herself. Every alchemist sent by her sect into the rift, including the esteemed Elder Pion, had not returned. It was reasonable to assume that they had perished in the lake. The lake in the rift had long been known as a perilous enigma, but some alchemists claimed to have seen Madame Wee enter without emerging. This raised the possibility that a conflict over treasure had led to their mutual demise. A deeper inquiry revealed the names Seoul and Makiam, who had accompanied the red heavenly winged horses. It was only natural to wonder how these two had survived when all others had perished. Xiaobing was insatiable when it came to gathering information. She would plead earnestly to uncover the mysteries of that lake, but Seoul had nothing to share. He felt no obligation to recount the events. Logically, Seoul should have been insignificant against 2 formidable experts, yet they had returned unscathed. Xiaobing sensed something extraordinary in this young man that others couldn't see. It was an open secret that Madame Wee's relationship with her husband was strained due to her closeness with her loyal servant. At present, the Mountain Willow Manor remained unaware of Seoul's involvement in these matters. Returning to the reunion room, it appeared that everyone had sobered up. Seoul sat beside Lady Yi, who blushed in embarrassment, recalling her drunken remarks. Despite their pretense of being a couple, it seemed she was becoming closer to young Master Su than ever before. Even the prince joined in the jest. Seoul hadn't encountered someone as enjoyable as Lady Yi in a long time, and he contemplated spending more time at the Yi family's manor. All their relatives were nearby as well. It appeared that the modest Yi manor was about to become bustling with people. The Su family seemed to have adapted to the local way of life. Even Ya Damyong warmly welcomed them with an open heart and a bright smile. As for Seoul, someone from the Wei family was looking for him. The Mountain Willow Manor would no longer pose a threat to Seoul in the future, but Madame Wei was highly regarded by the Wei family's leader. They had already visited the Baoxin sect seeking information. Xiaobing wanted to use this impending threat to pressure Seoul into talking, but he remained unfazed. Accusing him without evidence and with inaccurate information would only damage the guild's reputation. Seoul would insist that he had endured torment at the hands of the breath of the sun experts and had barely saved himself. However, The astute leader had made a connection between the Yi family's history and the lake in the rift. Qiubing even observed that the interactions between the supposed husband and wife were rather cold. Soul was confident that it was all conjecture, and that the Bao Xen sect would not indulge in spreading gossip. Nonetheless, Qiubing was so infuriated that she contemplated revealing some fragments of information that could put Soul in trouble. It was futile to argue with her at this point, so he decided it was time to leave. As for the information about Yana Nation, he would figure it out on his own. He had no desire to deal with this devious woman any longer. Nevertheless, it seemed that today he would have to contend with her vengeance. In one of the rooms of the manor, a man awaited Soul's arrival. He casually smoked a pipe and insulted the fall of the Yi family. This man held no regard or respect for the Yi family and Soul. His name was Wei Zhougang, and he expected Soul to be aware of his agenda for the day. Enough with hesitation and probing. It was time for a conversation. Zhou Gaiyang had come to inquire about the disappearance of Madame Wei, last seen with Soul inside the rift. Zhou Gaiyang simply wanted to know why their young miss had returned. Soul explained that his involvement in her fight with Elder Paiyang was purely coincidental. This explanation made sense. After the two experts faced off, they engaged in a verbal and physical confrontation, leaving Soul with no choice but to step away from the chaos. In Soul's words, he had been lucky to escape while the experts fought. This excuse seemed feeble to Zhou Gaiyang, as the deaths of everyone involved couldn't have occurred so easily. However, Soul stuck to his story. If Zhou Gaiyang reported this to his leader without evidence, Soul would be labeled as responsible for Madame Wei's death. From the beginning, this man was determined to make Soul a scapegoat. The Wei family wouldn't act against Soul without evidence, but their relationship with the Yi family was strained. It was essentially a direct threat to Soul. The Wei family knew about the feud between the small families in this small city. They could easily send numerous spirit energy alchemists to the Huang clan, watching destruction befall the Yi family. It was a dirty but effective method to get to him. Amidst all this chaos, who would notice if Soul went missing without anyone realizing? However, Zhou Gaiyang wanted to assure him that his life would be spared in the end. He believed that no matter how powerful the Wei family was, starting a war just to capture him would be too troublesome. But that wasn't the case. This would be a simple task for the Wei family. There was still an underlying resentment within the Wei family when compared to the glory days of the Yi family. After all, they had led the destruction of the rivulet Phoenix 300 years ago. Soul found himself in an unfortunate circumstance, unable to escape. Zhou Gaiyang admired his courage and potential, but this situation had grown beyond the young man's abilities. The representative of the Wei family had to leave with disappointing news. They both understood that this was the calm before the storm, yet they acted casually. Qiubing had betrayed him completely, and there was a possibility that Ma Qian was implicated as well. For now, he needed to speak with Yi Danyang first. It didn't take long for the Huang family to make their unreasonable demands once more. They gave an ultimatum of 3 months before declaring all-out war. Soul had also come to check the status of his request, the spread of an unusual rumor in the city. A rumor that Wu Soul, the son-in-law of the Yi family, had an inclination towards men. And as a result, his beautiful wife, Yi Moonbi, had been living in isolation.
Sussy bata.
If Ma Qian heard this rumor and came to him, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For now, a meeting with all the Yi family members was in order. They couldn't accept the Huang family's demands, so war was inevitable. They anticipated facing 3 Law of Spirit alchemists. But Soul knew it wouldn't be just 3. With the support of the Wei family from Hujing, the Huang family could muster 4 to 5 more experts for the war. The family responsible for their initial downfall 3 centuries ago was now seeking to finish them off. They lacked the power and influence to handle the impending disaster. Even the leader had given up hope and ordered everyone to leave the clan. If everyone left Yueyang province, they could at least preserve their lives. But Soul couldn't bear to see the family crumble like that. A formidable wave was crashing down, and the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. It had been 100 years since Yi Haxiang assumed the position of family head, enduring all the tough and painful times of their family's decline. Soul couldn't care less about all that. No matter how challenging the circumstances, witnessing the family's patriarch surrendering and exhaling despair as lifeless as a corpse is disheartening, particularly considering his role as the esteemed leader of the Yi family. Yet this man persists in seclusion. He hasn't exerted himself for the family's benefit. A true family head should not await the clan's inevitable decline. Right from the outset, everyone should have ousted this pitiable individual masquerading as the family head. While this frail elderly man was squandering the family's future, no one took action. If no one possessed the confidence to oppose this feeble-minded Yi Haxiang, everyone simply went along with the tide, regardless of its direction. In reality, they were significantly outmatched by the Huang family. Even the alchemists from the Wei family confirmed their impending doom. Soul himself intended to participate in the impending conflict, yet no one had the courage to join him. Observing the passive response of these defeated elders, he left the room in frustration. In the dead of night, the family head, Damiang, and Moonbi sought him out. For an extended period, the Yi family had suffered without assistance, and they were perplexed by Soul's willingness to intervene. Opting not to disclose his personal association with the Wei family, Soul simply reiterated how Yi Qiangsu's crystal had saved his life. He could have kept that information to himself. So he casually mentioned that it's just in his nature. He is a peculiar young man, and some might suspect ulterior motives. To be honest, the Yi family doesn't fully trust Soul. Nevertheless, in the face of the looming threat, they were willing to take a chance and entrust their fate to the young alchemist. It turns out that the family head and successor's metal possess a unique ability. It serves as a key to unlock the family's secret vault in times of crisis. However, 300 years ago, Yi Qiangsu took his metal to the rift and never returned. Now that Soul has brought back the same metal, everything has changed. It finally makes sense why they've fallen so helplessly from grace. Considering their illustrious history, it stands to reason that they have valuable items stashed away. Yet, over a year has passed since Soul returned the metal, and they still haven't managed to open the vault. Not for lack of trying, though the current head simply couldn't unlock it. The elders and the head attempted to pool their spiritual energy, but to no avail. Their ancestors must have never anticipated their descent to such a dire state. Yi Haxiang's sense of powerlessness runs deep, and Soul is determined to remedy it. He spoke without fully comprehending the desperate struggle of a frail old man. They wanted to unlock the vault themselves instead of relying on external assistance, but the war was rapidly approaching. Now, they turned to Soul for help, with Damiang being the one to propose the idea. Soul is the person they trust the most among those who can't be entirely trusted. He willingly agreed to assist them in unlocking the secret vault. Moonbi still harbored reservations about her counterfeit husband. The prospect of revealing the family's treasures was too enticing to pass up. For the first time, Yi Haxiang's face exhibited a spark of life, as they could finally access the secret vault. It was situated quite a distance from the city. Fortunately, Moonbi had warmly accepted his motion Dharma tool gift. They'd arrive at a seemingly ordinary location to Soul. Its concealment was impeccable. There was a crevice in the cliffs where the jade metal could be employed. It didn't appear or feel particularly special, yet it was a precious key item. The three who accompanied Soul were expressions of concern, fearing they would be no match for him if he decided to eliminate them and seize all the treasures. To alleviate their apprehension, he proceeded with the unlocking process. It soon became evident that you would need to channel an enormous amount of energy to unseal the vault. Eventually, the inconspicuous cliff face swung open flawlessly. The family head momentarily blocked Soul from entering. Outsiders were not permitted inside the vault. However, given all his assistance, they might as well enter together. I thought family head was about to be headless. It's no secret that this vault probably contains untold treasures from their glory days. Right now, Soul is free to do as he pleases. He can't even be certain that you won't be blinded by greed. Suddenly, he remembered Zhang Gun's teaching: passing by a treasure and holding back is foolish. Alchemists cannot be trusted, as they would do anything to become deities. Trusting others easily and blindly believing their intentions is a death sentence at times. Soul got lost in his thoughts, questioning if he had been living well until now. Is helping this struggling family putting himself in danger? These people can't possibly stop him if he goes all out. If these old men were powerful, they wouldn't have treated him with respect. It all boils down to the fact that he's strong, and they're weak. That was until another familiar voice called out to him. It was the fifth master, reminding him of the kindness and trust that Zhang Gun had given him. Soul grew up with affection, values, and trust because of his mentors. That's why Zhang Gun warned him about people who didn't share the same morals. On his long journey, he encountered people who helped him. Good men will be good, and bad men will be bad. It's up to him if he'll succumb to evil and greedy thoughts for treasures. He was trying to find excuses to harm the Yi family. At the end of the day, Soul is a good man, and a good man sticks to his morals. The interior of the vault is larger than he initially thought. Treasure lay before him as far as the eye can see. There are dun pills, dharma tools, and even middle-grade talismans. However, all of these provide long-term strength boosts. Using them in the upcoming war would take too long. One thing that might help them is the stacks of easy-to-use amulets. High-grade and superior-grade amulets will certainly assist them immensely. Additionally, there are many books with unique and powerful magic arts that can be quickly mastered. Moonbee also discovered a whole box of life-saving crystal protection beads. The family head apologized that he couldn't share too much treasure as they needed it for rebuilding. The family head doubted the young man, but Sowell didn't show any signs of greed, even though he could easily overpower them. For compensation, he could choose some items to take. Sowell wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. Given his slow cultivation progress, the answer was simple. He wanted a dun pill to increase his spirit energy. For that purpose, the Great Protection Elixir would be the best choice. It's an excellent medicine that would undoubtedly aid him in leveling up. The Yi family has regained their foundation for rebuilding, and they must prepare for the incoming storm in 3 months. While Sowell was cultivating, Moonbee came to his room to inspect his crystal protection bracelet. The light in this one had already dimmed. A long time ago, a Yi family ancestor helped a rivulet phoenix defeat a fiend. They gifted the ancestor with these marble-like items afterward. They were the blue crystals on the bracelets, treasures from a sacred beast, which explained their efficacy against elementary spirits. The ancestor was a beautiful woman whose Niben had been ruined. Even after she had aged, the phoenix never stopped visiting. Cases of sacred beasts having feelings for humans were possible. Makiyum herself is a product of that love. But in the ancestor's case, it was a one-sided love for the phoenix. Moonbee gave Sowell a new bracelet and 12 more crystals as a backup. She was grateful for her fake husband's support in defending her family without coveting their treasures. It takes a month to digest one of the treasured pills, and Sowell already feels the effects of one. As he was about to take the last pill, he was informed of a visitor. He already knew who it was just by sensing it. He hurriedly ran, expecting a reunion with senior sister Makiyum, only to be greeted by a carefree old man's voice. It was none other than Senior Gwango Duin. It might not have been the visitor he was expecting, but it was still a pleasant surprise. The old man wanted to know all about his adventures since they separated. He had even heard the rumors circulating in town. Until now, the senior couldn't help but treat Sowell like a little nephew or something. That was until another visitor entered the Yi family's doors. This time, it really was Makiyum, who had heard about his marriage and inclination toward men. To her, it now made sense why Sowell was so distantly polite. The senior felt the monstrous energy emanating from Makiyum. It was even stronger than Sowell's. He couldn't believe that these two came from the now-ruined Iron Sphere sect. It was the first time that Makiyum and Senior Gwango Duin had met, but they were already getting along well. They bonded over teasing Sowell in front of his face. When the Su siblings arrived, it finally became a complete reunion. The first thing on Sui's mind was a proper drink for the occasion. As everyone merrily drank the night away, Sowell wanted to take Makiyum aside for a quick conversation. The Yi family consistently proposed martial arts duels instead of an all-out war, but the Huan family refused due to their overwhelming advantage. Today, Sowell's progress was attributed to the potent protection elixir, while Sui contributed high-level amulets for the upcoming battle. As the delegation advanced towards the battlefield, they were suddenly ambushed. Sowell quickly leaped to the front lines to thwart the surprise attack. The critical assets in this impending battle were Gwango Duin and Makiyum, ensuring victory was all but assured. Sowell advised most of the weaker Yi family members to focus on defense for the time being. Their mission was to hold the line while the three spearheads went for the jugular. It didn't take long for them to confront the Huan clan's experts, who now seemingly outnumbered the Yi family in terms of law of spirit energy alchemists. Even Zhou Gaiyang was seen shamelessly lurking in the lower ranks. The enemies aimed to attack with a divided force simultaneously, but against someone like Sowell, this was a grave error. A visit to the secret vault had significantly bolstered the Yi family's combat potential. They could now boast impressive defensive capabilities. If all the enemy experts descended at once, the Yi family might have struggled, but now they could eliminate foes at their own pace. First on their hit list was the arrogant Wei Zhou Gaiyang, who believed this war would be a cakewalk. Zhou Gaiyang recognized Makiyum, who had been implicated in the Madame Li incident, and planned to capture her alive. In response, Sowell unleashed 2 spiral bombs of different elements. Zhou Gaiyang dismissed them as futile until his energy shield shattered like glass. Although Zhou Gaiyang should have been a higher level than Sowell, a single attack penetrated his barrier. He decided to take the offensive with his trusty sacred gold rings. Zhou Gaiyang unleashed countless golden rings into the air, as if Sonic the Hedgehog just died. Sowell's response was agile and flashy, employing fast-dodging clones and after-images. To counter this bewildering ability, Zhou Gaiyang divided his attacks into 5, ensuring that Soul's real body only had to contend with 20% of the onslaught. This provided him the opportunity to employ the touch of mist with his 3 swords. Zhou Gaiang had been fixated on the clones, and now he was paying the price. Struggling to maintain his barrier against a lower-leveled alchemist, Zhou Gaiang believed a battle of attrition was his only option, hoping to outlast Soul. However, this strategy might have worked against ordinary alchemists, but not against someone who had consumed the mythical brilliant jade and gold elixirs. Soul took advantage of Zhou Gaiang's passivity to unleash his eternal sword rain without any hindrance. On the opposite side of the battlefield, he also summoned the Flying Vortex. While these simultaneous attacks were taxing, they allowed him to eliminate other enemies besides Zhou Gaiang. Finally, 3 of Soul's swords broke through the man's barrier. Soul presented Zhou Gaiang with 2 choices: instant death or ingesting a rancid poison that would sap his cultivation. The once proud Wei family delegate chose the latter to save his pitiful life. With this, the enemy side lost one of their most formidable assets without a genuine fight. Although the Wang family had the numerical advantage, the 3 experts on the Yi family's side operated on a different level. Most of the Huang experts were occupied with the Yi family's defense and believed they were on the brink of a breakthrough. Their grave error had been concentrating all their experts in one place, only to be bombarded with numerous high-grade amulets that got skill diffed. Many members of the Huang family's forces had become prisoners of war. Zhou Gaiang, in particular, proved to be a disappointment, as one of the elders drifted aimlessly. He was struck by 3 familiar swords and added to the captive count. The Huang family's power is slowly eroding as their experts fall one by one. Since the beginning of this battle, they have been on the losing side. As another elder voiced his dissatisfaction with the unfolding events, he too was struck by those same 3 barrier-shattering swords. This power emanated from Soul, seen as a mere child in the eyes of an old man. With little time and spirit energy to spare, he needed to take down another enemy. This task was easily accomplished by deploying his clones and overwhelming the opposition. Soon enough, they captured every expert and disciple of the Huang clan. With the mighty Huang Baochun tied up and powerless, the Yi family could decide his fate. When asked for his opinion, the domineering Huang Baochun could only helplessly watch as his family faced annihilation. There shouldn't have been mutual hatred between the families, but involving the Wei family to wipe out the Yi clan crossed a line. As the executioner's sword swung down on the family head, it was only stopped when the Huang clan offered their spirit stone mine. However, a dying man's word couldn't be trusted, so an official document for the mine had to be presented. With the revival of the Yi family, they could afford to let the Huang clan go with a forced peace treaty and take some of their fortune. As the Yi family regained power, this war would become irrelevant. It was all thanks to Soul and the trio of monstrous experts. Everything was settled after a long while. But Shoubing's information about the location of the Yana nation still bothered Soul. She might be an opportunist, but she wasn't the type to lie. Traveling to a different continent was still a mystery. A direct teleportation portal would be best. As he relaxed in his room, a powerful presence entered the manor. Everyone was already outside to welcome the incoming experts. Soul respectfully greeted the stalwart bearded man who had just landed. This was the Wei family's patriarch, here to claim 5 of his men who had been captured. A sound barrier between the two was necessary to discuss the terms of release. First, Soul wanted to clarify that he had already shared what he knew about Madame Wei's case. The patriarch recognized his capabilities and promised not to pursue further without evidence, meaning that as long as Soul was innocent, there would be no problems. Since the portal to open the palace would be closed for the next 300 years, it was safe to say that he was cleared. Madame's body only indicated death by elementary spirit. Patriarch Wei thought everything had been settled, so he wanted to take his men now. However, Soul was just getting started. Clearing his name should have been the priority. The prisoners of war were in good condition and had sustained minimal injuries. Old Man Wei only wanted the conditions for their release. The price was simple: 20 special grade spirit stones per alchemist, 100 spirit stones in total for all 5 of the Wei family experts. The patriarch's expression turned grim upon hearing that price, but Soul believed it was worth it. He even humbly explained that he was offering a discount due to the Wei family's reputation. 100 special grade spirit stones was a significant amount, and it might have been better if his men had been killed in battle instead. The deal was agreed upon and documented by the provincial inspector, so there should be no more lingering problems from now on. For this windfall, 40 spirit stones would go to Soul and 30 each to Makium and the senior. Guanyu Duan was evidently pleased with this substantial treasure for such an easy task. They had truly been fortunate that the enemies had severely underestimated them. For now, at least the senior could finally afford some better talismans instead of Dharma tools. Ma Kiyum had also departed for her training journey. Now, Soul was alone once again. Since he had just regained his freedom, he had time to set his plans in motion. He's finally done grinding. First things first, shopping for precious elixirs, but the valuable ones are auctioned off to the highest bidders, mostly affluent families. If purchasing isn't an option, Soul might as well craft them himself. He even considered making some for Wanwan. Thanks to his second master's teachings, he knows how to handle elixirs for magical beasts. He can only hope that Wanwan can grow up to be like his senior's white cloud crane. That magical beast can take on alchemists single-handedly. Suddenly, the old lady from Bao's Sin sect appeared to summon him again. Every time they meet, there's new information regarding Soul. His victory against the Huang and Wei alliance was masterful. As always, Shidobing remains shameless, distancing herself from the war when she's the one who essentially triggered it. Soul just kept surpassing her expectations. She's the only one who can truly appreciate the extraordinariness of his feats. Capturing experts instead of killing them was a smarter and more challenging move. He essentially defeated the powerful Wei family with his own strength. As for why he's been summoned, it's for a question. The sect has recovered the body of the faceless murderer and found something. The murderer was poisoned to death by a potent toxin, indicating that Soul was weaker than the murderer at that time. So Xiaobing has some theories about how he got stronger in a short time. The logical conclusion is that he acquired some valuable treasure from the mysterious lake. Defeating two Sun alchemists is no small feat, so she believes a repeat of what happened to the Yi family 300 years ago may have occurred. She was quite accurate. Soul didn't get stronger thanks to treasures related to the lake. However, these are just stories in Xiaobing's mind without any evidence, making them difficult to substantiate. Xiaobing wants to emphasize that she's quite fond of Soul and would like them to collaborate if anything interesting arises. Sometimes, the sect sends alchemists to work on magic beasts, sacred herbs, or hidden treasures. They outsource these tasks to other alchemists, but Soul only wants to work with people he can trust. These two have very different definitions of trust. Ultimately, Xiaobing wants to utilize Soul, and he's aware of her intentions. Untold treasures are tempting, but he can't easily work with someone so eccentric. To persuade him, she reveals that Yanimation is a considerable distance from Daewu Nation to the east, and that's not the only piece of information she possesses. She's slowly drawing him in, genuinely seeking mutual benefit. He leaves the room with an assignment to obtain venom from the 7 silver-scaled snake, an S-class magic beast. Xiaobing also mentions the existence of a unique memoir. Long ago, there was an alchemist from Yanimation who settled in Daewu until his death. He compiled his life experiences in a published memoir written in a foreign language, now sitting in the corner of the General Assembly's library. This revelation doesn't seem to satisfy Soul. To access those books, he'll need to make a move for the sect. There's a good chance he can translate them using his mother tongue, which the masters taught him. For now, he's embarking on a journey using a teleportation portal. It took 8 days to secure a spot in the teleportation circle, indicating high demand among alchemists. He recognizes a few disciples from Mount White sect with their cloud design sleeves. They are a powerful sect, but that doesn't guarantee the virtue of their members. Soul has learned that there are corrupt individuals in righteous sects and good people in evil organizations. For now, he remains cautious during the journey. The other individuals filling the spots wear different attire. Seeing the Mount White sect members, the 3 rush as fast as they can, afraid of being late. Finally, the portal activates, and it's time to hunt down the S-class magic beast. 5 days have elapsed since he embarked on his journey in this enchanted forest. Given the elusive nature of this 7 silver-scaled creature, it is wiser to await its approach. He even concealed his true prowess to present a more enticing target. Unquestionably, this tactic proved effective as the beast finally sought him out. Attempting to approach from behind, the serpent was astounded by Soul's swiftness. Believing him an easy prey, it was unwilling to release its grasp so readily. Soul simply hovered and evaded until the creature grew irate. Eventually, venom began to drip from the snake's fangs. Swiftly, before the creature could squander more of this precious substance, Soul severed its head. This venom is exceptionally potent and capable of stopping a heart. The snake's nidin and scales hold considerable value, but Soul possesses all he requires. Even after losing its head in combat, this monster displayed the audacity to strike once more. A minor inconvenience was resolved with a mere slap. Instances of magical beasts behaving in such a manner are not uncommon, and Soul was prepared. Gathering the extra resources, he then departed from the woods. Xiaobing's information proves to be remarkably accurate. While traversing the skies, he noticed an intriguing cave. It is relatively small and devoid of any signs of magical beasts. This would be an ideal location to set up a magical trap for crafting elixirs for Wanwan. He possesses all the necessary ingredients, including the snake's nidun. His skills in nidun extraction have improved, so this should not consume much time. His first attempt at utilizing the nidun of a superior magic beast was mentally taxing. For now, he can administer 5 of the mass-produced advanced heavenly birth pills to Wanwan. However, the feline merely glanced at the inferior pills and ignored them. Since experiencing the gold elixir, Wanwan has become more discerning. Wanwan has become quite the pampered cat. Since Sowell invested considerable effort in crafting these pills, he threatened to consume them himself, prompting his pet to happily devour the pills. With numerous elixirs for Wanwan, the feeding process would be protracted. However, even after consuming several, there appears to be no change in the cat. It took roughly a week to deplete all the other pills, leaving only the precious elixir extracted from the snake's nidun. As soon as it was presented, Wanwan pounced on it. This feline possesses an affinity for rare and precious items. Under Sowell's care, Wanwan is leading a luxurious life. Now, Sowell can concentrate on the snake venom, the most potent he has acquired in a while. Diluting it in water and injecting it into his body yielded no discernible effects. Therefore, he is eager to experiment with a pure form of the venom. With just a tiny dose, he experienced the desired outcome. He wished to explore further, but the venom swiftly rendered him unconscious. Upon awakening, Wanwan was joyfully licking his face once again. He may have gone too far by injecting 10 drops into his system, but aside from a migraine, he appears to be in good health. Sowell rarely sleeps anymore, so it is uncommon for him to slumber as deeply as he did. His body is now in prime condition, but Wanwan seems restless, vigorously scratching the cave walls. Closer inspection reveals that the markings on the surface are highly unusual. After consuming numerous elixirs, Wanwan has grown considerably stronger. As an experiment, Sowell dared his feline companion to break free from the inner binding seal. Sowell wanted to seize this opportunity to enhance his seal, but it seemed like Wanwan had given up. In the next second, the cat would demonstrate that this was far from the truth. Wanwan broke the seal, and he went for more. Sowell had to activate his barrier as his sharp claw attack mercilessly targeted his master. What had begun as a basic attack now oddly converged into something else. This was different. Wanwan manifested an attack in the shape of Sowell's Genesis sword, even mimicking his flying Squall energy strike. It might not have the full power of the destruction sword arts, but it was still potent. With this, one could say that Wanwan was closer to becoming a high-class magic beast. He was still young, but he was one of a kind. A few more elixirs, and he would become even stronger. On his way back, he finally had the chance to use the Sacred Needle of Wisdom. It directly pointed to the location of nearby treasures, and Madame Wee probably used this to achieve her level at a young age. These tools allowed her to take on risks confidently when no one else would. This could lead Sowell to riches beyond imagination, so he vowed to collect every single sacred herb in this forest. While he was at it, he would hunt every magic beast too. Thanks to the needle, searching the area had become much easier, and the quality of his finds had improved as well. But in his search, he felt an unusual force. Observing from a distance, he saw what the force was about. It was the alchemists of Mount White Sect, desperately protecting themselves. Sowell thought it would be fun to watch this unfold for a while. They were facing off against formidable angry monkeys. Bad temper, intelligence, and strength in numbers were the name of the game for these beasts. The alchemists couldn't even counterattack because they were so busy defending. The seniors couldn't move as they pleased with their disciples in tow. These juniors knew that and wanted their elders to go all out. One of the old men used multiple amulets at once. It was effective in dealing with the charging monkeys, but it also angered the beasts. In response, the alchemists performed the Quaternary Palace formation. This was the first time Sowell had seen this bizarre formation. It seemed like all of them were pooling their energy for one powerful attack. The concentration of their spirit power and the massive barrier formed quite a lethal combination. This kind of technique was only possible for those who had trained together. The monkeys were furious, and they wanted to destroy the barrier. They didn't retreat in the face of deadly force. There were only a few beasts left, but the elders couldn't handle another major attack. So, the only course of action was to undo the technique and duel the remaining monkeys. After some time, the group successfully dealt with the crisis. One of the masters paid the highest price, injuring himself in the process of their powerful combo. Despite being severely injured, this old man actually brought out an elixir for his precious disciple. The old man wanted to make his disciple's dream of becoming the youngest law of spirit energy alchemist ever come true. The other master saw that and couldn't be selfish. He followed suit and handed Minna the medicine as well. She was a kind-hearted child. As they were winding down from the monkey attack, one of the masters was struck in the heart. As for who had done such a thing, the other master almost lost himself in anger. It was the ungrateful disciple, Yi Lip. This kid needs Jesus. The little bastard just killed his injured master in cold blood, and now he's going for the other elder, though that attempt failed due to a barrier block. But the elder is already drained and not in good condition to endure further. Yi Lip is justifying his horrible actions in his own twisted way. He intends not to leave any witnesses, and the last elder has fallen against his power. Minna was overcome with rage as she prepared to fight her senior brother. Yi Lip is just acting out of pure greed. He was blinded by the prospect of taking over 30 Nidans from 30 monkeys, along with all their previous hunts for himself. He's the worst kind of beast in this forest. After going back to the sect, he will have to answer for everything that happened. He has built his reputation too high to start over. Yi Lip believes that empathetic alchemists are the reason for their sect's stagnation, so he can just scrap everything and start anew with his improved skills. Now that she knows his next move, there's no reason to keep her alive anymore. Minna wasn't able to do anything to save the masters. She's starting to accept the fact that this is it for her. The same attack that killed 2 experts is now aiming at Minna. But Yi Lip was suddenly enveloped by a painful burst of energy. It came from none other than Soul himself. He can't stand by after seeing the actions of this scum. Soul couldn't care less if this group died off, but this is a different matter. Minna's mind was reeling after seeing everyone in her party die. She started thinking that Soul is just a stronger enemy than Yi Lip. When asked if Soul helped the girl, he responded that he just killed some trash. He despises people who dare to hurt their own master. As he observes all their loot, he asks if the seniors have any other disciples. It turns out that the elders of Mount White Sect only taken 1 disciple each. When it comes to family, the elder didn't even marry. Their pouch of abundance should belong to the sect from now on. If that's the case, Soul might as well just take it. Minna wanted to contest this thought as she would be the one who would need to explain what happened here to the sect. She can't be suspected of taking the loot, and she'd have to tell on Soul. She carefully considered every possibility from here on out and came up with a solution. The party went here for a magic beast hunt. They can just pin everything on Yi Lip, and Soul and take the Nibens and Beast Corpse. She has no choice but to give up this much. Minna is afraid to even move after seeing how strong Soul is. He didn't give her any trouble though, agreeing to her plan and even leaving 1 Nidan that was hers in the first place. This much would prove that Soul is not at all evil, but seeing as he's still taking his cut of the loot, he's not an angel either. The Elder Master and her own master are now in eternal slumber. She remembered how kind and thoughtful her master was despite his nagging. The tears of the maidens started falling like rain. After collecting all the corpses, Soul went up to Minna and handed her the elixir that her master offered her earlier. This elixir of purity is just what she needs right now. She's drained of all of her energy and would need a boost to get out in the forest alive. Soul noticed that and even gave her some of his own medicine. At first, she doubted if it was poison, but she had no choice but to take it. The effectiveness was equal to the precious elixir of purity, and Soul gave her 2. Much to his surprise, the young lady suddenly lost consciousness. Ayo, what was that pill? Even Soul was surprised at what had just happened. It might be impolite, but he had to check her body. Shivering and with faint breathing, he shouldn't have given her the precious paddle elixirs. Her spirit energy had destabilized. The elixir was way too strong. To alleviate that, he would have to use his own spirit energy for stabilization. Diving into Minna's subconscious, her mind was blocked by an ornate gate. Inside this gate were raging waves of excess spiritual energy. Soul had to step in and calm her power as much as he could. After a few moments, it seemed like her pain had gone. Now she was just resting for a bit. She was still having trouble processing too much energy, but it had slowed down for now. Soul needed to take her away from this open space full of alchemists and magic beasts, so he brought her to the cave from earlier. In there, she started to wake up again. The last thing she remembered was the powerful young man. Checking everything, it looked like nothing was wrong, and she was able to live thanks to him. Now, she needed to report back to the sect somehow. It would be best if the powerful young man could testify against the despicable Yi Lip. She didn't know where she currently was, and the sky was becoming darker. After resting, she was confident that she would be able to come back to the sect. That was until a familiar voice came out of the woods. Soul had not abandoned her after all. A man followed through. He even set up a magic trap in front of the cave entrance to keep her safe. Minna steeled her resolve and pushed the words out of her mouth. She pleaded with Soul to come with her to the sect. She waited for his response with bated breath. Our boy was lost in thought. He had never thought about going to this Mount White sect before. He had killed a disciple, but it was a punishment for a grave sin. The problem would be the two laws of spirit energy alchemists who had died before. The sect would undoubtedly investigate, and he would be mentioned in the process. He agreed to Minna's pleading, and it evidently lifted the young lady's spirits. She assured him that he wouldn't regret visiting their sect. Their ancestor and sect creator had searched all over Yuying province for the most beautiful and spirit energy-filled mountains. He had ended up on the legendary Mount White. Aboard the flying sword, the two had finally arrived. The ancestor of this sect was said to have reached the vitality of yin and yang. Some people went even further, saying that he had become a deity. They were greeted by a lively young man at the front gates. But it was odd that she had arrived with none of the original party. As for why that was, she'd have to explain upstairs. She introduced Soul to another elder as a senior in business. From this point on in the mountains, teleportation alchemy was forbidden, and Soul kept that in mind. In front of him was a seemingly endless series of stairs going up and about the whole mountain range. They quickly scaled it by flying and arrived at the front of a modest white palace. Minna shouted her full name, Akyomin, asking for an audience with the Lord. The gates then opened up slowly. Soul was about to meet the strongest person on the mountain. He was an older, dignified man sitting on a throne and surrounded by the elders. This was the Lord of Mount White Sect. Woon Soul politely paid respect and introduced himself. The Lord of Legislation, as he called himself, was named Sun Wook. He thought he knew every law of spirit energy alchemist in Yuying province, but this young man was unknown to him. Such a young expert couldn't have flown under the radar. As for the reason for their visit, Minna would be the one to explain. After the incident, she had brought the 3 corpses from the mountain. Of course, the Lord of Legislation had to see for himself what the fuss was about. The cause of death for the 2 elders was confirmed as the White Thundershot. As for the 3rd corpse, Yilip had died of a different cause. It had also been confirmed that there were some internal damages. Given the traces of the White Thundershot, it told them that the culprit was a disciple. The only problem would be determining whether the dead Yilip or the young woman in front of them was the culprit. The Lord of Legislation dared to accuse the young lady after all the turmoil she had just been through. Attacked by angry magic monkeys and then betrayed by the despicable Yilip, all for the sake of greed. She could only survive to tell the tale thanks to her senior, Woon. Of course, he would support every word she said. He even brought out the yin-yang shield he used to protect the young lady. The courts of Yilip also supported their story. Now that it's settled, the Lord of Legislation solemnly expressed his gratitude to Soul. For now, he's invited to stay at the sect while the investigation wraps up. For the first time in a while, Minna finally heaved a sigh of relief. Soul can just watch from the sidelines and train silently in these mountains. After a day, he was summoned by the sect's Lord of the House. He was oddly instructed to leave his pouch of abundance before entering the building, and he complied. Soul respectfully greeted the Lord of the House, who happened to be another old geezer, the head of the Mount White sect, Num Ja-woon. This geezer knows that he defeated the Wee family, something that no one should have known. But Num Ja-woon appears to be a fan, excited to meet his idol. That's only natural, though. Soul accomplished extraordinary feats in the recent war. The Lord also wanted to warn him about Patriarch Wee Sek, as that man is not very forgiving. Num Ja-woon had a very favorable impression of Soul right from the beginning. So he asked the young man if he was part of any sects. Soul was not affiliated with any organization. He was just taught alchemy and craftsmanship by his masters at a young age. As for the identity of his masters, no one would probably know their names in this nation. He had been here for a whole day, and everything felt fitting for a prestigious sect. But internally, it's evident that there's a crisis within the Mount White sect. They have recently lost valuable elders through the hands of a disciple. Add to that the fact that they are being pushed around by the nearby Iron Rock sect. They're in a less than ideal position. If an alchemist like Woon Soul joins them, the benefits would be immense. So, the Lord wants to establish a strong relationship with the young man, and he hurriedly extended an invitation to their organization. He offered generous amounts of elixirs and spirit stones. He even promised that Soul could take the spot of an elder after reaching the final stages of his current level. The Lord guaranteed that Soul wouldn't take more than 100 years to achieve this. He had come to these mountains on a whim, and it was better for him to operate freely. But having a backer like the Mount White sect would undoubtedly be helpful. The invitation was a bit sudden, but this organization had 3 Breath of the Sun alchemists. Two of them were busy training while one of them was at the Song Chilam Palace. The Lord wanted to introduce Seoul to that expert to train together. It was very tempting, but he knew that he would eventually need to leave Daewoo Nation. So he respectfully declined a deal that would make anyone jump for joy. He knew that if he accepted the offer and enjoyed all the benefits, it would be wrong to leave one day without repaying their kindness. It seemed like the Lord was not giving up, though. So, a counteroffer was brought to the table. He could sign up as an outsider disciple. Thus, retaining his freedom and leaving the country would be no problem. The systems for this type of arrangement were already in place within the sect. They wouldn't be able to fully support him like an official disciple, but he would still enjoy many benefits. He could even opt in as an official disciple whenever he wanted. With just a single sip of his tea, Seoul made a decision. This opportunity was just too good to pass up. With that in mind, the Lord handed him a mysterious box. Inside were powerful protection elixirs, a signing bonus of sorts. Even as an outsider disciple, he would still be guaranteed the elder position after reaching the final stages of the law of spirit energy. Seoul was not an ungrateful person, and he planned to repay this kindness to Mount White sect. Bro just randomly got the best job offer. In the snowy woods of the Mount White sect, we find a young lady named Mina, wandering aimlessly. She is gripped by a sense of detachment from the sect following the loss of her master. In her darkest moments, she contemplates whether facing Yilit's wrath might have been a preferable fate. Unexpectedly, a diminutive magical creature lands gracefully upon her shoulder. It is none other than Wanwan. Initially, Min-Ah mistakes the creature for a wild, fragrance-tracing feline. Soon, a familiar voice offers her a winter coconut to nourish the tiny feline. Wherever Wanwan goes, disciple Woon Seoul follows diligently. The two of them joyfully feed the cat its favorite treat. Out of the blue, Seoul queries Min-Ah about her decision to evade the sect entirely. She believes that someone as gifted and resilient as Seoul could never truly comprehend her inner turmoil. Rumors abound that Seoul may soon become the youngest breath of the sun alchemist in history, while Min-Ah struggles even to attain the law of spirit energy without a master's guidance. However, she has already gleaned the essential knowledge and even possesses a Naiban from a superior magical beast. Seoul extends an offer to transform this Naiban into an elixir for her use. Feeling a deep empathy for her solitude, he is eager to assist. Min-Ah gratefully accepts his offer, recognizing that both she and Seoul have lost their masters at the stage of heavenly birth, and it's their shared responsibility to fulfill their untapped potential. Seoul is convinced that Min-Ah possesses the potential for greatness. Our narrative now shifts to Jangseogak, the sect's vast library housing a wealth of records and books. While the attendant dozes off, a child appears to recognize Seoul. Permission is granted for him to access the library, albeit with restrictions on the restricted section. At Seoul's level, he can borrow up to 100 books without removing them from the sect's premises. Seoul allows the attendant, Won Pyong, to return to his slumber while he embarks on his exploration. Most sect disciples rarely frequent this sanctuary, engrossed in their training. However, the exceptionally talented Seoul stands out. To Won Pyong's astonishment, it takes no time at all for Seoul to amass a towering stack of 100 books for borrowing. Furthermore, he pledges to return every volume punctually. To Seoul, the most precious aspect of being an outsider disciple of a prestigious sect is not the material possessions, but the opportunity to access their library. The true treasure of long-established sects lies within their books and records. As he concocts elixirs, he can indulge in voracious reading. Thus, the young man embarks on an intellectual quest. 2 weeks later, the attendant is astounded to learn that Seoul has already devoured the first batch of 100 books. The chant of black ice proves invaluable for this endeavor. It's a shame he can only handle 100 books at a time. Within one of the volumes, he stumbles upon an intriguing passage regarding the sect's founder, authored by a venerable elder. The founder, Mu Zhongyang, emerges mysteriously in the Yuyuan province and, over time, establishes the Mount White sect. In a martial duel, he astonishingly defeats the Taoist temple's leader using a technique eerily reminiscent of the Songsan sect's methods. The elder harbors suspicions about the founder's enigmatic background, a sudden emergence to establish the province's premier sect. Before delving further, Seoul halts his reading. For now, his focus is on crafting elixirs for Min-Ah and Wanwan. Several days later, the enigmatic book still haunts Seoul's thoughts. As usual, Wang Pyong dozes off at a library counter. Seoul presents a high-class spirit stone to the young attendant, seeking information about the elder and author of the book, John Hakbyeon. He desires access to all of that man's works, as he was an active elder during the sect's founder's era. After some searching, Wang Pyung makes an intriguing discovery. Strangely, the book is listed in the restricted section, and it was the sect leader who ordered its relocation. Such meticulous attention to detail suggests a hidden motive. 3 books, accessible only to elders and higher-ranking members, piqued Seoul's interest. However, before leaving, Wang Pyung proposed a plan to clandestinely acquire these books. Seoul disdains untrustworthy individuals, but Wang Pyung emphasizes the potential consequences for himself. The price for this risky endeavor is set at 5 high-class spirit stones upfront and an additional 5 upon securing the books. Wang Pyung assures Seoul of his reliability. Thus, the heist unfolds on the first night of the month. The young attendant effortlessly retrieves the 3 handwritten records. These documents shed light on the sect's initial rise to power and fuel the elders' suspicions about the founder. It appears that a Songsan sect elder had murdered 3 sect members, and they had potentially stumbled upon a great treasure. Founder Mu Zhongyang might have killed his comrades. Upon the author's return to the sect, the leader had already departed, dedicating himself to becoming a true immortal. The man established a thriving sect before disappearing, leaving behind an inexplicable mystery. Years had passed, and the author hadn't been able to come up with answers. Creating the Mount White sect hadn't benefited Mu Zhongyang at all. Everything about him seemed suspicious. Even the signature white thunder shot was just a variation of Songsan sect's technique. The only clue the elder had was a luxurious but restricted temple. Upon investigation, it was just a place kept clean for no apparent reason. A few decades passed, and the elder had wasted years trying to find any traces of the founder. But before he passed away, he clung to the belief that the founder, Mu Zhongyin, could not be trusted. Seoul read all these accounts, knowing that they were recorded 7,000 years ago. He neither could nor wanted to continue the wild goose chase. However, his curiosity was piqued by the restricted temple that the founder had left behind. Just a short distance away, the luxurious temple still stood tall. It was a restricted area with no guards. For now, Wan would scout the place. There was nothing unusual, even when scanned by the cat's nose. There were just 2 portraits at the altar up front. He thought that there might be something there, but that would be too obvious. There was nothing unusual anywhere he looked, just like the elder back then. He concluded that this was just some normal temple, but then he suddenly had the idea to try one last thing, the sacred needle of wisdom. No one in Madame Wei had managed to navigate the rift with this artifact. At first glance, the needle pointed outside the temple, indicating a higher concentration of spirit energy than the interior of the temple. Maybe he had been thinking too small, and the secret was hidden in the entire restricted area. Seeing the needle spin around frantically, Seoul decided to descend the cliff where the temple was situated. As he descended, the needle started pointing down into the snow. The wind of determination cleared it up and revealed a massive ice formation. It was no surprise that nobody had been able to find this place. With his sword, Seoul forcefully chiseled the ice away. When he carved out a hole, the needle started spinning even faster. Down below, there was something weird inside a gray rock. He fastened the debris with an inner binding seal and slowly cleared everything out by pulling it up. The massive hole was clogged by this enormous gray rock. It was about time to go exploring underground. Seoul lit up the subterranean area with a small fire. It was a man-made cave. He thought there was something amazing inside, but he was only greeted with freezing cold air. He hadn't felt this cold since he was a baby. The needle was spinning crazier the deeper he went. To be safe, Seoul brought out the graceful shield. Finally, he happened upon an old man enclosed in ice. This man was not one of the people in the temple portraits, though. The identity of this frozen old man was a big mystery, but at the foot of this ice was a blue flower. Even Wan couldn't bear its sheer coldness. Seoul proceeded with caution, as this plant seemed like the source of the thick and cold energy. Suddenly, multiple footsteps walked towards Seoul, asking him what he was doing down there. He had let his guard down, and now he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces of the sect elders. Bro, the old guys in this series need to mind their own business and retire. Seoul found himself in a highly complex situation, confronted by 6 elderly individuals. These senior figures observed him intently, both parties anticipating the next move. The young man proceeded to greet the elders as if nothing unusual were occurring. This temple was an exceedingly forbidden place, not easily accessible. As for the consequences of violating the entry rules, it included breaking the naiden and amputating limbs, with the tongue also being removed as an added measure. However, on a case-by-case basis, the sect leader could exercise discretion to reduce the severity of the punishment. Seoul's fate rested in the hands of one enigmatic old man. The leader was more inclined to reward than punish him for resolving a dilemma that had troubled the old man for some time. The young man from the library had been secretly reporting everything to the sect leader. Some disciples had attempted to locate this place but had failed. Sowell had uncovered a deeply concealed secret of the sect. It turned out that these elderly companions had followed him down here with the intention of exploring the cave as well. They were eager to put an end to this delay and pursue their goal. These senior individuals were anxious to start searching for treasure as soon as possible. However, the leader was seeking the frustration because of his strong desire to discover this place. If he were more powerful, he might have eliminated everyone to secure the treasure for himself. Now he was compelled to cooperate with others to explore the founder's secret. As for the young man who had discovered the secret place, he could accompany them but would be treated as a captive. After a few moments, nothing particularly remarkable was visible in this dull cave. The only thing that aroused everyone's curiosity was the strange ice plant. They had no idea what it was. Therefore, taking it from the frozen corpse and examining it seemed like a logical step. An elder attempted to touch the plant directly but immediately withdrew in fear. He was frustrated and angry at the leader for not warning him, almost freezing himself. It didn't take much for these elderly individuals to turn on each other, pointing fingers and assigning blame. They turned to Sowell for answers, as he was the one who had initially stumbled upon the cave. He insisted that he had found this cavern purely by chance, but suggested infusing some spiritual energy into the plant. He even volunteered to give it a try. Using a third of his spiritual energy, there was no immediate response, but after a while, the plant began to bloom slightly. Seeing a reaction, the elderly individuals looked on with a mix of confusion and greed. They were all roughly equal in level, so none had enough energy to fully activate the plant. The impatient Elder Siuk, who had tried earlier, was determined to give it another attempt. The leader halted Elder Siuk and ordered the deployment of the Quaternary Palace. All the elderly individuals pooled their spiritual energy into a single channel and directed it toward the ice plant. Destroying the plant did not seem to be a concern, as it continued to absorb their energy. This was no ordinary treasure. The leader could already envision how it would benefit the sect. They pushed their limits to the point of exhaustion. The ice crystal plant finally blossomed, resembling a mesmerizing flower, and revealed a clear marble inside. The marble possessed an inexplicable level of coldness. One thing was certain: it was not an elixir. For now, further examination of this object was necessary. The man encased in ice was thawed out, presumably frozen upon contact with the ice crystal. Sowell covered the man out of respect, but to everyone's surprise, he showed signs of life. Elder Siuk was eager to heal and interrogate the man immediately. They even tied him up while they discussed their next steps. Sowell was the only one who noticed that the frozen man had broken free. The elders showed little regard or respect for the man, sitting arrogantly atop their high horses. However, the strange old man had become incensed at being awoken from his icy slumber. Rule number 1, don't mess with sleeping experts. Judging by his energy and demeanor, this man is no ordinary individual. It appears that even the man himself doesn't believe he was trapped in ice. When asked if they were members of the Mount White sect, Nung Ja-woon introduced himself as the 38th leader. The Iceman mocked him for masquerading as a sect leader when he was merely a mid-level law of spirit energy noob. As for the Iceman, he went by the name Mu Jiangyang. His white hair and wrinkles suddenly vanished, transforming him into a middle-aged man. This situation deeply concerned the sect's elders, who suspected that this man was merely impersonating the sect's founder. Sowell remained cautious. If this man truly possessed the vitality of yin and yang alchemy, he could annihilate everyone in seconds. The Iceman didn't care if the elders believed him, but he couldn't forgive them for interrupting his nap. He had already decided to crush these worthless insects before him, sparing only the one who had provided him with the elixir of purity and covered his body. The elders remained skeptical of this tough act, while Sowell presented himself as the one who had covered the man's body. Nung Ja-woon insisted that they meant no harm and only wanted the marble and an apology from the Iceman. This made him the primary target in Mu Jiangyang's eyes. The guy drew a blinding sword from his chest. A treasury inside the body indicated someone who had achieved the vitality of yin and yang. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed throughout the cave. This man was undoubtedly the founder of the Mount White sect, Mu Jiangyang himself. The inferior sect leader desperately begged for forgiveness, groveling like never before in his life. But the founder was decisive, and a single swing separated Nung Ja-woon's head from his body. The founder didn't tolerate a mid-level law of spirit energy practitioner sitting on his throne. The other elders dared not utter a word as they knelt. They were at least better than the moronic leader in the founder's eyes. Elder Seok, in particular, had provided him with the elixir of purity. This monstrous man offered clemency to 2 out of the remaining 4 elders, but there was a catch. They had to eliminate each other, and the last 2 standing would be forgiven. Desperate to live, the elders exchanged cautious glances. If Mu Zhanyang truly was a vitality of yin and yang expert, this gruesome situation might have been unnecessary. While many had witnessed some vitality of yin and yang tricks, they were uncertain of the man's true capabilities. Killing a defenseless man on his knees was a simple task. Even now, the supposed founder was merely using the elder's fear, so Soul intervened and thanked the man for sparing his life. The founder then corrected Soul's assumption, stating that showing mercy didn't mean sparing the young man's life. He would have to face the 2 survivors of the Elder Royal Rumble. Soul was confident that the founder hadn't yet regained his spiritual energy. He was using fear and dominance to manipulate them into eliminating each other. Soul drew the attention of the elders about to engage in combat, emphasizing that fighting would be pointless if no one would be spared. Even the founder's piercing gaze didn't deter him. In retrospect, it seemed the man wanted them all dead to prevent the truth from emerging. Consequently, the founder ordered everyone to turn their blades towards Soul. This time, the young man would retaliate, pointing out that if the founder truly was the legendary sect founder, he should be capable of killing Soul with a single attack. If the young alchemist survived that strike, they could unite against the overbearing man. In that moment, he remembered his 5th master. Faced with the founder's dragon-like attack, he vowed to survive. The initial strike was blinding, but Soul managed to block it. However, 3 more attacks followed, each blocked by Soul's trusty shield. The fraudulent founder couldn't penetrate his defenses. Mu Zhanyang was not the sect founder they worshipped. He was a fraud who had not reached the legendary vitality of yin and yang level. Urging the elders, he convinced them to unite and confront the imposter. Soul had said it all, but he barely survived, using every defensive technique at his disposal. Elder Seok was the first to respond to his call, urging everyone to follow suit. Whether he was the sect founder or not, this man had attempted to kill them all, leaving them with no choice but to fight back. It was now 6 against 1. There were no leaders or elders in this struggle. They needed to pool their strength to challenge the tyranny before them. Mu Zhanyang appeared ready to face them all at once. If the elders were to execute the Quaternary Palace formation once more, they might have a chance against the cunning fraudster. However, this could also be their worst move against this ancient trickster. The founder believes that using the Quaternary Palace against him would be pure comedy. After all, that technique is his legacy, and he only passed down skills without any real impact. With all the fooling around and yapping, the elders eventually decided to go ahead and execute the formation. They pooled their energies to unleash an unstable beam. In response, Mu Zhanyang swiftly summoned a larger dragon apparition. The clash of these 2 powerful attacks was straight out of Dragon Ball Z. The fraudulent founder realized he was being pushed back, a comical situation for someone claiming to be an all-powerful being, struggling against a group of elderly men. Elder Seok understood what was happening and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A yin and yang alchemist of the founder's caliber shouldn't find themselves in such a situation. Just one more thunderous shot, and it seemed that Mu Zhanyang would fall to his knees. Another attack from the formation might do the job. The founder found himself in a tight spot, all because of the words of a young man who had just woken up from a coma. His plans were already unraveling thanks to these ants. This situation left him with no other choice but to reveal some of his trump cards. These newcomers would likely be unable to fathom the arsenal he possessed. With the discovery of the marble, even novice alchemists could easily attain the vitality of yin and yang. The elders were confident that they could figure out the marble's secrets on their own, thinking they held the advantage. However, this shouldn't be possible because it was a treasure from the High Ancient Era, a legendary item with many hidden secrets. The High Ancient Era was so distant in the past that there were barely any records remaining. Treasures from that time were far more valuable than anything found today. Even the formidable founder had only stumbled upon this item in a historical site. This mystical plant was known as the frost flower, renowned for its ability to absorb frigidity and thrive in cold environments. Mu Zhanyang scoured the corners of Daewoo Nation for a location that would suit the flower's needs, eventually settling on Mount White and the Forbidden Temple. It took at least 10,000 years for the flower to bloom, so he prohibited anyone from entering the grounds. Establishing the entire Mount White sect and making it the most prestigious in the province was simply a security measure. Considering what transpired today, it seemed that this mandate had been violated by these young individuals. Elder Seok believed that the man was just stalling and recovering his spiritual energy through all his talking. The marble was the frost pill, a concentrated form of the flower's bloom. Due to the elders' interference, the pill couldn't develop properly and became impure. Nonetheless, consuming this imperfect pill would instantly improve one's level. A proper frost pill could elevate someone from the vitality of yin and yang to the coveted heaven's throne. It also enhanced one's mastery of skills and movement. That possibility was now gone, and they could only fight for an incomplete pill. While it was of no use to a true expert, it remained a priceless treasure for newcomers, capable of elevating them to the breath of the sun instantly and effortlessly. This revelation would undoubtedly spark greed among these elderly men. Sewol, however, remained skeptical as Mu Zhangyan had a reputation for mixing clever lies with tidbits of truth. Whether it was lies or not, this treasure had been zealously protected and nurtured by a true expert. Now that it was useless to the founder, he was willing to give it to the luckiest recipient. Elder Siuk was straightforward and simply wanted to deal with Mu Zhangyan first, but the more calculating elders were pondering how to get their hands on the treasure. Going all out against the founder might jeopardize their chances of acquiring the pill. The priority should have been obvious, but these elderly individuals were overly calculating. Seeing a division forming within the group, Mu Zhangyan tossed the pill to Elder Siuk. This immediately triggered other elders to call him out. All their relationships had gone out the window. The only thing that mattered was who would obtain the pill. Not wanting to deal with the ensuing chaos, Elder Siuk tossed it to another elderly man, one with nothing but greed and cunning in his eyes. Thinking quickly, Elder An acted as if Mu Zhangyan was making the move. While everyone was distracted, he made a quick escape. Now, everything had fallen apart, and all the elders could think about was stopping Elder An. They were all unwittingly dancing in the palm of the crafty schemer. Mu Zhangyan, the founder, might just be the greatest prankster. The situation has escalated to a battle of elders against elders. Elder An may be attempting to flee with the treasure, but his spirit energy has become unstable due to the frost flower's aura. Consumed by the rage of such a deceitful act, Elder Siuk unleashed one of his powerful attacks. Taking that red bean from behind can't be healthy for you, Grandpa. The pill now lies on the ground, and Elder An is lifeless. Elder Siuk was on the verge of seizing the treasure. He simply wanted to collaborate with his companions to confront the founder. However, a deadly blade was already aimed at his head. He managed to evade it. Another elder, Elder Qian, proved to be no different from the rest. He vehemently opposed anyone else touching the frost pill, which earned him a painful faceplant onto the ground. Another elder arrived to assist Elder Siuk. It has come to this, elderly individuals fighting amongst themselves for a supposedly priceless treasure. Greed has completely taken over, and everyone desires to be the last alchemist standing. Meanwhile, the founder merely observed the unfolding chaos as if it were a comedy show. He inquired of Sewol why he wasn't participating in the bloodthirsty hunt for the frost pill. He recognized that joining the fray would be playing into the scammer's hands. However, there was a genuine possibility that one of the elders might seize the pill and escape. Sewol understood that the founder also possessed greed, so he wouldn't willingly let go of the frost pill. Even this seasoned expert was impressed by his self-control. He retorted that, unlike Mu Zhangyan, he wouldn't betray his brothers out of greed. The founder suspected that there was something amiss with the elder who had written the ancient book. Thanks to that individual, Sewol had discovered this hidden location. Thus, he was responsible for disrupting the founder's 10,000 years of cultivation. At present, the foolish elders found themselves in a stalemate, reluctant to make sudden moves. Even they couldn't believe it had come to this point, but there was no turning back. One of them must obtain the frost pill at any cost. Their standoff was interrupted by the founder's hearty laughter. He simply wished for the spectacle to continue and for the elderly combatants to eliminate each other. They were in no condition to contend with the founder anymore, given the injuries they had inflicted upon each other. The root cause of all this chaos was the greed of the now deceased Elder An. Elder Siuk would be willing to relinquish the frost pill to convince the others to turn their weapons against the fraudulent founder. Wun Sewol was the only one in prime condition. They still had a chance at victory. If it was possible, they could reach an agreement to deal with the founder first. However, no matter how one looked at it, this plan seemed reckless. It was evident that the elders also wanted Sewol to exhaust his spirit energy in the fight. Afterward, they would turn on each other again in pursuit of the treasure. These elderly individuals had already abandoned their sanity. As everyone pondered their own thoughts, a newcomer entered the cave. The elders referred to this person as Senior Huan Gan, and he was met with the sight of lifeless elders strewn about. No one dared to speak, for the elders themselves were responsible for the mess. Mu Zhangyan urged the newcomer to also covet the treasure. Seeing Huan Gan as a stranger, He suspected that the founder was behind it all. Even after introducing himself as the sect's creator, he was dismissed as insane. Seeking answers, Huang Gan turned to Seoul, who briefly explained everything. The elders immediately attempted to save themselves after being implicated. But at the end of the day, they were simply individuals blinded by the allure of treasures. Mu Zhangyang then proposed that the treasure could elevate a noob like Huang Gan to the level of vitality of yin and yang. However, the wise elderly man wasn't buying it. To acquire the frost pill, one had to eliminate all others, and many elders had already fallen. Huang Gan would pardon the greedy elders, but they had to redeem themselves by eliminating the fraudulent founder and putting an end to his corrupting influence. In a cave full of old men, there's finally someone that can think like an adult. Mu Zhangyang planted the idea in the elders' minds that Huang Gan would eventually seize the pill after this. For now, a battle was inevitable. Even with Huang Gan present, the greedy elders still couldn't divert their gaze from the frost pill. It seemed to beckon them. These fools had truly lost their senses. Huang Gan unleashed an attack directly at the pill, firmly convinced that a treasure capable of destroying the sect was nothing but an abhorrent object. However, the treasure remained unscathed, standing there defiantly. Not a single scratch marked its surface. An attack from even the most inexperienced practitioner of the sun arts couldn't possibly harm it. With another adversary entering the fray, Mu Zhangyang had no choice but to take action. Surprisingly, he produced a ball of blood elixir. Even Huang Gan found this unbelievable. The founder then swallowed the glob of blood, and immediately, the energy surrounding him underwent a profound transformation. Blood elixirs were created by consolidating minuscule spirit particles into one, a laborious process that used humans as its primary ingredient. Hundreds of alchemists had to be sacrificed to produce a single pill, sometimes even requiring hundreds of thousands of lives. It's basically Philosopher's Stone from Full Metal Alchemist. The end result was impure and foul, with drawbacks that would take years to recover from. Yet, the founder willingly endured these side effects to annihilate everyone in that cave. His presence had become an unsettling mix of ferocity and madness. An overwhelming bloodlust permeated the cavern. Seoul attempted the first attack, utilizing every offensive talisman at his disposal, but it was effortlessly thwarted by a simple barrier. The elders too had regained their composure and unleashed their combined assaults. Huang Gan even donned his gloves. Every attack they launched at the founder was repelled by the impenetrable shield. All their efforts were futile. A flawless defense was now complemented by the founder's Manchung sword's offensive prowess. A single swing filled everyone with dread and despair. A sheer force threatened to bring the underground cavern crumbling down. Two more elders met their demise, and Seoul would likely not have survived a direct hit. Huang Gan remained standing, albeit wounded. He retrieved something from his chest, radiating with a golden glow. His determination to vanquish Mu Zhangyang burned intensely. Huang Gan aimed to conclude this battle with one full-force strike. To achieve this, he needed Seoul to break through the impenetrable spirit barrier first. The young alchemist complied without hesitation, employing everything at his disposal. His confidence and determination clashed with the formidable barrier. Seoul refused to yield, especially when Huang Gan amassed a colossal reservoir of spirit energy for his final assault. The young man unleashed every artifact and expended all his energy reserves. Even the last remaining elder exhausted his power to bolster Huang Gan. Now was the moment. The final showdown in the underground cavern reached its climax, with only 3 combatants remaining. The barrier dissipated as the founder was compelled to concentrate on defending with his ethereal sword. A fist clad in a black glove versus an otherworldly blade, who would emerge victorious? An explosion reverberated throughout the area, leaving the founder severely injured but still defiant. Huang Gan, on the other hand, had met his end alongside his faithful glove. Seoul lay on the ground, his condition uncertain. Mu Zhangyang chuckled to himself, believing he had finally exterminated these bothersome pests. 10,000 years had passed, but he now faced the prospect of meeting 10,000 more. His preparations for the numb soul creation technique would take an extensive period. And yet, he had been wounded by insects who wouldn't have posed a threat during his prime. Starting anew and refining his breakthrough might no longer be feasible. However, Seoul had awakened, retaining enough energy to activate the destruction sword arts. Using the dark countercurrent, 3 blades soared through the air, skewering the man who had been on the cusp of immortality. The cavern had witnessed nothing but carnage, and our boy emerged triumphant. Shout out to the elders. They helped a little bit. Battered, bleeding, and severely injured, Wound Seoul struggled to rise. Pain coursed through his body as he breathed heavily. He reached for a sword on the ground, extracting it near the lifeless body of the founder. Having endured the cruelty and cunning of this old man, he decided to swing the sword once more for good measure. The blade struck straight through the head with a burning amulet. That's a straight-up Mortal Kombat fatality. From this point forward, he owed no allegiance to the sect and its elders, yet he owed his victory over the founder to them. In the end, Soul emerged with Mu Zhongyang's cherished sword and the Frost Flower. He emerged from the hellish depths of the underground into the open sky. The Mount White sect had lost nearly all of its relevant assets, and their future appeared bleak. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the organization discovered his involvement. First, he resolved to obtain fresh attire and quickly heal his minor injuries. Many had perished in pursuit of the Frost Pill, and now Soul held it in his hands. His next move remained uncertain. Consuming it directly might prove fatal, as Wanwan had trembled and fled upon seeing the pill. However, Soul noticed something peculiar. This pill had been crafted using the River of Thirst and string craftsmanship. Utilizing his knowledge of string craftsmanship, he could hold the pill without succumbing to its coldness. The founder had claimed that this pill elevated one's alchemical abilities to new heights. If Soul could absorb it with string craftsmanship, it would undoubtedly propel him to a new level. With the Frost Pill being incomplete, he had a limited window for absorption. He placed it in his mouth, and it instantly began freezing him from within. Soul concentrated his spiritual power directly into his head to combat the cold. This controlled cold energy spread throughout his body's every crevice. In the initial stages, it demanded everything from him. All he could do was trust in the power of string craftsmanship to guide him through the process. After a while, nausea set in, and his grip weakened. The energy within his head reached its peak state. He had made it just in time, persevering just enough. It had been a close call, but he had overcome it. Now, he needed to reactivate his string craftsmanship. The next step was absorbing the remaining frost to awaken his Naidan. His chant of black ice also helped ward off paralysis. If someone had consumed this pill directly, they would have frozen to death within seconds. Fortunately, Soul possessed the means to absorb it gradually and safely. He couldn't discern how much time had passed, but he had absorbed it all. It appeared that the founder hadn't lied about one thing. An immeasurable spiritual power now flowed through him. Within his mental palace, he could finally attempt to breach the doors to the breath of the sun. This breakthrough differed from his previous ones. He would need to give everything he had to make this door submit. An infusion of his newly enhanced spiritual energy began to dismantle the impenetrable door in his mind. After a few adjustments and an overwhelming force, Soul finally shattered the gate. A successful breakthrough enveloped his body with an energy he had never wielded before. It was time to take flight and leave this place. He had achieved the level of a 4-star breath of the sun. He had improved every aspect of his alchemical expertise, rising to the upper echelons of experts. For now, he would return to the Mount White sect to assess the situation. A year had passed, and it appeared that he was not yet on a wanted list, as he received a warm welcome. However, the bodies of the elders and leaders had been discovered. For now, he decided to check on the new leader. He introduced himself respectfully to the new top authority. The 39th sect head of Mount White was Tan Zhanwan, and they were hanging on by a thread. The Iron Rock sect had been targeting their disciples after rumors of their decline spread. There was a competition against the Iron Rock sect scheduled for next month, and these individuals aimed to bring about Mount White's downfall. Mount White faced coercion to accept a penalty of closing their doors for 1,000 years if they lost. There was a straightforward solution to this dilemma. Let Wound Soul participate. That's right, let the boy cook. Mount White sect won't have any high-class alchemists for the upcoming matches. Normally, he wouldn't care too much, but he still wants to fulfill the rest of his duties to Senior Huang. So he's taking part in this competition. The new leader felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders after hearing that. After some haggling, the two sects have agreed on a 500-year closing upon losing. 10 people from each sect are going to participate. If the Iron Rock sect starts losing, they'll undoubtedly bring out Bong Gong, a breath of the sun alchemist. But now Mount White lacks the manpower to even fill up 10 slots of alchemists with decent power. Soul just assured the head that he'll do his best. The number of people in the sect has also noticeably decreased. Many are still recovering from the Iron Rock sect's bullying. This reminded him of Mina, the kind young lady Ak Yumin. She was wounded in the last spar against the dubious sect. Ak Yumin's internal wounds are not looking good. The only explanation for her injury is that she fought until she ran empty, without a single drop of energy left. And her case was not isolated at all. The wickedness of the Iron Rock sect is deplorable. Upon arriving at this place, no one had noticed that Seoul had reached the breath of the sun level. Upon reaching the vitality of yin and yang, one's cultivation level becomes obvious. For now, he can finally do what he wasn't able to do in the past, making use of the true samadhi fire. After some time, he tended to Akyomin, and she finally regained consciousness. She woke up to Seoul's face and voice. He also handed her a 9-leaf healing elixir, especially useful for healing internal wounds. He concocted this pill for her and the other injured disciples. Seoul made a point of assuring Akyomin that she'd give her best, that she had done well, and it was admirable. After relentless bullying from the enemy sect, it was the first time she had heard such kind words in a while. She really did give it her all, but it wasn't enough. Seoul's words gave her some much-needed comfort, and thanks to the elixir he gave her, Akyomin reached the last stage of heavenly birth. And one more thing, he wanted to give her a case of healing elixirs, given that she's internally injured a lot of the time. Akyomin couldn't help but feel like she was always indebted to this man. The mountainous area known as the Flying Peaks would be the venue for the upcoming matches. The remaining experts of the Mount White sect arrived at the promised place. Of course, that included Seoul himself. Everyone's on their toes because the sect's fate is at stake. Everyone probably has little hope for where they'll be after this contest concludes. It really is a disaster. To add insult to injury, the Iron Rock sect is running late, and they're doing it on purpose. Some are hoping that they don't show up at all. The provincial inspector alchemists are probably en route along with the enemy sect. They should have a variety of techniques to show. Seoul is eager to see what they have up their sleeves. It was said that the Iron Rock sect's admission and withdrawal system is one of the laxest. Many high-class alchemists tend to gather for the prospect of benefits and freedom there. Their system is quite unique, and it's very effective, just from the size of their forces. Speaking of the devil, the Iron Rock sect has finally arrived. As expected, the referee for this duel is marching with them. They're shamelessly parading their collusion. They must be careful with their actions and not give that disgusting inspector something to nitpick. But the head had no choice but to show respect, asking for clean and fair fights. The inspector is peddling fairness while looking like an absolute crook. Imagine pulling up to a game and the referee is wearing the opponent's uniform. As for the rules, it'd be a race to 10 matches. An alchemist stays on the field until they lose. This brings Mount White to a disadvantage as the head believes that they're no match against the enemy Breath of the Sun expert. Wu Seoul shouldn't even be here as he's just an outsider disciple, not required to participate. Akyomin thinks that he'll ultimately end up getting injured at this rate. With the participation of the enemy Breath of the Sun alchemist, everyone in Mount White thinks they're done. They're just clueless about the dark horse, Wu Seoul's plans. They didn't waste time and started the contest right away. The first few fights ended as expected, with Mount White sect disciples' faces on the ground. The Iron Rock sect is just ruthless. On top of that, the provincial inspector is blatantly one-sided, not even giving a warning for violent attacks. Those referees are Breath of the Sun alchemists, and they're not stepping in. If this goes on, they will just get wiped off the map without a fight. The difference in average power is just too wide, but there are still disciples who want to fight for the sect's sake. The odd-looking man from the Iron Rock sect will be facing the intense-looking Yuk Jongyo. The odd-looking fella, Mak Hanwi, insulted the quality of the enemy sect. In his sect, they are ranked based on pure skill, and he's just someone on the lower ladder. It would be disgraceful if Mount White sect gets swept by the first 3 enemies. With his grim-looking spear, Yuk Jongyo steeled his resolve to give his everything for the sect. He rushed in just so he could give Wu Seoul the space he needed. The first attack ended up hitting nothing. Mak Hanwi is already on top of him, readying a counterattack. A green finger beam pierced through Yuk Jongyo's shoulders. He's being pelted by damage away from his strike zone, and the mischievous enemy is not even fighting him seriously. Yuk Jongyo is going for the second wave of attack with his barrier on. This time, he blocked the green beam and slashed his spear. Even with a long-range attack, his strike was dodged. He can't read the enemy's movement, and Mak Hanwi is already lurking behind. Another green beam was fired off as he barely got his barrier up on time. A few more of those annoying attacks have riddled Yuk Jongyo with wounds all over his body. The brutality was too much to bear for Mount White sect disciples. Their representative is being beaten up and is just trying his best to stay on his feet. That just goes to show how persistent Mount White sect is. The enemy has absolutely no intention of ending the fight, even though Yuk Jongyo is in a grave condition. They are aiming to trample Mount White's spirits completely. As soon as Yuk Jongyo lost grip of his consciousness, Mak Hanwi was announced as the winner. The odd-looking man's over-the-top violence has finally earned him a warning. The sect leader looked onto Soul to finally go up, reminding him to forfeit right away if the fight gets too tough. He then jumped onto the stage. Mac Conley asked if he was disheartened by the last display of beatdown, but Soul was just lost in thought, thinking of ways he could take the man down. Mac Conley was annoyed and promised to dish out twice the pain he had given earlier. Soul didn't even get into his fighting stance, he's just going to take the attack while standing still. The enemy wanted to toy with him with shadow clone art, torturing him slowly and painfully before ending the fight. The first green beam oddly landed far from Soul. Thinking it was a coincidence, Mac Conley fired more, and nothing landed anywhere near Soul's body. He'd been dodging every attack with no visible movement at all. If that's everything that the enemy has, then Soul might as well move as fast as lightning behind the enemy and attack with no mercy from the back. Mac Conley wasn't expecting that as he was racked with pain. The sect leader was surprised as well. No one saw what happened with how fast it all went down. Wu Soul just took his first blood. That's literally light work and a reaction for him. Just to escape this nightmare, Mac Conley raised his hand and forfeited immediately, to exact some much-needed revenge. Soul reached his hand out while gathering spirit energy. He then touched Hanli's body, and a painfully cold sensation spread throughout his body. The referees then stepped in, given that the fight was supposed to be over. Judging from the intensity of the frost key, Hanli might take decades just to recover from the internal damage. Woon Soul was declared the winner with a warning not to go overboard. His extraordinary skill is gradually being revealed to the world for the first time. The sect leader had heard of his capabilities, but he was just too good. Yumin watched with a longing to become stronger and fight like her senior brother Woon. As Soul whooped another so-called expert, she lamented not being able to fight alongside him. Opponents fell one after another with simple, well-timed strikes. It made Yumin want to become strong like him. It made her want to win and never lose. It motivated her to train harder and follow in his footsteps. Still, she didn't want her senior brother to push too hard. Now, all that's left is the Iron Rock sect's Breath of the Sun alchemist. The expert frankly didn't think that it'd come to the point where he'd need to step up to the plate. The man's name is Ma Jeju, an expert in the Iron Rock sect. Woon Soul returned that introduction with a respectful one of his own. Ma Jeju wanted to assure him that the Mount White sect's doors would be closing today. When Soul clapped back, the old-timer labeled him as young and innocent. The old man is way too confident that he has this in the bag, even going as far as recruiting Soul to the Iron Rock sect instead of fighting a losing battle. The young man is indebted to Mount White, and he intends to follow through with repaying this debt today. Given that Ma Jeju has a reputation to protect, he won't be going easy today. He thinks that Soul is just an overconfident brat that can be crushed. With that in mind, the young alchemist can finally let loose. Summoning his swords, including the Founder's Blade, the fight has officially started. His earlier spiral bombs were just for backup. He's a sword user through and through. Now, he will be facing the old man with all his might. The senior then prepared to take out his weapon as well. It turns out that he's a dual axe expert. 3 treasure swords versus 2 ornate golden battle axes. Which one will stand on top? For now, Soul will just defend. He intends to hide his true strength even now. His barrier was strong and his movement was fluid, but the axes were homing in on him. The weapon then manifested 2 golden spirits that fired off golden beams. It was even faster and stronger than Mac Homony's attacks. Soul had no choice but to pull out some of his cards. A wide array of amulets flew towards his opponent. The old man easily blocked everything with his barrier though. Up next were his 3 swords hidden by the explosion of dust. This too was anticipated by the combat veteran. But with that level of magic barrier, these blades are still penetrating through little by little. With all these diverse experiences, Ma Jeju has never seen a level of craftsmanship this high. While he's busy being in awe and trying not to get skewered, Soul launches a few spiral bombs to throw him off. The frost key in the young man's attacks is quite troubling. If worst comes to worst, the old man might have to go all out in one move. Disregarding defense altogether, Ma Jeju is going in hard. With his spirit barrier down, a chance is open for Soul. The touch of mist has limited the vision within the field. The fog has also started conjuring the frost key, disrupting the old man's control. Getting rid of this fog is a must. The old man is still headstrong and confident that he'll come out on top. Woon Soul doesn't see it that way though. As soon as the fight started, the conclusion had already been written. Perhaps he was too late to perceive it. Perhaps he was too slow. The prideful Ma Jeju has been surrounded by multiple blades in different angles. He can only accept his fate with gritted teeth. The winner of the fight between the Iron Rock sect and the Mount White sect has finally been crowned. Every disciple of the White Mountain cheered at the top of their lungs. Their savior Woon Soul has brought them a massive W. After that event, the first ones to hear were, of course, the Bao Xin sect. Xiaobing is trying to keep up to date with whatever Woon Soul is up to, and her interest in him is only growing. Perhaps another meeting between the two is in order. She's prepared to offer Mr. Woon a deal of a lifetime he won't be able to reject. Knowing this girl, it'll either be super good or super bad. As per the agreement reached during the visit by provincial inspectors, the Iron Rock sect must remain closed for the next 500 years. Any sect members found outside their jurisdiction will face sanctions. Man Jeju was compelled to acknowledge Soul's concealed skills, which had taken the old man by surprise. This unexpected revelation had finally silenced an antagonist who had previously been rather contentious. The old man also understood that a loser's words were merely excuses, so he accepted his punishment gracefully. The disciples of the Mount White sect appeared rejuvenated with Soul's victory. As he left the sect, a familiar, sweet voice called out to him. Ak Yumin wanted to congratulate him on his appointment as a guest elder of the sect. Now that he was an elder, he would occupy Elder Siuk's position. She had come to guide him to his new dwelling, and nearby, there was a place known as Sowun Peaks where he could harvest sacred herbs. He expressed gratitude to Ak Yumin for introducing him to the location. Finally, he had a workspace to repair his elegant shield and armor using beast parts. Rumors of Soul, rumored to be a master of the spirit energy alchemy, sweeping through the Iron Rock sect, including defeating their Breath of the Sun expert, had spread like wildfire. Many initially found these rumors too ridiculous to believe, but when they were proven true, they had a profound impact on the entire Yan'an province. Meanwhile, Soul was calmly repairing his equipment and honing his crafting skills. He was now ready to practice creating precious talismans. He received word of a visitor, a highly renowned figure from the Yan'an province. However, the vague description didn't immediately bring anyone to mind. It turned out to be Xiaobing, the leader of the Huijin branch of the Bao Xten sect, who first congratulated him on his promotion to elder, recognizing it as a well-deserved achievement for saving the sect. Soul had not expected her to follow him all the way to the White Mountains, considering he hadn't heard from her since the quest for the 7 silver-scaled snake. Now, she was aware of his victory against a Breath of the Sun alchemist. Before anything else, she had a question for him. While Soul possessed impressive techniques, defeating a true expert as a law of spirit energy alchemist seemed impossible. He had no intention of providing further explanations. Xiaobing had strong suspicions that he was concealing his true level, a belief shared by many others. He preferred to get to the heart of the conversation. With the Iron Rock sect's impending downfall, one of Xiaobing's problems was resolved. After this, the Bao Xin sect would have access to numerous freelance alchemists to hire. Thanks to Soul's actions, she could finally pursue the largest concentrated spirit land in the Daewoo Nation, known as the Untraversable Poisonous Lands. As the name suggested, this land teemed with deadly herbs, insects, and beasts, all capable of delivering fatal toxins. She had previously sent him to deal with a venomous magical beast as a test. A recent survivor had reported the presence of humans with unfamiliar alchemical techniques and a variety of treasures. The Bao Xin sect had decided to mount an expedition. While Soul wasn't initially interested, Xiaobing mentioned the missing Breath of the Sun seniors from the Mount White sect, which are spotted near the lands. If Soul participated in the mission, she also promised to provide him with diaries of the alchemist from another continent. This piqued his interest. She even offered to send him a manuscript copy for his examination. There was something sussy about her eagerness for the poisonous lands, but it was an offer he couldn't refuse. I low-key liked their twisted relationship. For now, he decided to revisit the Yi family manor. Lady Yi had not been neglecting her cultivation and recognized their indebtedness to Soul. The elders and the leader warmly welcomed him, and he also sought out his senior sister, the only one who could see that he had broken through the Breath of the Sun gate. She had made progress with her own abilities. As for Lady Yi, something appeared to be bothering her, though no one would provide an explanation. Ma Qian could only lament for her poor junior brother's sake. It appears that this issue is related to him, but Ma Qian wasn't sure if she should be the one to inform her junior brother. That's because Soul and Lady Yi are supposed to be married. However, he's about to lose his wife as Lady Yi and Sui have been growing closer and are now engaged. Sui was kicked out by the Yi family head a few times, but they eventually got approval. Even though they were just a fake couple, this was something he hadn't expected. For now, he just wants to offer his congratulations. He also wanted to talk to his senior sister about the expedition to the poisonous lands. It's a dangerous place full of uncertainties, but if he plans to go, Ma Qian would wholeheartedly follow him. He might have reached the breath of the sun level, but his senior sister is still at risk of not making it out alive from that place. She really wants to join him if he's determined to go, though. He wanted to insist that this is related to the Mount White sect, but that didn't seem to deter her. This is his only way of stopping her from joining him prematurely. If it really is about the sect, she can't just butt her head in. With Shelbing's mysterious plans and the danger of the lands, it's better if Makion doesn't tag along. For now, all he wants is to have a spar with his favorite sparring partner. Makion is not one to refuse a challenge from a true expert. A few days later, we find ourselves at the infamous poisonous lands. From its entrance, noxious gas is already everywhere. Only breath of the sun alchemists can disregard the poison fog, so they'll distribute toxicants. With the watchful eye of the Bao Xin sect, it's better for Soul to hide his true level. Chu Jiasong has been hired for his expertise in poison and experience. Soul has checked the manuscripts that Bekran had given him, but there's still something else bothering him. As he was waiting for the party to enter, the senior he defeated at the Iron Rock sect, Ma Jeju, surprisingly, was part of the expedition. They are like two friends reunited in an unexpected place. Right now, the senior has become a freelance alchemist with his brother. They are optimistic that this trip will be fruitful, given that Lord Xiaobing has arranged everything. Besides, there are some breath of the sun alchemists here. The purely hairless Yeonjong is one of them, and he's undoubtedly the quiet type. For now, Soul just wants to get his detoxicant first. It didn't take too long for the expedition to formally start. Ma Jeju's brother took the lead, and no one objected. Ma Jeju praised Soul for getting even stronger since they fought. They speak formally, but the admiration for each other's skills is evident. As the two were conversing, a blood-curdling scream echoed nearby. One of their teammates had been infected by a toxin through a finger. He was pricked by a poisonous thorn. The red leaf plant nearby might look harmless, but it's poisonous. Thankfully, Chu Jiasong carries an antidote for this one. Jiasong with a clutch is a big W. Plants that can threaten alchemists are all over the place. This one doesn't affect Soul, though, so he might as well take some for later. He's built up an immunity to all kinds of poison to back up his poison knowledge. Ma Jeju was glad that he could rely on the young man in this place. There are 15 Law of Spirit Energy Alchemists and 3 Breath of the Sun Alchemists on their roster. It's going to be hard to keep track of everybody in this thick poisonous fog. As they were quietly walking through the sinister woods, every expert worth their salt felt that something was off simultaneously. From a distance, there's a fearsome presence lurking, and it quickly multiplies. The vanguard warns everyone to be on guard and get ready to battle. Everyone braced themselves for the incoming attack. Someone led the team to stick close to each other so they could defend better. It didn't take too long for the enemies in the dark to charge at them. In front of them were disgusting-looking flying magic bugs. I'd be out of there as fast as humanly possible, not going to lie. Most of the party was unaware of what these bugs were, but one thing was certain. The horde was coming for them, and it was coming fast. No matter how you look at it, there were just too many of these insects to deal with. For now, Soul summoned his shield to prepare his defense. They must make the call whether to retreat or fight right away. One look at that horde, and the word retreat would just come naturally to you. Everyone stuck close to each other as they made a run for it. Aboard their respective flying tools, the expedition faced its first major challenge. Magic bugs are known to go around in swarms, and fighting this many won't work. But the thing they didn't think about was the swarm's outstanding flying speed. If they wanted to get out of here in one piece, they were going to have to bite the bullet and fight. Even the veteran Chu Jiasong had never encountered this type of bug before. The Law of Spirit Energy Alchemists had to stand behind, while the Breath of the Sun experts went to the front lines. They might not know much, but the fact that bugs are weak to fire should be common sense. So, the higher-level alchemists prepared to face the brunt of the magic bugs. Soul also prepared his blazing spiral bombs. The explosion of flames mid-air was the signal for the battle's start. To no one's surprise, the true Samadhi fire was cooking these bugs. But Soul's simple spiral bombs weren't working as he intended. Some of the insects stuck close to his barrier. These were golden-toothed locusts. They're known to chew up anything alive. They can even eat through spirit barriers. And the most fearsome aspect is their numbers. For now, he can only unleash some frost key into the air. He managed to slow them down a bit, but these locusts were moving at such abnormal speeds in the first place. These bugs shouldn't be able to catch up to even the Law of Spirit Energy Alchemists. And yet, screams asking for help echoed throughout the forest. The weaker alchemists and their meager shields couldn't hold on much longer. They kept begging for help, but the experts were busy defending themselves too. At this rate, everyone was going to die being drowned by bug bites. To help everyone, Soul took out some golden flags and shot them down to create a formation. He wouldn't mind traveling alone, but he couldn't let these people get slaughtered so early. Soul unleashed the imaginary element formation spell to deal with the swarm. His words echoed throughout the area, calling everyone to follow his voice for safety. They tried to fly towards Soul's otherworldly announcement, and everyone who got close to the perimeter was pulled into protection. In Soul's formation, they could calm down and release their spirit barriers. But the job wasn't done. There were still plenty of alchemists fighting for their lives. In his apocalyptic-looking bug-infested sky, Soul managed to rescue one alchemist after the other. Even the other Breath of the Sun experts were overjoyed by this outstanding formation. Everyone who could be saved was safe thanks to the young man. Only 9 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists made it out. They weren't even that deep into the territory, and it was already this dangerous. The people knew that Soul was skilled, but they still couldn't help but praise him. He just took the compliments with grace and humility. As for Chu Jasong, the man looked like he had lost hope already, and he had the most experience in this area. In the 3 months he spent on this land, it was the first time he had experienced something this dangerous. This journey was proving to be tougher than they had thought. Even just continuing the expedition was being put into question. If they were hired by another lord, then that wouldn't be a problem. But they were working for Lord Xiaobing. The daughter of the Lord leading the entirety of Bao Xin sect definitely had some spoiled princess vibes. Soul heard about the woman's background for the first time. Now it made sense how she held such a high position at a young age without outstanding skills. It was challenging to cancel something organized by Xiaobing, as she despised when things didn't go her way. In the skies outside their formation, the swarm finally began to show signs of movement. The golden-toothed locusts were retreating, and the formation had performed admirably. As a new alchemist in the Bao Xin sect, Chu Jasong had received some advice. The concern was that if something akin to the bug swarm happened, everyone would withdraw from the land, and even Xiaobing wouldn't have control. She had brought Yimzhang and Chu Jasong here, so Soul remained cautious. For now, they could continue exploring the lands. And if anyone wanted to leave, no one would blame them, though returning safely on their own was tricky. Keeping that in mind, no one chose to abandon the mission. The lead alchemist also announced that the mission would halt if a threat as serious as the bug swarm reappeared. So, as the sun rose, the expedition continued. Along the way, Ma Jeju hunted some beasts, as did everyone else. In this place, the results were mediocre compared to the effort they put in. The mission appeared grim. It would only be worthwhile if they could plunder the treasures of the people of the poisonous land. Over a month had passed, and only 10 of them remained. Soul had been secretly collecting sacred herbs and spirit stones, but it was far from enough, and there were still no signs of native inhabitants. Chu Jasong, the odd one, approached him and asked if he was getting bored. Kill this man just for being sus. In a place full of deadly threats, boredom was far from his mind. However, Soul was puzzled why Chu Jasong was making small talk with him. The odd one revealed that many men from distinguished organizations were sent here because of some descendants. The locals of this poisonous land were known as the descendants of the Valley of Secrets. What puzzled Soul was that Chu Jasong's hands seemed to be getting darker over time. The names of the locals had been erased by time, and no one should know of their existence. However, Xiaobing had orchestrated this expedition around it somehow. Chu Jasong insisted he was just a small part of a larger plan. But the core forces from the sect had already taken action a month ago. If that was the case, their group wasn't part of the core forces. This meant the chances of obtaining the memoirs were low from the start. The Sun experts would be furious if they knew they were deceived. But even if they knew, nothing would change. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't challenge the mighty Bao Xin sect. The odd one was deliberately sharing this information with Soul as per Xiaobing's orders. Chu Jasong even offered to bring him to the core forces if asked politely. The odd one approached the freelance alchemist leader, Senior Zhang, and proposed to lead the way, as he had been here before. This was a glimmer of good news after some time, and it was welcomed. Chu Jasong led the group at their usual pace. Soul remained vigilant, still feeling suspicious. Chu Jasong guided them skillfully, even though the fog obstructed their view. They emerged from the woods, and light finally bathed them. They arrived at a seemingly normal area. It was an ideal place to rest before continuing their journey the next day. Soul planned to sneak away while everyone rested, but Ma Jeju noticed his unusual behavior. Soul claimed he was just going to explore, but the veteran wanted to join him. Seeing that Sowell wasn't welcoming company, the old man reminded him to be careful, no matter how skilled he was. After a short walk, Sowell found a suitable location to execute his plan. With a high jump, he soared into the air with a smile on his face. It felt refreshing to be alone for a while. In his hand, he held the sacred needle of wisdom pointing westward. He had arrived in a place brimming with spiritual power, indicating the potential presence of stronger poison. A strong scent behind him revealed a supreme chrysanthemum. It appeared as a beautiful flower, but was highly toxic. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate discovery. Sowell suddenly went on high alert as he sensed something lurking in the background. To his surprise, it resembled an ordinary deer. He continued his task, carefully extracting the flower. Only then did he realize that normal animals shouldn't be able to survive in these lands. The deer he had seen vanished into thin air. It was no ordinary deer. It was a shameless thief that had snatched the supreme chrysanthemum right from his grasp. The economy is so bad, even Bambi has to rob people. The criminal thief deer ran with all its might while clutching the supreme chrysanthemum in its mouth. Sowell realized that this wasn't just an ordinary deer. A deer that bites someone to score some poisonous herbs is insane. On top of that, it's as fast as lightning as it heads for the fog. He was forced to summon the inner binding seals to catch the deer. As if it had intelligence, the deer noticed the incoming technique. It ultimately ended up getting caught, though. But even with the binding, the beast is way too strong for how ordinary it looks. To stop its resistance entirely, a bigger and stronger net was necessary. Now, it's finally captured. As Sowell wondered what was going on, the animal started transforming. Anyone who sees this would be shocked, no doubt. It was a human all along. No wonder it had those freaky intelligent eyes. Looking at the situation, Sowell appears to have just trapped a feeble young girl in a net.
FBI, open up!
For now, he aimed his blades at the girl, warning her not to do anything suspicious with her pockets. He just wants the flower, and then they'll be on good terms. But instead of a peaceful resolution, Sowell was now being accused of being the thief. The audacity of this young lady knows no bounds. She's convinced he's the thief. It turns out that she planted and nurtured this treasure only for some guy to dig it up. But Sowell is not backing down. No one should be able to claim ownership of anything in these poisonous lands. But the girl insists that she grew this supreme chrysanthemum with her heart and soul. It even took her 20 years to get it to its current stage. She doesn't look like she's lying, though. That softened Sowell a bit, and he conceded the flower. But if it took her 20 years to cultivate, then that means she's a local here. Suddenly, she immediately changed her stance just to get Sowell to stop pressing her about her origin. She would willingly give up something she spent decades on just to avoid the man prying into her background further. This is not about the supreme chrysanthemum anymore. There are more important things at stake now. He might have just encountered a descendant of the Valley of Secrets, and it seems the locals don't take kindly to strangers scouring their lands. She thinks he's on the same side as the so-called evil people. The girl is finished talking now. She'll use force if she must. And that force came in the form of a sinister dark green dust raging towards Sowell, which he scattered around using the wind of determination. The dust wasn't only deflected, it was blown back to where it came from. The mysterious lady jumped to dodge or deflected attack. What follows are the flying swords in Sowell's arsenal. They flew towards her with the intent to suppress. Suddenly, she summoned some spider monsters out of nowhere to block the attack. Like the great conch spider he once encountered, these arachnids looked terrifying. She ordered her six-legged friends to let their golden webs go wild. These strings are stronger than even criminal binding ropes, and he must deal with two web-slinging monsters. The evolved Wan is perfect for the job of cutting through this incoming sticky attack. He transformed into his wild form and billowed a thunderous attack. It tore the golden webs to pieces in midair. It didn't even reach Sowell. Wan easily dealing with a higher-grade magic beast was too unbelievable for the lady. Sowell finally got the chance to get a word in. He just wanted to know why the Baoxin sect was chasing the locals. But the young lady is too stubborn to talk to him. As he was trying to get some information from her, Sowell felt something coming from behind. One energy signature is in the law of spirit energy, and the other is at the breath of the sun stage. They're coming from the camp he just left. He vehemently warned the young lady to transform back into a deer and withdraw her spiders. She was highly doubtful that Sowell was just trying to catch her slipping. But she had no other choice. Running would only get her caught in no time. The two people arrived. It was Shu Jiasong and the quiet expert Yum. The duo had no clue what was happening, as they only saw Sowell and a deer. Of course, the best actor, Sowell, played dumb and tried to gaslight the duo. The only out-of-place element here is the deer. Thinking on the fly, the young man claimed that the deer was just food for his magic beast. He even brought out Wan to back that claim up. A fragrant tracer feline is quite a magnificent magic beast, so his story is easy to get by. Even the cat has gotten into character, trying to bully the deer. Chu Jasong also spotted the precious poisonous herb on the floor. He admitted to digging the flower up, expecting a hefty price for it. Seoul then turned the questions onto the duo for following him all the way out here. It's very simple. They're just doing the mission, finding the descendants of the Valley of Secrets. On Chu Jasong's first expedition, he saw a local in a foggy place like this too. Seoul tried to get their noses out of the trail though. But this weirdo over here looks and acts equally suspicious. He knows something that young Master Woon Seoul doesn't. The Valley of Secrets contains extremely peculiar people. They are dubbed Blue Eyes Purple Hair. Their shine and glow are more apparent under the sun. Through special sorcery, they can also transform into a variety of animals. Transforming also enhances their abilities. So, they're basically superpowered furries. Chu Jasong found it hard to believe at first too, until he saw it for himself. Back then, he even caught one of the locals. He looked like a leopard and then transformed into a beast. They tried some mild methods to get information out of the leopard man, but he was too tight-lipped. So, they simply resorted to two-way torture after catching another one. That sure is a cruel method, but it's so effective that Bao's Sin sect employs experts for it. With all that said, Chu Jasong just wants Seoul to hand over the deer beside him. The young lady in her deer form staggered after hearing that. Yum then released his breath of the sun-level attack on the deer. She's clearly outmatched in this encounter. Even Wan retreated fearfully to his master. Right from the start, Jae-sung had already identified the deer as one of the locals. The deer was not just some magical beast meal, but a descendant who can be tortured for more information. Of course, they would want to catch the deer. Seoul would then intervene and thwart their initial tries. Just as the weirdo suspected, the young man is aware of the situation. No matter what happens, he's already determined to take the deer. He might be kind-hearted, but finders keepers are at play here. Chu Jasong wanted to appeal to him to see this from the sect's perspective. They just want to get to the Valley of Secrets for the treasures and the book that Seoul desires. Trusting these guys would be the last thing he would want to do though. With all the yapping around, Yum's just going to use force. A blue flame launched from his palm and headed for the animal. The young lady deer had to think of a way out of this mess quickly. She transformed back into human form to try and defend, but it looks like she's one step too late. A massive explosion echoed throughout the woods. But the girl was safe. Seoul managed to save her in the nick of time with some sturdy spirit barrier. Xiaobing already warned Chu Jasong that Seoul was special. Blocking Yumjong's burning flame skill with a spirit barrier is proof of that. But thanks to this escalation, the young lady has been confirmed to be a descendant of the Valley of Secrets. The protocol suggests bringing her back to the camp and extracting information by any means. Chu Jasong even promised Seoul all the credit for the capture. He's stuck between saving the girl from torture or going against the entire camp. As the weirdo strode towards the young lady, Seoul insisted on taking her himself. I don't know what Seoul is planning, and neither does the young lady. For now, they are all heading back to camp with a local girl tied up and captive. The young alchemist only came to this place for the memoirs, but now he's caught up in something bigger. He's heavily conflicted about whether he's doing the right thing here. Contempt was evident in the lady's eyes. She was acquainted with the leopard man who was caught. In fact, he was her older brother. She has just one question for Seoul. She wants to know if she can trust the young man. Back at the camp, the remaining alchemists are just chilling. They're surprised at the sight of a woman introduced as a descendant of the Valley of Secrets. After some interrogation, they should be a step closer to completing their mission. Seoul didn't immediately back up Chu Jasong's claims that all the telltale signs of a descendant are present in her, from the purple hair to the blue eyes. When politely asked if she really was a local, she just shot them a violent glare. If not for that information, then just getting her name would be fine. If she continues to behave like this, Chu Jasong will have free rein to extract some info. One method is through using a drug that makes the young brain hazy for easy interrogation.
Smoke weed every day.
The second method would be to take the captive to the General Assembly and leave her in the hands of experts. Either way, something malicious would befall the young woman. Both processes are way too inconvenient and inhumane. So Seoul went up to the lady and whispered that she should take the drug, but she's worried that she'd end up revealing everything she knows. That won't happen with Seoul around. With the medicine's effect, they should have 5 days of control. Chu Jasong would take the first 3 days, and the last bit would be handled by the other alchemists. And so, the transforming woman was forcefully fed the drug and tossed into a metal cage. Two alchemists would always be watching her. This is Soul's way in. He just needs to wait for his turn. With the weirdo guide and the silent breath of the sun expert, things might get complicated really quickly. The cage they're using is made for magic beasts. It's a special material that absorbs spiritual power. The weirdo slightly wanted to take Soul away from the vicinity of the cage. He thinks that the young man is just worrying for no reason. At any point in time, a group of descendants from the Valley of Secrets might raid them. But Chu Jasong is gushing with unfounded confidence. He devilishly looks like he has everything figured out. An hour from now, the medicine should start exhibiting its effects. When that time came, the weirdo went inside the cage where the young lady was rapidly losing strength. Once the medicine took over, it looked like she lost all bodily control. The drug is working so well that she even started drooling with an empty mind. Next would come the light questioning for further info about the descendants. That stunt only earned Chu Jasong a well-deserved spit on his face. It looks like the medicine hasn't taken over completely after all. She still has some strength to hold out, and the weirdo didn't like that. A slap of disappointment echoed as Chu Jasong didn't have his way so easily. For now, they'll just let the girl get taken over by the medicine. She's bound, energy suppressed, and helpless in that cage. She can only turn to Soul for some semblance of hope. The young man assured her that everything would be alright if she trusted him. For now, Soul wanted to test this so-called magic beast cage. As expected, it's extremely effective when it comes to absorbing spiritual power. It's not even time to change shifts, and he's already nosing around the prisoner. This cage would be the initial problem for his plans. For answers, he tried to think about what his fourth master would have done. And he remembered a lecture about escaping imprisonment at the Breath of the Sun stage. At that time, it was so far off in the future, but John Gunn wanted to prepare the kid. Who would have thought that this random lesson would really be of great help to him right now? Just as his fourth master taught him, this method might just work. In the dead of the night, the moon cast its gentle glow upon the sky. The vigilant alchemist noticed someone sneaking into the area. It was Woon Soul, allegedly exploring another place near the cage. The guard was beginning to sense something sus about him at this point. And that guard hit the nail on the head. Soul was indeed up to something devious. After extensive information extraction, the young lady was identified as Wakmi, the sister of the leopard Guak Shin. The next line of questioning pertained to her homeland and its population count. In a few more words, Chu Jasong would gain the recognition of finding the descendants. Wakmi's whispered answers hinted at her vulnerability, prompting the strange man to move his ear closer. This earned him a well-deserved bite on the ear. Wakmi wasn't yielding easily, even though the medicine should have taken effect by now. The strange man was about to resort to physical force and a string of curses, but his grimy hands were stopped by a very familiar technique. It was young Master Woon Soul with his trusty inner binding seals. There was no need to resort to violence. It was Chu Jasong's fault for administering a weak drug. The bite on his ear wasn't as severe as one might hope. This incident raised doubts about young Master Woon's allegiance. They must have misunderstood. Soul was merely traveling with them because they happened to be on the same route. He had never considered any of these men to be on the same side as him. Chu Jasong wanted to caution the young man to choose his words and actions carefully from this point forward, but he was told to leave and stop lingering around the cage immediately. If Soul continued down this path, the other hired alchemists might suffer as well. The old man guard warned him to be cautious from now on. At this point, these older individuals were just talking without much substance, so Soul advised the girl to step further back from the cage. He intended to free her with his bare hands enhanced with frost ki. As his freezing power was channeled into the cage, the iron bars began to contract and become brittle. When the old guard turned around, the young man was swiftly executing his plan. He attempted to stop Alchemist Woon with a flying blade, but in an instant, the young man vanished. You might have already guessed where he is now. He's behind the old man, preparing to deliver a powerful dropkick to the back of the head. The elderly guard was knocked unconscious, and Soul worried that he might have gone too far. Broges did a wrestling move to an old man's bald head. After making the cage brittle, it was time to heat it up with some blazing true Somadi fire. Alternating between contraction and expansion with cold and heat was the way to go in this situation. It didn't take long for the process to show signs of success. When he was younger, John Gunn had to reprimand him for interrupting at times. Sometimes it's not just about one energy. Coordinating elements together produces different results. Young Soul was concerned that he might not be able to master such complex techniques in the future, but failing to do so could mean a lifetime of imprisonment. He needed to remember that these powerful techniques had distinct properties. They might not be initially compatible, but repeated collisions of yin and yang would eventually yield interesting results. An explosion where the conflicting energies could no longer coexist. An explosion that finally liberated Guakmi from her sturdy cage. Now, it was time for the next part of the plan as Soul rushed to rescue the girl. Behind him, a forceful voice approached to stop him, and a fierce flame blazed towards Soul at high speed. Fortunately, his spirit barrier was too robust for an attack of this magnitude. Now, he was face to face with the weakened young lady. All she had to do was lean on him, and Soul would take care of the rest. The young man was surrounded by fierce flames. The cage he had just destroyed was no ordinary cage. It was known as the power-limiting prison owned by the silent expert. Even Soul had to admit that it was effective, but it was a shame that the man would have to buy a new one in the morning after tonight. Chu Jasong arrived on the scene, relieved that he no longer had to play nice with young Master Woon. There were no more warnings necessary. The duo was going after him with full force. They must be deluded to think that, when they should be worrying about attempting to block one of Soul's attacks first. Breath of the Sun expert Yim felt those words at his core. He tried to get the jump on Soul and launched his fire attack first. When will these alchemists learn that the young man's golden spirit barrier is just built differently? But even Soul knows that prolonging this further would only garner the attention of the whole camp. Instead of attacking immediately, he's just going to run and let them chase for now. As expected, the brain-dead duo is just following him mindlessly. With the speed that the two are exhibiting, there's no way that they can catch up to the man with a plan. He's creating a decent distance while his barrier is active. The two tried to fire off their barrage of attacks just to slow down Soul a little bit. They'd gone far enough to see the fog ahead, which would surely help with getting them off his tail. The weirdo Chu Jasong has grown increasingly frustrated with this fruitless chase. He decided to name-drop the Bao Xin sect to dissuade Soul from running further. Being a target of such a large sect would make Daewoo Nation a hostile land for anyone. They will gladly send countless experts to hunt Soul if push comes to shove. That would certainly be a huge price to pay to get the memoirs by himself. Ultimately, it's nothing to worry about with how far he has come. The fog then covered the retreating Soul with the lady in his arms. Chu Jasong was so livid that he wanted to melt his organs and make him vomit blood. Chill. Bro, you're not built like that. When Soul passed through the fog, the other Breath of the Sun alchemists from the camp watched him fly. They just turned a blind eye and happily let the young man pass. A knowing smile crept up on Soul's mouth. It's an understanding between the real ones. Deep into the woods, a massive rock formation nestled Madame Wee's former carriage. Inside, Guakmi is resting peacefully, recovering from the heinous drug. When she gained consciousness, a painful headache caused her to wince. But above all, the young lady doesn't even know where she is. A comforting voice made everything clear though. Soul is just standing outside, waiting for her to wake up. Seeing that Guakmi can walk now, it seems like she's okay. She doesn't even know why this young man would go to such lengths just to save her. When this man tells you to trust him, you should trust him. Bao Xin sect might be powerful, but he'll manage somehow. But in the eyes of Guakmi, that just makes him a bigger idiot. Soul is just not the type to take away something that belongs to someone else. You could call the man stupid, but he certainly sticks to his principles. After all that, all she hears from the lady is complaints and insults. She might have forgotten her manners for a second, but she was just too shy to say thanks straight into his eyes. The gravity of betraying the Bao Xin sect is starting to weigh on Soul's mind, but Guakmi is just relentless. The next thing she does is ask for her supreme chrysanthemum back. She really is quite unique, asking for the treasure after getting saved from certain death. She just wants to take the flower and take it home quickly. Well, you can't argue with her if she insists that she got first dibs on the damn treasure. He's only starting to realize that the girl might just be lacking common sense at this point. Guakmi is not backing down and insisting that she's the owner of the chrysanthemum. It turns out that she's not even the one who planted it. She just found it and nurtured it. So Soul presented her with two options, either make a deal or take it by force. For the negotiation, he noticed that the lady's clothes were made from the web of the golden web spider. It has a defensive capability that can resist flames. In exchange for the chrysanthemum, she can just make Soul his own golden spider web garments. Of course, that sounded like it's a fantastic deal. But Guakmi is not a total idiot. She knows that a supreme chrysanthemum is nothing compared to a whole set of clothing made from such precious materials. But as things could get dangerous from here on out, he's really in dire need of more defense. Extracting from her summoned beast would take too long making the clothes. So, the only way to do this would be taking Soul back home with her. There are plenty of supplies in her place after all. Our boy just hit the jackpot. He'd like to leave immediately before she can change her mind. Guakmi was worried about getting back on her own since the drug was still in her system. So, just for a second, she wanted Soul to come a little bit closer. She then asked him to hold out his hands, explaining that this is how her people make a promise. He just had to reach his hands out as demonstrated. Their palms slowly moved closer and closer together until finally, the young man and the young lady held hands with a cheer. The palm of an alchemist is their weakness. If they are held like this, it's a symbol of complete trust for one another. When asked if Soul trusted Guakmi, he smiled and told her that he really did. Now that they'd established a pact, the duo flew through the mysterious fog, staying close to each other. It seemed like they were lost and needed to circle back. Soul could feel some alchemists lurking in the distance. There were at least 50 of them, and some were even experts in the breath of the sun. They chose to trust each other's words, so they had to stick closer together. They needed another route to the lady's house. This place had the thickest fog in the land, yet Soul didn't seem affected at all, thanks to his master's training in poison tolerance at a young age. As for her, this much poison was nothing. She was a resident after all. They stopped for a moment, but there were no signs of alchemists nearby. Guakmi warned him that they would have to stick closer from here on out. Also, Soul needed to wear a blindfold. She insisted it was for his own protection because their rules against outsiders were strict and deadly. He chose to trust the lady and let her tie the blindfold over his eyes. Now, he would surrender his fate into her hands. The duo traversed the trap-infested lands to reach her home. To Soul's surprise, they were descending into an underground city filled with alchemists and odd-looking homes. The city greeted Soul with awe. For now, she was going to bring her father and the others to meet Soul. He noticed that high-grade spirit stones were lying undisturbed on every street corner. This was a place that would undoubtedly spark greed in Baoxin. His clothes and appearance immediately stood out as he was seen by passing alchemists. He didn't expect so many people to come to greet him in this unfamiliar place, and they didn't seem too pleased at the sight of an outsider. However, he was the young man who had saved a descendant's daughter. Guakmi had finally arrived with her father. The elder's name was Guakyang, and Woon Soul politely introduced himself. Soul was still an outsider, so some hostility was in the air. Guakyang himself apologized for the rudeness. He was aware of the descendant's situation, so he understood. For now, a proper talk in the assembly hall was in order. The assembly hall was equally grand and ancient, and everyone had already gathered there. Guakyang warned Soul that lying wouldn't get him anywhere here. He had already made a pact with Guakmi, so that shouldn't be a problem. They were in this mess in the first place because the young lady had broken the promise of staying home. Her brother had been lost at the hands of an outsider, and yet she had brought one home. She sincerely apologized for her actions and for worrying everyone. Still, a father would be glad that his daughter had come home safely. It turned out that Guakyang was the Mango village chief, also known as the Two-Faced Monarch. He was the protector of the townsmen and the punisher of outsiders. He needed Soul to make a hard decision. Refusal would spell catastrophic consequences, but the decision wasn't too bad. Our boy just had to permanently move to Mango village.
Oh, hell no!
This council of elders is looking at Soul as if he has just committed a heinous crime. But for now, he has no other choice but to say yes to the absurd condition. Guakyang is worried that he might run off and snitch to the Baoxin sect. First, he thanks the descendants for their leniency. He then gracefully accepts what the chief puts forward. The residents will make sure that he settles in well inside the town. But before that, the chief wants a detailed account of what happened outside. Guakmi knows that this young man is in a less than ideal position, but it can't be helped. Many of the locals are still skeptical about him. Soul knows that it's justified, though, given that he does have some ties with the sect. But she thinks that he's looking at this through the wrong lens. She believes that Soul looks sus from the get-go, so hiding the truth wouldn't have worked. Now that they've disclosed everything that happened outside, he can go about without being buried by lies. If Soul is a dunce, then Guakmi is a smart idiot. That might sound kind of harsh, but it's a sweet compliment. Now, the lady wants to visit O Guang, also known as the Monarch of 1,000 Demons. The Golden Web Spider will come later. For now, she wants to greet some people. It seems like the spiders are treated as precious babies in this place, and Guakmi was tasked to always stick with Soul. The Monarch of 1,000 Demons is an incredible genius who trains and tames magic beasts. He has made it so the villagers have at least 1 or 2 rare magic beasts to summon. He's a bit reserved, but the lady finds him fun to be around. Just from the title alone, the man sounds interesting. As the duo walks around and chats, Soul suddenly feels something is off. He then smiles, as this feeling is quite familiar to him. A loud and clear sound of golden teeth locusts echoes through the streets. Soul would always remember these fearsome bugs. It looks like he's about to meet the person who raised such a terrifying army soon. Guakmi's face lights up when she sees her brother Guan. A man with a luscious ponytail is busy doing his beast taming. This monarch of 1,000 demons looks like he lives up to the title, though. Soul and Guang exchange glances, and a conflicting spark is palpable in the air. The clueless young lady just casually introduces Soul as her savior. Guang knows that Soul was the one who wiped out 20,000 of his golden teeth locust swarm, though it really was self-defense. First impressions are off to a bad start. At any second, the two can explode into an intense fight. The only one preventing an all-out war is Guakmi. Guang hates outsiders with a passion, given that he's close friends with the captured leopard man. The young lady just wants to get some fat earthworms, though Guang refuses to give his babies to her. To sweeten the deal, she's willing to exhibit the supreme chrysanthemums. She plans to make acid poison, and the fat earthworms are the only ingredients missing. This poison will be used against the alchemists of the Bao Xin sect. Guakmi hates the outsiders as much, if not more, than the rest of the townspeople. She has her pride as an alchemist and refuses to sit idly any longer. Seeing her resolve, Guang finally relents. A small bag of fat earthworms has been successfully obtained. This should be enough to speed up the growth process for her main ingredient. Guang sounds like he's a concerned parent of the worms, though, before leaving, Soul respectfully bids farewell to the monarch of 1,000 demons. He even apologized for being rude earlier. The next question is who's the monarch of 1,000 poisons that they're going to meet next. The only thing certain is that he's the best poison brewer in the world, and before they even get near the old man, he's already expecting their arrival. Everybody gangsta until an old expert starts gardening. The first thing Soul noticed was the hanging red banners. They were a warning not to get any closer to the home of the monarch of 1,000 poisons. Though he was walking with Guakmi, this place still oozed bad vibes. The young lady even addressed the old man as her grandpa. They couldn't see the monarch in this massive garden. However, her grandpa never left this territory unattended. At a distance, they spotted the old man. Guakmi ran enthusiastically with all her ingredients in hand, only to be stopped by a seemingly invisible barrier. The monarch gestured for Soul to come closer, and the young man phased through the clear barrier. When asked if he was unaffected by the shield, Soul played ignorant again. This field was filled with poisonous herbs protected by a powerful spell, but it was useless against the young man. He jokingly told the old man that his hobby was enjoying a plate of poisonous herbs. Guakmi was confused about how well the two were getting along right from the beginning. They could talk more after attending to the young lady's business. The spread of all the ingredients for the special poison was quite impressive. To do this right, they would need more supreme chrysanthemums. Alternatively, they would need to let the flowers mature for 200 more years. That's where the fat earthworms come in. The monarch of 1,000 demons has a soft spot for Guakmi, but he probably wants some acid poison as well. Initially, the worms didn't come out of the pouch. They were very shy. But when they did come out, the massive worms looked extremely sus. These giant worms disliked light as well. The ceiling of the massive garden was a white flower rock that replicated sunlight. Using this treasure as a light source was quite extravagant. As the worm burrowed near the flower, all they had to do was wait for the sped-up maturation. Just a little more spirit energy should expedite the process. It was a rare and lucky sight to see this procedure unfold. You might find it fascinating, but Guakmi was immediately bored. The monarch then injected his rich spiritual energy into the soil. Fat earthworms have a habit of following spirit energy. After all, the old man lured the worms near the roots of the flower so they could take a dump. Watching this was only interesting to some people. Soul wanted some fat earthworms for himself to raise the efficacy of his elixirs in the future. He was so engrossed that he just wanted to stick his head into the soil and watch the worms do their thing. After some time, the flower started to exhibit some changes. It was growing at an unbelievable rate right in front of the young man's eyes, and its color had also started getting darker. The rate of maturation was just too incredible to behold. The old man could identify the exact moment when the flower was ripe for the picking to be used in the acidic poison. He prepared his finger to stab the ground. Grandpa dug out the sus worms after deeming that the flowers were ready. It was so easy and simple when you saw it performed by an expert. The monarch of 1,000 demons really did have some nifty creatures in his roster. In just a few moments, they had expedited 200 years of growth. The flower had reached 1,000 years, and it was ready to be made into acid poison. but the final product itself would take about a month to produce. If someone less talented and experienced took on the job, it would take more than 10 years. Come to think of it, the old man just wanted Guakmi to study under him and become an apprentice. After all, she would probably be given the mask with her brother gone. Wearing that mask was not easy, and the price to pay was great. Guakmi was convinced that her brother would come back, though she firmly believed that he was the only heir to the two-faced monarch. The old man hit a nerve, and he apologized. With that settled, the monarch turned to inquire about Soul's hobby of consuming poison. This old man casually invited Soul to come and try some poison, as if he were offering snacks. Soul hadn't been able to find some decent poison to play around with, so this should be fun. The old man might have promised to take it easy, but that sinister smile indicated a different story. After some time, the old man's poison arsenal was brought out. There was one poison pill per wooden case, each with varying degrees of effectiveness. It might not be fatal, but it inflicted pain worse than death. This was the monarch's challenge to Soul. Things quickly became interesting as the young man endured the 8th pill in the lineup. He had finally met his match, but it wasn't too bad yet. The monarch wanted to provide Soul with a little background regarding the complete consumption of what he had just ingested. The first pill was meant to test one's overall poison handling talent. The 4th pill served as the threshold for surviving in the poisonous lands. As for the 8th pill, it tested whether one had what it took to set foot in the land of the dragon, a place in the center of the spirit core that not even the descendants dared to enter. Lady Guakmi, right here, was naturally gifted at a young age. At that moment, she was able to endure the 7th pill, but more poison remained. Soul could choose to continue to the next stage. The 9th pill rested in the monarch's hands. The young man was confident in his breath of the sun cultivation to burn the 9th poison internally. He took it without batting an eye, but as soon as it touched his tongue, an indescribable feeling overcame him. His initial bodily reaction was to vomit, after going too hard on McDonald's. His spiritual energy forcefully attempted to expel the poison, but he was determined to endure, trusting his poison resistance. The old man was amused by the confident young man's reaction and offered the antidote if it became too much. Soul was not one to give up on a challenge of endurance, though. It was indeed remarkable that he could withstand the 9th poison and recover. He even wanted to take on the next challenge immediately. Such potent substances were not encountered every day, so he might as well take a 10th pill. Soul had been coasting through the pills with his built-up immunity, but the 10th pill should take him to his limit. It didn't appear too different at first glance, so he shoved it down like candy. The initial reaction was almost the same as the 9th pill, but he was more prepared this time. However, within a few seconds, things began to change. The young alchemist didn't even have a chance to resist. Pain overtook his system. Afterward, he was brought to the monarch of 1,000 elixirs, So Wanjung. Soul regained consciousness only after a few hours, having endured the poison without needing antidotes. As a side effect, he even became quite plump while unconscious. This was indeed an astonishing feat, and the monarch of 1,000 elixirs thought Guakmi was trying to gain approval for marriage. However, the duo was truly after a particular elixir. Out of nowhere, Soul's fight-or-flight reaction was triggered as something approached from behind. He raised a barrier as the young woman attempted to launch a surprise attack. This mischievous lady was merely trying to demonstrate how amazing Soul was to the Lady Monarch. The Lady Monarch recognized that his spirit barrier was a result of a gold elixir. In addition to the elixir's effects, one could also obtain a golden barrier through lightning energy. However, he was a fire and frost key user, so it was indeed a gold elixir responsible for his barrier. Things began to make sense. The gold elixir he obtained from the faceless murderer must be related to Manga village. Since this was connected to his past, he couldn't casually share this information. The old lady was understandably frustrated, as the gold elixir was a precious treasure that only the 3 monarchs of the village had taken. This might have been Soul's first time in the poisonous lands, but it seemed like his fate was somehow intertwined. Impressed and intrigued, the monarch of 1,000 elixirs introduced herself. Woon Soul respectfully did the same. The Lady Monarch had one more question, though. She wanted to know his true stage of alchemy. He couldn't provide too many specifics, but he could guarantee that most of the elixirs he consumed were self-made. This earned him an invitation to the Lady Monarch's elixir-making practice. While he might have been confident with his pills and elixirs, working under her guidance would undoubtedly make him even better. All the ingredients were already provided, and he could make all the elixirs he desired. Since there were no downsides to this offer, he immediately accepted it. Guakmi could continue her business with acid poison on her own. After jumping through hoops, Guakmi's acid poison has finally been concocted. This should make her father a happy man. However, when she brought the poison for her dad to see, the negative reaction and the palpable silence between the two say it all. In the streets of the village, Soul can see the deep sadness and disappointment in the lively young lady's eyes. The poison business clearly didn't go well. Soul kind of expected this reaction the moment she ran with the acid poison in her hand. Unlike her father, the young man is quite enthusiastic to hear about her recent achievement. First, she asked him to expand his spirit barrier. He just has to follow along, and she'll explain after showing the fruits of her labor. From the bottle, Guap Mi threw out the entirety of the acid poison into the air. The substance quickly headed for Soul's barrier. This was the first time he'd seen something like this. His golden barrier started falling apart in an instant. It's pretty obvious that the acid poison corrodes energy protection. It's kind of misleading to call it a poison as it doesn't harm the body at all. With this effect, it'll definitely be instrumental against the Bao Xin sect. That's why she just doesn't understand why her father keeps on saying no. The chief might just be too cautious as his son fell into the hands of the sect. As the two were talking, Soul realized something that might be vital for all of this. But first, he needs to find the important decision makers in the village. It didn't take too long to arrange the meeting for the young man's idea. The chief and every monarch have gathered in one place to hear out Soul's sentiments. While traveling with the Bao Xin sect, he was made aware of the heir's capture. Down in this village, they don't even have the concept of the Diwun Nation's General Assembly. To get to the point, Soul just wants the important figures of this place to come with him to the General Assembly and rescue the chief's heir. This is outside of anyone's expectations. The monarch of 1,000 poisons thinks that this meeting was just one massive waste of time. It is an absurd suggestion after all. The General Assembly isn't exactly easy to break into. However, now is the best time to act. They sent the bulk of their experts to the poisonous lands to find and steal from the village. After hiring outsiders, they mixed in their own experts to scour this place. The General Assembly itself is left with little to no protection, but this mysterious poisonous land is the descendants' biggest advantage, and they would be giving that up for this plan. The chief admits that he gave up on his son for the sake of his people. He'll continue to value everyone in the village over his own son. That's his decision as the two-faced monarch. Soul's suggestion is also earning him some heat. The chief is starting to think that he's just here to ingratiate himself and put everyone in a perilous situation outside their land. But that's not true. In fact, he also has something he wants from the Bao Xin sect. He needs to obtain the treasured memoirs at all costs. You see, the young man has learned a lesson after meeting Lady Guap Mi. You have to confess the truth to gain trust. So, he'll just tell everyone the truth. He's going to confess why he couldn't reject the offer of Lord Xiaobing and come to this place, and he really did retell a detailed account of his story from a faraway continent. It's hard to believe, but it's true. While he's confessing, the Lady Monarch also has some questions. She wanted to confirm that the young man really took a gold elixir somehow. The lost pill found itself in the young man's hands, so it must be fate. He also confessed to hiding his actual stage using advanced techniques. His true cultivation at the beginning of the Breath of the Sun stage has been unveiled. After laying some of his secrets open, the chief started warming up to his plan and wanted to hear more. The crux of this operation is simple, to simply capture the Bao Xin sect's Lord, Xiaobing. We're going to take a look at the Gajiang province of Numjuk district. In this place, a provincial inspector named Go Youngbu is currently negotiating a deal to take custody of a few chained-up prisoners. The old man supervising the prisoner transport is strongly opposed. The inspector had no choice but to allow the long line of captives to pass through his territory. Provoking the old man at the break of dawn would only bring him misfortune. As for the concealed prisoners, it's hard to estimate their energy levels. Now we jump to the Yan'an region, back to the Huijing metropolis. A sudden breeze passes through the bustling streets. An old man with a hood tells his prisoners that they should be safe now. Under the covers and chains are Soul and the rest of the Mango village experts. This is the first time the descendants are venturing into the outside world. Everything is fascinating and new. They have to hurry with their mission. They have successfully infiltrated the surface, where every monarch resides underground. Guang, in particular, is eager to rescue his old friend and held captive. Their destination is none other than the heart of the Bao Xin sect's Huijing branch. The towering palace, visible from a distance, is their target. The directive is straightforward: overpower everyone without making any loud noise. It's a shame they can't use the golden-toothed locusts, but they have plenty of other magical beasts. Soul signals everyone to begin right away. The monarchs will take the lead. Unfortunately, it might not be as inconspicuous as they thought. A sweeping power radiates from the center of the sect, and it's none other than Xiaobing. She senses intruders in her territory. Activating her technique once again, it becomes apparent that everything is strangely quiet. Without experts around, she has two choices: hide in the camp or run away. She decides to run for her safety, choosing the route through the central garden. Every step she takes is filled with caution. Now she can only rely on the protection of the provincial inspector. A single wrong step could determine her fate. The lifeless body of the man she was counting on is thrown beside her, sending a cold chill down her spine. She has no clue why alchemist Woon Soul is strolling through her garden. She might try as hard as she can to hold her breath and hide herself, but the young man is already locked onto her. Xiao Bing thinks everything is going according to her plan, and now all she can think about is escaping using the walls of her palace. Soul turns his head back for a second, and she prepares to seize the opportunity. Jumping up onto the wall, she is met with a nonchalant expression of the two-faced monarch. Since the sect had been searching for the descendants, they decided to pay a visit. Desperate times call for desperate measures as the young lady attempts to use smoke to conceal her escape. She knows she can't compete against so many experts hunting her down. Running away is the only thing that matters to the high and mighty lord. If she can cover a bit more distance, she can increase her chances. Her hope was quickly extinguished by the inner binding seals. The mighty have fallen, and with no one to protect her, she's just a defenseless, defeated princess. Lord Xiaobing shivers at the sight of multiple breath of the sun experts towering over her. Given her tired and defeated appearance, a bit of rest might be in order. That was the easiest kidnapping job in the world. The descendants and Soul have rounded up every remaining disciple in the palace. They assured the people that they could rest easy as they were only here for Xiaobing. Soul stared coldly at the limp body of the lord and beckoned her to stop pretending to be unconscious at once. She tried to play it off as the young man following her orders exceptionally well with the descendants in the palace. Unfortunately, the young man was just too good at his job. Her specific orders were to find the treasures of the descendants, like he brought the whole clan. She desperately tries to tempt Soul to come back to her side after they get the village's treasures. Xiaobing is willing to give him the memoirs along with any reward for the locals' treasures. The temptation of a high ancient era should be way too hard to resist for an ordinary alchemist. A treasure of that level would be akin to the frost pill he took from before, but it's a treasure that belongs to the descendants. She's starting to break apart, insisting that her clan should own everything that the descendants are hiding. This is the disgusting alchemist mindset that Soul loathes. Xiaobing wants to entice him so badly with what the treasure is capable of. The monarch of 1,000 poisons is getting irritated with her babbling, though. If another word comes out of her mouth, he vowed to melt her organs from the inside out. But the chief sees things differently. This two-faced monarch is curious just how much this outsider knows about them. He wants to hear her continue with the little rant. She knows that they are hiding a very special mask that came from the High Ancient Era. Wearing the mask grants the wearer the ability to read the memories of High Ancient Era alchemists and gain access to their profound knowledge. That's the reason why the descendants can become highly skilled at a young age, and their evolution to having blue eyes and purple hair. The chief called it the divine powers of Yuanzi. Their ability to tame magic beasts was also thanks to knowledge gained through the mask. Every monarch has reached the breath of the sun thanks to that treasure. The monarch of 1,000 demons did not like having his secrets out in the open like that, though. As for the poison created by the descendants, it might have come from the mask and the ingredients in the valley. The poison old man insisted that he honed his craft to his level through sheer experience, though the value that the mask holds is immeasurable, and Xiaobing assured Soul that he can still change sides. If that's not tempting enough, she would even gladly offer the young man a high position in Bao Xin sect. As for the memoirs, that would be part of the deal as well. Soul just looked at her pathetic face and listened to her pathetic voice. She hadn't changed one bit. He would accept her proposal under one impossible condition. That is if they named him and the monarchs the highest position in the Bao Xin sect. This part was clearly just thrown in to agitate the lady even further. Soul and the monarchs hold all the power in this scenario. It was the first time in her life that greed wasn't enough to make someone follow her will. But Xiaobing's clever. At this point, she's certain that these people need her alive. For now, she can just play along with this situation. Even with no power and no influence, her confidence is still sky high. She even dared them to use poison if they could afford to do so. As they were dealing with the psycho princess, someone from the other captives called Soul's attention. It was the young lady from back then, Baekran. She wants to repay Alchemist Woon for saving her life from Xiaobing's ruthlessness back then. Baekran wants to use some evil spray fragrance against her own sect lord. Hearing one of her people turn on her has transformed the clever lord into a raging psycho. She thinks she's given them all they need. and the girl dares to rebel. Soul doesn't want to implicate Baekran as she won't be able to handle the wrath of Bao's Sin sect in the future. But her fate in this sect is worse than death already. She's fated to be used as a tool and a bargaining chip to become the wife of some random alchemist. The two-faced monarch stepped up and guaranteed the girl's safety if she aided them in dealing with Xiaobing. There's no one in the world who knows how fearsome the evil spray fragrance is better than the Lord herself. She tried to convince herself that this wouldn't break her completely. As for Soul, he'll finally be able to see the technique that failed against him back then. Meanwhile, at the Pingchuan city of Beijing district, Bao Xin sect's General Assembly stands stalwart. A carriage pulled by some magnificent beast is walking towards the gate. It's time for the second part of Soul's plan. It's not every day that the gate guards see an extravagant carriage being pulled by fire Pegasi. They are going into the General Assembly under the guise of Xiaobing's escorts. However, the guards are cautious and want to check its contents. On top of that, he'll have to check Soul, the carriage driver's identification too. A mirror tool is brought out to see through any face-changing skills. It's made from the same material as Xiaobing's mirror room. It should be clear after checking inside the carriage. That's when Baekran steps in and imposes on the guard not to annoy the stressed lord inside. Miss Baekran's beauty holds some decent sway with the sex members. She adds that they're in a hurry with concerns about the Poisonous Lands project. Inside is Xiaobing, nonverbal and unmoving. If looks could kill, she would definitely face multiple murder charges. Every member of the sect fears the leader, and with those eyes, Xiaobing is truly his daughter. The guard is already spooked, trying to avoid getting on her nerves. The treasure mirror doesn't show any signs of disguise techniques either. With an apology for intruding, they are let into the General Assembly without problems. Soul casually drives the carriage inside the center of the enemy base camp. For now, he finds it best to focus his energy on scouring the whole place. After spreading his senses throughout the whole place, he identifies a couple of alchemists, but only one is a breath of the sun expert. He should be able to handle this by himself easily. He orders Xiaobing to come out of the carriage, and she obediently follows. Inside this vehicle, there are some hidden elements included. It's the monarchs hidden by their wonderful stealth technique. Getting to their goal was quite easily achieved. It turns out that the hide was quite miserable for the monarch of 1,000 demons. Anyhow, they are one step closer to finding and rescuing the village heir. It's evident that the old man has been crying with how far they've come to rescue their man. The hate the descendants harbor is immeasurable. After rescuing Guaxin, killing everyone in this place could appease that. They held their feelings for far too long. Guaqiang might be the chief and a monarch, but he's still a worrying father at heart. Baekran has been a massive help for them on this journey. They're so close to achieving the perfect heist, they can practically taste it. One can only hope that the air holds on just a bit longer. After traversing a massive property, there's yet another checkpoint to pass through. Soul starts by mentioning Lord Xiaobing and their business. The lady even comes out and asks to see their captive from the Poisonous Lands. But even though she holds certain privileges, a visit to a prisoner under special supervision still requires approval from the higher-ups. That's when a visibly experienced old man comes from the building to intercept Xiaobing's impromptu visit. She lays out to old man Qian that they found a lead to the location of the descendants' village, and they must see the prisoner. They can do that, but Qian assures her that there's nothing more to get out of the captive. The old man was clearly annoyed with Xiaobing's stubborn and demanding attitude. He's positive that Guaxin has become hopeless now, whether in mind or body. The boy has been broken beyond any repair. That would obviously get a reaction out of the hiding monarchs in the carriage. The monarch of 1,000 poisons wanted to storm out and just let his rage out of this place. The chief had to step in and remind them to stick to the plan and hold on a bit longer. Under the powerful spell, Xiaobing continues to insist on seeing the prisoner for herself. You can be stubborn, and people will bend if you have the status to make them. And you can pretty much do anything if you had a high-status puppet leading the way. They'd finally made it to where the finish line is. Guaxin is a few moments away from rescue. Inside the dark dungeons of the Bao Xin sect, the heir to the two-faced monarch is sitting motionless. That boy needs a fresh haircut and a few days of bathing. The guard at the gate escorted them to the deepest depths of the sect's prison. All holding cells were in a horrid state. Upon reaching the base of an inner tower, they had to wait as the guard unlocked the next level. After walking so far, they still needed to traverse a winding staircase. Finally, they arrived in front of Guaxin's cell, and Xiaobing ordered the guard to wait outside. They opened the locks and Soul lit a light using his fire energy. He began by stating that he came on behalf of Mango Village to save Guaxin, a man who had been severely tortured for information and left in a sorry state. Soul attempted to check on the man's well-being, but he was unresponsive. A body covered in cuts and wounds was neither pleasant nor optimistic to see. Even worse, his left hand was missing 3 fingers, and they seemed to have been cut in a bumpy and painful manner, creating horrifying imagery of the torture he endured. This man likely bit off his own fingers just to maintain his sanity during immense torture. Immediate medical attention was a necessity. Soul produced the dewdrop pill, a medicine for people who had been mentally broken. Thankfully, he had kept 1 pill from his encounter with old man Yi Chiangso. He might also need to use the elixir of purity and a 9-leaf healing elixir. There wasn't a single part of this man's body that had been left untouched by pain. After obtaining their first goal, the next part of the operation could commence. Xiaobing ordered the guard to open the door, which was odd, but the guard had no choice but to comply. As the jail cell creaked open, the clueless guard was fatally impaled by 3 swords, followed by the inner binding seals breaking his fall. From this point on, the operation required them to move in silence. Half of the plan had gone off without a hitch. Now, Soul just needed to make it to the carriage. Keeping his guard up was more important than ever. As soon as they returned to the bottom of the tower, the familiar imposing voice called out to Xiaobing. Old man Qian had been bothered by something since earlier, but as soon as he laid eyes on the duo carrying the prisoner, his expression turned from bother to shocked. Even for the daughter of the sect's head, this stunt had gone too far. The old man still wanted to handle it by the book, either asking the lady to release the prisoner or reporting the matter to the leader. Soul, the unassuming carriage driver, had just one question for the old veteran. He wanted to know if this bleak tower was soundproof. This only served to confuse Mr. Qian even more. Behind him came a swarm of golden-teethed locusts with bloodthirsty eyes. Now it was clear that Qian was dealing with the descendants of the Valley of Secrets. The monarch of 1,000 demons was on the move, and he was furious. The guards around the dungeons were quickly surrounded by the deadly bugs from all angles. If they put up their spirit barriers, the acid poison was the perfect answer. Fear spread across the sect guards, as they had to choose between absolute defense or being devoured. Soul would leave this place to be managed by O Guang as he sneaked Guak Xin out. The other monarchs were waiting with bated breath, and they finally saw Soul emerge with the air on his shoulders. The tower was being taken care of, so they needed to prepare for departure soon. The chief's usually calm demeanor was replaced by unbridled rage as he carried his mutilated son in his arms. For now, he left Guak Xin in the hands of Bekran. Sometimes, a man has to do what he has to do. And even Bekran understood that as she assured the chief that his son was in good hands. O Guang emerged from the tower, and they could finally leave this place. The gang only needed to pass a certain point, and they would be free as a bird. The mission had been incredibly easy because they only faced low-level spirit alchemists in the empty General Assembly. As they celebrated their nearly perfect run, Soul was struck by a feeling of fear that he hadn't experienced before. A mature woman who greatly resembled Xiaobing was standing in the air, blocking their route. All the blue-haired mommy wanted was to have a little chat. The plot has literally thickened, and I mean thick with a double C. Blue-haired mommy certainly didn't hear anything about guests coming to her sect today. She's Xiao Zillion of the Bao Xin sect. Seeing the big dogs of the descendants in her doorstep was definitely unexpected. This fine woman right here is a alleged vitality of yin and yang alchemist. She telekinetically dragged her daughter's unconscious body out of the carriage. She immediately noticed that Xiaobing is being controlled by an evil spirit fragrance. Just a single push seemingly got rid of that substance, and it was replaced by fear. She's a psycho, but anybody would fold under the terrifying gaze of a true expert nearing immortality. Even Lady Xiaobing had to address her mother as sect leader, while trying to play off the scenario as if she was the mastermind behind everything. Xiao Zillion wasn't blind though. She'll deal with her incompetent daughter after dealing with the visitors first. Soul has nothing else up in his sleeves that can possibly bail them out of this mess. Guak Yang stepped up to the plate and introduced himself as the chief of the descendants. He just came here to take his captured son back. Although it's a long shot, he had to try asking nicely to be let go first. Since blue-haired mommy is so kind, she'll just cut everyone a deal. Her daughter and the chief's son will get married, and the Mango village will be under her from then on. The two-faced monarch politely declined. Connecting 2 and 2 together, his moniker just means that he might possess the treasured mask. Xiao Zillion would also settle with just the mask, and they can go in one piece. After that offer was also declined, she couldn't help but sigh. That just means that she'll have to take everything by force. A beautiful crystalline attack flew towards the chief. It's certainly a cause for worry for the other descendants. Chief Guak Yang managed to defend and fire an attack of his own. But there truly is no use of struggling for dear life against an alchemist at the zenith of this continent. At that moment, the two-faced monarch had finally pulled out the wild card. He just put on the mask. That works great for the sect leader, though. That saves her the trouble of looking for the treasure. The same casual but devastating attack was aimed towards him. This time, some of the shards had made contact with the chief's body. He was surprisingly unharmed, though. He even insulted this almighty attack that are basically just ice cubes. Soul noticed the sudden shift in the monarch's calm personality. By the looks of it, this must be the effect of the demonic-looking mask. Not only that, but a blaze of flame also started coalescing in front of the mask for an attack. It's certainly in the upper echelons of an attack that a Breath of the Sun alchemist can unleash. Xiao Zillion doesn't seem to be phased. This is becoming a waste of time for her. Fire and ice clash against each other in midair. If any one of the people in here gets caught up in this battle, death would be certain. The deadlock ultimately ended with a literal bang. Soul wanted to take the chance to pool their strengths and attack, but the Monarch of Thousand Poisons disagreed. Their treasure is dubbed as the Hellfire Mask. It boosts the wearer's attack to a greater force, but it heavily burdens the body. If this fight goes on, the chief wouldn't be able to hang in there. As for the sect leader, she's still calm and composed, obviously holding back her strength, having never pulled out her talismans or anything. She thinks that the mask is not looking all that great after all. Guoqiang is just using brute strength, and she thinks that he can't bring out its fullest potential. It's hard to believe that insults and sharp trash talks are coming out of the gentle chief's mouth. He would continue to use the same attack again, as the hellfire swirls towards the woman. He might have the raw energy, but it's useless against her spirit barrier. Pouring out more power isn't even making a dent on such an impenetrable defense. She might as well just end it all right now. Xiao Zillion tanked the entire hellfire and flew closer to the chief's body with a compressed frost energy in hand. It all comes down to whether Guoqiang with the mask can tank the hit. Another massive explosion resulted from the collision, and the results were impossible to see. The monarch just laughed maniacally in the air. He managed to get his golden barrier up, thinking that he just lured the enemy in. Unbeknownst to the chief, the frost energy wasn't just sheer force. It had a terrifying freezing effect that corrodes barriers. He was being encased by ice starting from his trusty golden barrier. If the leader of the village goes down here, then the descendants would be in deep trouble. Blue-haired mommy just watched with amusement as her attack does its job. Soul must somehow find a way out. He couldn't simply stand idly by as this unfolded. The monarchs had cautioned him about the impending dangers, but the young man remained undeterred, diving headfirst into the chaos. Uncertain of how to make a meaningful impact, he resolved to take action nonetheless. His first instinct led him to harness the power of the frost flower. With determination, he directed it towards the burgeoning frost energy, setting off an immediate reaction. Gradually, the frigid blizzard, the harbinger of icy cold, began to recede. It marked the very first time that Xiao Zillion's expression shifted. The audacity of a mere upstart like Soul interfering with her assaults was unacceptable. Now, the focus shifted from the chief to the young man clutching the flower. The monarchs gladly sprang into action, forming a protective barrier against the sudden crystalline downpour. Meanwhile, Soul conferred with the masked chief. Perhaps the tides might turn in their favor if the two-faced monarch wielded the potent plant. The sect leader's irritation began to show as these insects continued to test her patience. Frustration gradually gave way to resolve as she decided to unleash her full power, a gargantuan wellspring of frost ki emanating from deep within her. An unparalleled cold front swallowed everyone within her sphere of influence. Guoqiang returned to the front lines holding the flower as the air crackled with frost ki. Perhaps the most fitting counter to this was the intensity of hellfire. The chief's subsequent attack carried even greater weight and firepower, melting the surrounding frost. A touch of panic etched itself across Xiao Zillion's visage. This battle could only be described as a tumultuous clash of hot and cold, an explosion in the making. It managed to draw blood from the sect leader, proving that even near gods could bleed if attacked vigorously. Now, they wielded two relics from the High Ancient Era, which was the perfect counter to Xiao Zillion. From being completely overwhelmed to holding the upper hand, Soul's quick thinking had turned the tide. Recognizing the futility of continuing the battle, Xiao Zillion proposed a temporary truce, realizing that persisting would only harm both sides. This wasn't the last time they would cross paths. The ice crystal flower had undeniably saved the monarchs this time. As Xiaobing ran to her mother's side to protest this decision, she was promptly silenced. Bao Xin's sect retained the upper hand, forcing the descendants to retreat to their poisonous lands once again. As for the upstart Wound Soul, his ice-cold determination simmered within her. The battle seemed destined to end in a stalemate as both sides withdrew. Wok Yang removed the Hellfire Mask, bearing the evident toll of wielding such a powerful relic. Urgently, he required elixirs for recovery. Wearing the Hellfire Mask came at the cost of surrendering control over one's body to a high ancient era alchemist. Given Guok Shin's compatibility with the mask's intense power, he was chosen as the successor. They had narrowly escaped defeat thanks to Woon Soul. After several months, they managed to elude the watchful eyes of Bao Xin sex experts and return home. Guok Shin gradually recovered, and their long-awaited reunion finally occurred. Ultimately, Soul couldn't obtain the memoirs, and the looming threat of Bao Xin sex still exists. For now, Soul needed to depart for somewhere else. He returned to the Yi family manor, where senior sister Makiam had been staying and training. Tonight, the flowers were in full bloom. Amid the blossoms, Woon Soul made his long-awaited return. Yet, his visit was brief. He had somewhere to be. Makiam inquired about his destination, but he couldn't divulge the details. It was a recurring pattern, running off without considering the feelings of those closest to him. But his sole aim was to ensure their safety. Tonight, he vowed to return to Makiam with unwavering commitment. She even issued a gentle ultimatum, vowing to take her own life if he didn't return in one piece. The unspoken feelings between them were undeniable. All she desired was for the man who had cared for her so deeply to come back safely. Back in the poisonous lands, Soul decided to confront the Jade Dragon Peribolos in the Land of the Dragon. He held a vague belief that he was closer to unraveling the mystery behind the ring that had been with him since infancy. A recovered Guok Shin wished him luck on his upcoming journey. Woon Soul soared forward, leaving the past in his back pocket. The future remained uncertain, with many enigmas yet to be solved. He wouldn't forget the vengeance inherited from his beloved masters. The memoirs were his sole clue for now. The search for the living elders of Mount White Sect continued. Every person who had played a part in his life fueled his determination. For them and himself, he vowed to return safely because he was an alchemist, a millennium alchemist.